Hey everybody in the chat room, thanks for hanging out with us. We're just still waiting on one player to pop into the game. We were supposed to get started at 1 p.m. and I don't know, we're not sure where they went. So as soon as they jump back in, you'll be the first to know. Thanks for your patience and hanging out, and we will hopefully be live shortly. What is up, everybody? Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome back, Tactical Tortoise. We got, I think, the round, the matchup that everyone has been waiting for from Pod 2. This is none other than Don Hooson playing his Deathguard versus Znar on the blue, playing appropriately on the blue, playing Thousand Suns. Two very cool lists, very unique lists that we don't often see the like of in competitive play that we're going to watch duke it out right now. And a Chaos Mirror match, which is always fun, and, of course, chaotic. To celebrate that, we've put on the Chaos mat on the table here. We're ready to fight over that Chaos Star in the middle. So in the red over here, we have username Trowel120 Barton, but I think most of the 40k community knows him as Don Hooson. Pretty successful Deathguard player who played a lot of very strong Dreadnought-based lists back in 2019, and now we're looking at some Plague Marines over here. Just about to be joined by my co-host. Chew McCord's coming back to co-host this one as well with me. He'll be jumping on in a second, but we'll talk over this list real quick. It is a very interesting list, and I did talk about both these lists in depth in my list breakdown for Pod 2. So if you you want a really big rundown of all of the cool combos that can be brought in these two lists, then you can go check that out. But Don Hooson playing a Plague Marine troop spam in Rhinos, 2 battalions of pure Deathguard, 4 5-man Plague Marine squads in each, with an accompanying Rhino with a combi bolter. Each Plague Marine squad bringing in 2 Plague Flails, or Flails of Corruption, excuse me. So those are weapons that you can split your attacks into. They attack D3 times apiece. And they do multi-damage, and they also they have the flail mechanics, so they carry over wounds. So that makes it's a very good, well-rounded melee weapon for each of these units to be able to deal a bunch of damage, both to hordes and to heavy targets as well, because I believe they started at strength 7. Then you can buff that up with the Deathguard's ability to buff your melee damage output. We have a bunch of support characters. We have a Biologus Putrifier. See if I can pick out which one's which here. Don has these incredibly cool bases on his Nurgle models with even an animated plague effect around the edge, which is very sick.
And he has arcane focus for +1.
So we have a Biologus Putrifier. That's over here. That's this little guy with his cute little wings. A Tallyman, who is this one, who is a CP regen and also gives rerolls to hit and melee for Deathguard units around him. And then also a foul Blightspawn. So that's mostly a damage output guy. He's got this big flamer, this big tank of gross Nurgly garbage. And then he has a very powerful grenade. All of the grenades in the army are going to get buffed by the Biologus Putrifier, deal mortal wounds, and get +1 strength and damage. And then if you need to, you can use the Blight Barrage stratagem to max your grenades out in a unit to fire. So you can also combo that with all of the just chaos damage buffs that are available, and really blast some people if you feel the need to. Last but not least, we have 3 Malignant Plaguecasters to come in here with the support spells, as well as Demon Prince of Nurgle, Suppurating Plate, obviously on that guy. So 2+ armor save, and every time that you pass an armor save, you have a chance to deal a mortal wound back to your opponent. Very strong, very insanely difficult to kill piece, linebacker piece that can really come and help clear out these Plague Marine squads if they get into trouble in melee. But mostly a very straightforward list. Enormous numbers of Plague Marines. Plague Marines are just going to be very solid in melee and relatively hard to kill. You have a lot of Rhinos, which have a good defensive slat line and are just relatively annoying for 67 points apiece with their combi bolter. Kind of a no-brainer. Plus, that gives the list a lot of mobility, which is something that Deathguard don't usually have, which is incredibly important in the 2020 ITC packet, where you can run up, grab those forward objectives, and really put the pressure on your opponent. Another thing from Don Hooson's list here is he does have a lot of characters, and that's going to be important because we are playing, for round 1 in Pod 2, we are playing Crucible of Champions, the ITC mission for this round. That lets these players score a bonus point if they have characters on 3 separate objectives. And with a grand total of Nurgle's number 7, in his list, I think, of characters. It's not going to be that hard for
And then the source is gonna have to help out
Don
strength
Hooson here in the red
siege.
to fill
Both
out.
these
Players
have
just going over their
the
list right now.
Arch-Contaminator magic.
We have
Everything
all of the
but
psychic
Aaron
powers laid out
Plaguecaster has
for the
Master Blast as well,
Zinj player, which is obviously pretty important.
which is basically
But
a shorter range of
let's go over
super
Znar's list here,
range.
also known as
3 mortal
Shadow Lord
wounds to the
Fix.
primary unit, and then 1
Don't
more
worry,
wound
he'll
to
fix
unit
it
around
for you.
Good stuff.
Yeah, looks like we have a bunch of people in chat. Thanks everybody for joining. We did get started a little bit late, so I do apologize for that. We had one player that was got a bit of a late start.
We were doing missions.
Sizzle says Dawn is braver than me running a list like this in Deathguard's current state. Yeah, pure Deathguard and to that effect, both of these factions as pure armies are very interesting.
I will attack. So you get to roll 2 dice, take which one you want.
Looks like Don going first, I think.
Rerolls. Thank you.
Dean Marshall, I'm intrigued to see how Don gets all these guys into the rhinos because they can't all start in them. It's too many points. Not sure what you mean. You can absolutely start all of your guys in transports. You can't start more than half your army in reserve, but they're not in reserve. They're embarked. I also don't believe that it's too many points. It's only 800 points worth of Plague Marines, unless he puts the characters in there, I guess. Lyle Dixon, is this a new map we're using? I can't tell if it's the same train. It is the same train. So this is the 40k ITC Ruins map that we use for all of the T5S2 games. So it has the big L's in the middle. This one, I think we're using a bit of an updated version on this one. This should have the updated wall physics, which is good, but the players have gone ahead and removed the craters that we don't usually use. That's just going to mean that the players are going to be able to move through the walls a little bit more easily without these big hitboxes on them. Typically, we use the version of this map from the Steam Workshop, but this one's just fine as well, as long as you get rid of those craters and you both are on the same page. But we just updated, this being a Chaos versus Chaos game, we updated the table mat to use a Chaos table mat so that we're very thematic today. We're going to fight over this Chaos Star in the middle. So it is the same terrain layout. We're just Dean Marshall, yeah, it's only reserve that's affected by the 50% on the table rule. You can put whatever you want in transports, that's for sure. I have seen a lot of Space Marine lists that build around a Mastodon to put their entire army in a transport, which I think is hilarious. Probably not that great, but I don't know, might as well do it. So let's go over Znar's list here real quick. Znar running also a double battalion with a supreme command, I believe. So we're kind of bringing in the tried and true supreme command for Thousand Sons, which everyone I think has played against at some point, with a bunch of demon princes, Ahriman, sorcerers, everything, coming out to cast some spells. But and unlike a lot of other Chaos lists, Znar has gone the full distance and built the rest of his army out in the Thousand Sons from the Thousand Sons faction as well. Where most people bring in Thousand Sons just as a support option for another Chaos faction to add some psychic powers. These guys, we're seeing some actual Thousand Sons infantry on the table, which is gonna be awesome. These guys got a lot of buffs in Ritual of the Damned, and I don't think we've seen them much in competitively, but I think they might have what it takes to compete for sure. So in this list, we have in one battalion we have a Cult of Duplicity. With the Warlord, which is going to be one of the Demon Princes. That gives Znar the ability to redeploy units before the game, essentially a phantasm, just like the Eldar stratagem. That battalion includes a Demon Prince who is marked as the Warlord, so he's probably going to have that Warlord trait to redeploy units. We also have a Sorcerer and 3 units of Rubric Marines. So not something you see every table or every day. These Rubric Marines, they are a very interesting little unit. They are sort of similar to Grey Knights in that each unit contains a Psyker. So as far as I know, unlike Grey Knights, the whole unit can't cast Psychic spells. So if you end up losing this Aspiring Sorcerer, you lose the ability to cast. But that does give them an immense number of Psychers in this army, so he's going to be able to jump a billion smites out on the table, do a bunch of damage with that, and just cast his support characters whenever he needs to. Lyle Dixon in the chat asking the hard questions before the game starts. We need to know. Have I ever considered kit bashing a Bastillodon from Age of Sigmar? It's a Seraphon unit, I think, and that's a big dinosaur. That's a big whatever you call those armadillo dinosaurs, with some Chaos Havoc launchers and have some tactical tortoises to count as a terrain effects. Lyle Dixon, I'm gonna be real with you. I have not considered that, but I have now. I think that's gonna happen. We're gonna.
It's the same either way.
I need an entire Tyranid army made of tactical tortoises now. Ooh, that gets my little imagination going. Lyle Dixon, thank you very much for posting that in there. That's very exciting to me. But going back to the list, we have 3 units of Rubric Marines in this first Cult of Duplicity detachment. 2 units of 5. Like I said in the list breakdown, I think these guys are a very good option for engineers. If you haven't played against Rubric Marines before, they have a couple very unique abilities. They have a rule called All is Dust, which improves their armor save by 1 if they're hit by a weapon with a damage value of 1. So if you imagine the biggest predator of engineer units is something like a Thunderfire cannon. And these guys are going to be on a 1-up save in cover against a Thunderfire. So even as soon as you're not in Devastator Doctrine anymore, they're basically saving on 2s if they're inside a ruin. Very difficult to peel those guys off with indirect fire, unless it's really big and heavy, in which case I think Znar is just fine with you shooting at these little 5-man Rubric Marine units instead of these huge Scarab Cult Terminators. But that also means that this huge unit of 15 Rubric Marines is going to be a pain in the butt to kill. Sitting on a 2+ or 1+ save if they're in cover against most small arms fire means that while the 3+ save that Marines usually have is often pretty, it can melt pretty quickly to high AP shots. These guys they don't really care. Yeah. Lyle Dixon, we can make it happen. We have the technology. But the other thing that Ritual of the Damned brought these big units of Rubric Marines is a couple of new stratagems. They have one called Infernal Fusillade, which lets them, if they stand still, they can double shoot all their bolters, which is good because their base bolters, let's see if it pops up in the stats here, the base bolters are AP -2. So very good at killing Marine equivalent units with that high AP value. But they also, you can forward deploy for a 1 CP a unit of Rubric Marines. So you can drop them more than 9 inches away from enemy units and more than 9 inches away from the deployment zone with the stratagem Risen Rubricae.
Where characters are hiding.
It does look like Dawn is going first and deploying. We've rolled a Vanguard Strike for the deployment. That means that we're not quite going to be able to have, I think, the God combo where you deploy these guys forward and then immediately Infernal Fusillade them. You just deploy them in range and then shoot. That's, I think, what Znar is hoping to do. And really absolutely mince an enemy screen with two sets of Rubric Marine attacks into their forward units. That would open up. I think he's trying with that unit to open up landing zones for these Scarab Cult Terminators because he does have a big unit of 9 Scarab Cults and he has a smaller unit of 6. Each of them also has an Aspiring Sorcerer inside it, so they are also going to be dropping some Psychic spells, and then we also have a Hellfire Missile Rack on one of them as well. All of them bring in Combi Bolters, and they can also use the Infernal Fusillade stratagem, so they can double shoot their weapons also.
Hello.
Have you been able to jump in the lobby yet?
I have. Not in the game lobby though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can just join me, and then I sent you the lobby password in the chat.
Okay. Join game. Password. Okay.
Okay, everyone, bear with us real quick while we get the other commentator in here. Yay! And the gang's all here.
All right. I have to choose a color.
Probably gray. That's
Gray?
a good color. That's a good middle tone.
I was really feeling the mauve, but I can go with gray, I guess.
A nice salmon, maybe.
Yeah. It's spring, but I can still go with the gray. Why not?
So we're just about to finish up deployment here. Don, obviously in the red with his 8 Chaos Rhinos with 8 units of 5 Plague Marines inside them, and all those characters hanging out in there. He has 7 characters, so the meme number. We're making it happen. We're forging a narrative over here.
All right.
And
I'm into it.
and one demon print's hanging out outside. But Don going first, I think, pretty important. He's going to be able to take a lot of table space with those rhinos. And one of the Thousand Suns combos here is he's a 15-man unit of, or 15, I guess, skeleton unit of Rubric Marines that he could forward deploy with Risen Rubricae, the new stratagem from Ritual of the Damned. And unfortunately, I think we're going to see them, if they do end up deploying far forward, they're going to be pretty far out of position. So I think that with all these fast movers on Don Hooson's side, I think that kind of takes the option off the table for the blue player here.
Well, I mean, you could sacrifice the squad just to delay, say, a turn of moving for the 4 rhinos on the right side, but...
Sure, if you just string
Perhaps
them
not.
between the 2 ruins, maybe.
Yeah, perhaps not necessarily the best play, though. Those are not cheap squads.
Right.
You really want those to be doing work.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how much damage, how far they can screen forward, and how much damage is going to be coming back at them. There isn't a lot of damage coming out of this Deathguard list from range. It's a lot of bolters and combi bolters, so
Yeah,
it might be
forcing
tough
the
to pick
dismount
those
would
guys up.
slow it
Yeah,
quite a bit.
yeah,
Especially if they go, perhaps not in the middle, on the right side here, between the L and the corner road. It'd block a solid 4 rhinos right there.
yeah. That's what I'm looking
With
at.
ease.
We did make them. I laid down the law. I made the players change the table mat to be chaos themed because we are playing a chaos mirror match right now, and it's only fair.
I see they did not pick the Nurgle.
They
map.
didn't pick the
Probably,
Nurgle
out
one.
of fairness.
Yeah, I think that would have been too powerful for the Deathguard, unfortunately. That Nurgle mat does give you +1 to your DPRs on all your Nurgle units.
Yeah, and +1 leadership.
And +1 leadership. That's not true, actually, everyone in the chat, just so we're clear.
I mean, even if it was, no one would ever notice.
Right, yeah. You still fail those 4-ups easy. Yeah, so that is interesting. We'll see if Znar does decide to forward deploy those guys. Looks like we might not be. Looks like they're just going in the deployment zone. He could also just sacrifice. He could spend that 1 CP, sacrifice a 5-man unit of rubrics to sit in front of there.
Yeah.
Looks like he's deployed them all. He's put 1 on top of this building and 1 on the forest. Okay. But he also, he has the ability to potentially to redeploy units, but I don't think he needs that going second. Would be pretty interesting though. Blocking off those rhinos is pretty obnoxious. And the one thing that I think Znar's going to have trouble with is actually punching through 60, 80 wounds of rhinos. Because the Thousand Suns, there's not a lot of heavy weapons in there. I think they're relying on smites a lot of time, and you really don't want smites to be going into kind of low value wounds like that. So forcing...
Yeah, Thousand Suns are all about the low volume, high quality firepower and smites. They have a difficult time with hordes of high toughness.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so I think he absolutely wants to force those Plague Marines out of those Rhinos as soon as possible, because at that point he can go ahead and just blast them away. Infernal Bolters, I imagine, will make short work of the Plague Marines as soon as they're out in the open.
Yeah, for sure. I have a question, though. Maybe this would be good for the chatter at Tally. How many Rhinos do you think will be charging squads of Rubric Marines this game?
I think we will see charges from 6 of these 8 Rhinos throughout the game.
Okay.
I'm calling it now.
6 in total, or 6 individual Rhinos charging?
6 of these Rhinos will declare charges throughout the game. 2 of these Rhinos will not get the opportunity to.
I want to say 9 total charges, though.
That sounds about right, yeah.
And everything.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, chat, what do you think? And how many Rubric Marines are going to be killed by Rhinos in melee? I think that's a really important part. I say 2.
How many Rubric Marines are there?
There are 25.
This is where my gamble with the,
I'm going to say 25. Killed by Rhinos in close
Killed
combat.
in melee.
if I'm the I knew, I'm like,
Let's take a look at the secondaries for these players here. So for player 1, that'll be Trowa 120 Barton, also known as Don Hooson. We've got Headhunter behind enemy lines and the Reaper. Headhunter, pretty solid play. You are playing the power of Thousand Suns is in their characters, so they bring a lot of them. You do have to punch through all the infantry to get there, though. But I think with those plague flows, might not have a trouble.
Yeah, it feels like given how straightforward this list is, this feels like perhaps the best choice. I mean, maybe recon if you plan on moving the Rhinos up, like letting them out and then just going backwards with 2 Rhinos. But what's even the point? I mean, your entire army is going to be in the corner.
Knowing you're going first, recon seems kind of like a gimme, especially in this deployment. This deployment should not make it that hard to grab recon. You advance one of those Rhinos turn 1 and you grab it from the center, and then you have the other 3 quarters easily.
I think the concern is he probably doesn't want to leave anything back.
Right. But Don instead here taking behind enemy lines, which a little bit harder to score.
Yeah.
Both is tough because you are kind of a low model count army to begin with. So you can't double score. Like getting into this corner is going to be difficult. And you can't double score it with a unit. So I could see one or the other, but behind enemy lines seems like the more difficult of the 2. Especially since for the Rhinos, you have to be completely within your opponent's deployment zone to grab it. And
of the two, it is the one that goes most into his game plan, though, which is really just to measure 12 inches on a tape measure and then push a box forward 7 times per turn.
Yeah, and then I also could have seen an engineers here, and you just make 2 of the Rhinos engineers. That seems pretty solid too, because it seems difficult for you to lose. I don't think you're going to lose both of them that easily, right?
Yeah.
There's not a lot of anti-tank firepower that's long-ranged in this Thousand Suns army. And so you can drop one on 5 and drop one on one of your home objectives and score 2 on engineers on turn 2 and then just kind of ride that out.
I think Don's probably trying to avoid any temptation to pull away from his primary game plan, which is just pure threat overload.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Nurgle not the Chaos God in charge of temptation, so we're trying to remove that from the game as much as possible.
He likes to do one thing slowly and well until he's done with it,
Yep.
Then he does another thing.
A little uncharacteristically, though, we are seeing Rhinos on the table, which do one thing sort of a little fast.
I mean,
which is move across.
Is it fast? Is it fast by the reckoning of like late 8th edition? I feel like a 14-inch with an advance.
It's a moderate speed. It's okay.
It's a turtle's pace.
A tortoise's pace. Over here on Znar's side, aka Shadow Lord PHX, we have also a Headhunter. Makes sense for those 7 characters that are definitely going to be playing very aggressively in this game. They're already
Very
in
easy
rhinos.
to score by Thousand Suns.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They can use their targeted smites to nuke them out of from behind rhinos or whatever.
In their
they
high
need to.
mobility.
Yep. And we also see Big Game Hunter seems like a shoe-in because of the fact that there's 8 rhinos on the table. And also behind enemy lines. That one feels
that is
very aggressive.
optimistic.
Yeah.
Well,
no
I mean,
kidding.
he does have. No, I suspect his plan is to drop the Terminators behind the Rhinos.
That's
The Rhinos move up. The Rhinos let out their contents. You drop the Terminators behind the Rhinos. Then the Plague Marines then get log jammed by being unable to move through their own transports to get back. And he probably gets a couple of turns of shooting while just sitting on his opponent's deployment zone.
Yeah. There's not a lot in this list that screens. You can screen with the rhinos, but if you're doing that, then your guys aren't in it getting transported. Demon Claw in the chat says that this is the game he was most excited about. So that's sick. I
agree.
We have a bunch of viewers and new viewers in the chat. Welcome everybody for joining. This is going to be a sick game. I'm very excited to see.
Been excited to see this. This just bizarre Plague Marine flail list ever since I found out about it.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see pure Thousand Suns on the table.
That too.
Yeah, man, this matchup's so cool. I'm so glad that we're streaming it on this beautiful Saturday. And let's see. Yeah, Kieran Bailey thinks that the Thousand Suns should have used the forward deployment to get those rubrics up there. Then place the smite spam on the other flank so you can really power that flank while you slow down the stuff on the other side. Yeah, I think we are on the same page there. Especially if you're only giving up a 5-man rubric squad to block these guys off from the center. That seems like a no-brainer.
And he's spending into Cult of Duplicity, which if he's not using it, that's just an opportunity cost there.
Yeah. I think this Thousand Suns list really wants to go first, and is a little confused now that there's a bunch of Nurgle rhinos who have seized the initiative here and are busting up the table.
I think in this situation we'd all be confused to look askance the table at this.
Yeah. Don has made a great play, I think. And he has placed his characters physically inside the rhinos, such that they extend outside of them with their enormous pokey sticks.
It also makes them very hard to smite.
It makes them, almost impossible to smite when they're inside of a tank.
Well, it gets an 8, so nope.
Looks like we have Psychic Phase going here. I'm going to send it back to the players' mics so that we can hear what's going on.
Does that do? Just wanted to hit. Okay.
Yeah, that's one to hit. Then, in my shooting phase, all my rhinos pot smoke, and it's your turn. I hold.
So it looks like we have a miasma on this front rhino. All of the rhinos have used their smoke launchers, and that was it for Don. There you go. Got a point. Could have been a recon, but there it is. So people asking in the chat if we can see the lists. Yeah, so right now the lists are on our Patreon, and I'm going to link to the list document, I think. I don't have the text versions. I'm going to so I'll post in the chat a link to the list document, and then I'm going to go ahead and put the list into the description as soon as I can, so that it's a little easier to reference. So, with this aggressive move by the Deathguard, looks like we could have a pretty rapid game. Depends on how hard this Deathguard Alpha Strike hits. I think it does need to hit pretty hard in order to punch through the amount of damage that the Thousand Suns are about to be able to put out with all of their psychic powers, especially. And but if we see a big enough hit, this game could be over pretty quickly.
So, what do you think the move is here? Do you think by the Thousand Suns they move back now? I mean, the even with the roughly like plus 3.5 to 4 inches of movement you get out of a Chaos Rhino, plus your move. I mean, a Plague Marine's not going that far. They don't advance and charge. But if the Thousand Suns move back, there's a legit chance that they could be completely surrounded by rhinos and then pushed into a tiny corner, which then makes it effectively impossible for them to ever leave a grinding attritional combat that they could never win.
Right. Yeah. As many spikes as they have, I don't know if they have enough damage output to fight through 80 wounds of rhinos before the game's over.
No.
Especially since I imagine that Don's about to pile these characters out and start bonusing every turn. You know, we are playing Crucible of Champions, and he does have 7 characters, most of which are in rhinos or have enormous jetpacks, so they can get across the table pretty quickly.
Delicately moving some cultists now.
Dominic in the chat, no, we're using Seize the Initiative as a figure of speech. There was not actually a Seize the Initiative die rolled in this game. Okay, so lists document link has been posted in the chat. That is a link to a download that will download a PDF for you. So just be warned if you have a blocker on your computer. I'm going to go ahead and try to grab these and get them into the description.
What the Thousand Suns have to do here, perhaps above all else, is try and avoid getting wrapped. Especially any wrap that is then guaranteed by 2 rhinos cornering a model.
Rhinos, I think, is That's the greatest form of BM.
Yeah. 1 Rubric Marine with a rhino on both sides, with the rhino just kind of hitting them where their little smokestack is, so you can try point with 2 bottles, is perhaps the most devastating play in all of 40k.
Nathan Fennel asking if the Thousand Suns wrapping a rhino prevents disembarkation. It's actually it's possible, but it's very difficult to do. Disembark isn't actually a move. You essentially just teleport within 3 inches of the transport. So you have to be able to block off all possible landing zones for those units. So this enormous 3-inch bubble, looking at a rhino, you have to block off, effectively almost a 12 by 8 inch, or 10-inch section of the board.
You effectively need to ring it twice with 2 full rings of models. Because then you're looking at 2 like 98mm bases plus a 2-inch gap between the 2 rings. You can usually do it with maybe about 15 models.
Warlord, casting Gaze of Fate.
Especially with something like a Rubric Marine, it's not a simple task. And I don't imagine that after this turn, very many of these rhinos even have contents left inside
them. Get
them.
it off on a 6.
Yeah, they're going to jump out
Free
this turn.
reroll.
Yep. This turn, for sure.
It is a clever play, though.
Hear me?
With my orcs, I have dejumped to surround land raiders before and eliminated entire Terminator squads. It's a lot harder to prevent the disembarkation in 8th edition than it was in previous editions. Players sound like they might be having some Discord difficulties.
Yeah. Let's take a check-in, make sure we're all squared away here. Yeah, potentially some mic problems on our players' ends.
In the meantime, look at these cool
focus now.
Okay, it looks like Znar's just going to continue with his turn, and we'll see what happens.
Ooh, we got some good normal maps on these Rubric Marines.
+2,
some nice patterns.
Does have enough sorcerers in the range, which I do.
Yeah, these models are gorgeous.
Gonna cast Infernal Gateway on this rhino here.
Sounds good.
A total +3 to the roll.
Infernal Gateway, one of the most terrifying powers in all of
Not
40k. But only if you successfully cast it.
Reroll the 1 using my
It's the whole
guy.
thing.
Should go off with a 7+3.
But I spend his command point to reroll the 2. Not enough.
Yeah, you also can't do it one at a time. You have to do it all at the same time if that was the case.
Do
Look, we have
D3
a
mortal
little bit
wounds +1 to the rhino in front. 2 mortal wounds to this rhino.
The players might still be having a hard time talking to each other.
Then 3 mortal wounds to Demon Prince.
All right, discussing resilient.
2 mortal wounds to this rhino.
Takes 3.
Yeah, so discussion in the chat. You just need to block off anywhere that embarked units don't have to be could go where they're not within an inch of the enemy. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
In practice, it ends up being a lot harder than
Yeah, that's...
than it seems like it would be.
Yeah, a model does not have to be completely within that 3 inches. You can have like a single molecule of that base just overlapping that 3-inch bubble. So you're effectively, it's more like a 4-inch push out.
Right. It's like
It
a 4-inch
becomes
move almost.
pretty, yeah. Along the entire circumference of a rhino, it becomes pretty difficult.
And especially if it's only a 5 model unit. If we're trying to dump 10 or 12 models out of these rhinos, I think for sure you can pick some up from the disembarkation, but only 5 makes it pretty hard to get in. Especially since
or if it's like
the Thousand
His
Suns
fate is
aren't known for their
single
great
dice reroll.
mobility.
No.
They're not going to be moving.
They're also
too
not known
forward.
they're not known for killing rhinos in close combat.
Right. Yeah.
I'm gonna hop in and out of this real quick. All right, can you hear me?
We might still have some Discord problems here.
Wish it was the whole roll. That'd be nicer.
Hello.
Hey, Don, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, only he can't hear me, so I think he needs to relog his Discord.
Yeah, Znar, can you hear us over there?
It does not seem so.
Oh, I think we've uncovered the issue.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
All right, everybody. We're just gonna fix some technical issues. Wouldn't be a tactical
still hear me, but-
stream if we.
You tried relogging out and logging back in then?
Hey, can you hear us, sir?
I can hear you, but I don't think Znar can.
I think he's just jumping out. He's gonna pop back in. Hopefully that fixes it. All right.
Because otherwise that makes this game a lot longer. Having to type out everything.
Okay, well, while they're working that out, I'll get these lists up in the description here. Give me one moment, people. Looks like folks in the chat agreeing that Thousand Suns might have some issues with these rhinos.
Yeah, I agree.
They're basically going to be smiting them, and that's about it.
Filling the gate right at the outset as well. That's such a huge immediate source of like a massive mortal wound push that I think Thousand Suns really needed here. Nathan Fettel, that is also true in that Shining Spears would have the capacity to kill the Rhino in close combat, which I feel like is, before anything, maybe the biggest issue with seeing if these Rubric Marines are able to prevent anything from pouring out of these Rhinos.
Yeah, and like we were saying before, Rubric Marines, they do pay for that all as dust. They're pretty slow. They're pretty slow boys.
Yeah.
So even getting in range to make that charge, I think, could be difficult.
One of the things not known for destroying, 15, 20, 25 ton, who knows how much these actually weigh, armored transports, dust. Dust is not commonly used to destroy transports.
Yeah.
You fill vases with it.
It is going to be a lot like sandblasting these Chaos Rhinos with just an immense number of bolter rounds, but it very slowly degrades their wounds. Yeah. Yeah, they'll clean them off real nice.
Yeah. What is the heavy weapon allocation on these rubrics? Do they have assault cannons?
There are no heavy weapons in the Rubric Marines. The Scarab Occult Terminators have the 8-man or the 9-man that's off the table right now has one Hellfire missile rack. So that's about it. You have the Demon Prince punching them, and you have 1,000,000 smites, and that's how it's going to kill armor.
I mean, building a list that is not perfectly suited for killing 7 rhinos in this meta, probably an okay choice.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's not going to be a common list you're going to run into, but when you do run into it...
Gotcha. Yeah, we were all trying to talk to you, and we're like, oh, he's not hearing us.
You're going to miss having that, occasional missile launcher, or, I don't know, Warp Flamer.
So it sounds like the players have fixed their mic problems, and we are...
All right.
We're back off to the races here. Or, Don's off to the races, and the Thousand Suns are going to sit on some objectives for a while.
So where do you think the Plague Marines are going to go here in this coming turn?
So I'm curious to know what's up with this Demon Prince. I wonder if he's moving up to Smite, and then we're hoping for a warp time to pull him back. But if not, I mean, they charge that guy.
I gotta imagine he's just tired of being alive.
Yeah. He's like, guys, all is dust. Make me dust too, please. End it.
Is he dust? What is
No.
What is the canonicity of Rubric Marines being able to turn into Demon Princes? Shouldn't there be like?
No, I think it's just
Princes?
It's just the sorcerers. The sorcerers turn into Demon Princes.
Okay.
As far as I know, I am as a lore master of the 41st millennium who knows all the background lore stuff and never doesn't know any of it. I think that the sorcerers, I think that the sorcerers made the regular Marines into the rubrics because they didn't just want to be dust themselves. It sounds lame.
The sorcerers just do a lot of crunches, throw some real fingernails.
Those are some Chad sorcerers. Okay, so we do see the warp time on this.
There we go.
Get him right out of there.
He is
see ya.
He is leaving.
Yeah, that is the mid psychic phase yo-yo is one of my favorite uses of warp time. I think catches a lot of people off guard because you expect it to be a threat range increase, and then he just runs away.
You oftentimes also catch yourself with that when you fail that warp time, and then
sometimes
your
game.
vitally important pressure piece just gets gets murked right
there. Yeah, I mean it's a chaos army though, right? Like you gotta have a little bit of danger in there. That's why you're playing chaos. Sometimes we fail to roll the 5 on 2 dice, and then we lose the game.
Yeah.
What can you do?
He's then gonna go ahead and cast Smite on that Rhino. Getting it off, doing 3 mortal wounds.
How many mortal wounds do we have so far to this phase? 2, 4.
The Demon Prince took
7.
3, which is a big deal.
Yeah, that's yeah. He's almost close enough for Daedalosus to one-shot him in an Overwatch with a pistol.
Yeah, a little bit of an inside joke. If everybody wants to know where that came from, you can check it out in our recent Nurgle versus Adeptus Mechanicus game.
It is the same Demon Prince with all of the same equipment.
This guy gets around, man. So we have. I think we might. Have we deployed an extra Terminator here?
Look at this beautifully designed prescience token here. Got like a nice little desert scene. Got some good orange-blue contrast. That's like some nice 2007 movie poster contrast there. We got, what is that? That's impact font, but in italic, all caps. That's solid.
Sorcerer from Detachment 3. He's going to cast Clamor Z on the big squad here.
Just gonna check in with the players here. Get a clarification on Znar's list. He has a 6 Terminator unit. 6-man Terminator unit looks like. And he only has 5 right on his list, but I'm not sure if I'm missing something. Hey, Znar, real quick. Sorry to interrupt. Can you clarify how the purple Terminator unit's loaded out here?
What do you mean?
Looking at your list, it looks like you have 4 Terminators.
Oh, I know what it is.
And
what it is
the
again.
Sorcerer, and we got 6 models here.
Yep, I know what it is. Let me pull one of them off because we talked about. I told
Oh
you about
yeah, it
before.
added an extra one because of the Hellfire. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no worries.
I had
Just making sure.
I had to remove that from the other squad, and I missed it on that one.
No worries. Thanks.
Yep.
Whoopsie
Right,
daisies.
perhaps as important as an extra Terminator. If you zoom out a little bit and you look at the map,
Yeah.
what do you think this building
Alright, so
in
Bruce
the
Conrad
the Zinch
cast
player's
Infernal
deployment?
Gaze
What do you
on
think?
this rhino
Who did
here.
it land on when it landed? Because it definitely landed on something.
That's Dorothy's
Some Wicked
house.
Witch of the West stuff
Yeah,
right
we're
here.
not
Yeah.
in Kansas anymore here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the warp.
In the movie, they didn't really have quite as much blood, but you know, she was full of blood. Had a house fall on her.
So yeah, a
pretty
little
nice, right?
little mistake there by
right,
by Znar. That
think I'm
he and I did discuss it before the game. He's using Battlescribe to TTS to generate the list, and unfortunately, sometimes it has some trouble with special weapons in a unit, and you have to go in and muck with those. And so it looks like a guy got added by accident.
Yeah, Nathan Fennel. Trevor's always just making people not
Sorcerer
cheat.
2's gonna
It sucks.
cast Weaver of Fate
Believe me, it sucks.
Sorry.
on the
Having this like big brother, you know, the state
This
just like
is
looking
okay.
over your shoulder, making sure you're just not cheating.
Now he's gonna cast it on the.
I can't even win like that.
You did win. Okay. All right. I've been a little quiet, everybody, but I did just put the list in the description. You might have to refresh the
I did
page
not
to
get off.
put them in there. They're going to be below the fold, so if you click Show More, you should be able to see them. And you can also see links to our cool Discord, where you can join up for T5S2 Pods, and the Patreon, where you can be a patron, and you can get into pods earlier because you get to skip the waitlist, and you can, I don't know, follow us on Twitter and stuff. It's
Yeah.
going to be sick.
Yeah, you don't have to race to try and get into those pods the moment they're announced. You're like, there's no pod racing going on.
There's no pod racing.
Down.
Yeah. Although
Like-
at that point you don't get to say no, this is pod racing because it's not.
No, that's the point. Like you get there, you get into the pod, you get into the pod early, and you're like, this isn't pod racing, and you just like wear your little helmet, your little bug eye glasses. It's great.
He's gonna cast
Let's
Haze
look
Smite
at the chat here. Ooh, a little bit of feedback
Get it
on Snar's mic there. Ooh.
This rhino for one
Oh no,
more.
no, he's just a secret advec player. That's just how he talks.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like when you become a Rubik Marine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Deuce83, can I ask something? I'm wondering what kind of CC damage the Plague Marines are doing and how he typically busts them to fight. So, they're kitted out to fight. Let's go take a look at these guys over here.
What's that? 2 flails, 3 flails per 5 minute?
2 flails
Just a-
per.
Yeah.
So each of these flails, if you can see the stats, each of the flails is a +2 strength, so they're swinging at strength 6. They're -2 AP, 2 damage, but their special ability is that for every attack you use with a flail, you get D3 attacks instead. So the special, there's a couple combos here. Obviously, these Plague Marines are going to get +1 attack for Hateful Assault, so they're going to go to 2d3 each. And if they're attacking a Imperium target, which is probably 50-50 at this point in the meta, maybe a little bit more, they explode on 6s, and those explosions will generate an additional D3 attacks. So you could be swinging 2 or 3 D3 swings with these guys pretty easily. So you could get up to 6 or 9 attacks. And each of them deals 2 damage, and the flail special ability says that if damage carries over between models in the unit. So while normally you would hit somebody for 2 damage, and if they had 1 wound, they would just die, the flail will instead kill 2 1/1 wound models. So that makes them very flexible. They can attack hordes of infantry and punch through a bunch of them, or they can hit a big thing and just hit it for 2 damage at a pop.
They're also an excellent target for Blades of Putrefaction, which is not taken right now in favor of Miasma of Pestilence, but I gotta imagine in some matchups, especially like close combat centric ones, Blades is like a...
There are 3 Malignant
take.
Plaguecasters in this list, and there is a Blades of Putrefaction on one of them.
Oh, they are?
Yeah. They are hiding inside the rhinos.
Oh, I thought that was the guy with the flamer. Yeah, the little flamer hose.
Yo, that guy's also in there. We've got all of the Deathguard, the weird Deathguard support characters in this list. So.
All right, well...
He's got one of each.
Well, then it's a very active combo then, getting Blades of Putrefaction on those flails.
Yep.
Another thing to note in this list, actually, and I think this might come up a lot, is the 1 CP Deathguard stratagem to automatically blow up one of their own vehicles when they die.
Yeah.
I gotta imagine 7 rhinos are going to explode in the faces of these Thousand Sons this game.
Yeah, it's going to hurt. The other thing you can do with the Blades of Putrefaction, basically, it gives you +1 to wound, and then says on a 7+, you double damage on your each of your wounds. So with those flails, you can imagine that 4 going to that 2 wounds going to 4 can chew through a lot of infantry.
That would be Virulent Blessing. Blades of Putrefaction is just +1 additional mortal wound on a roll of a 7 or more.
Just kidding. I don't know what I'm talking about.
You oftentimes see them at the same time, though, because they
true.
are both good. They both affect the same things, and they also stack on each other because they aren't unmodified 7s or 6s.
Right.
I mean, they both want 7s, but once you get up to like +3, you're rolling on 4s.
Yep.
And a unit just becomes this devastating ball of hate.
Okay, so yeah, that's my bad. So it is an additional mortal wound. I can actually just read it on the card here, which I didn't do. So oopsie daisies.
I also
And you can also combo that with the Veterans of the Long War. So for 1 CP, you can give them +1 to wound, which means that's going to proc on a 5+.
All the rhinos have smoke going right now. So
becomes quite powerful.
So that's going to be the layers. Plus, there's a Tallyman in the list who gives it's a 7-inch aura of reroll hits in melee, so that makes him a little more consistent as well.
And he gets back CP.
And he gets back CP. And this Demon Prince is a Warlord, I believe, and he's an Arch-Contaminator. So everyone within 7 inches of him, if I remember correctly, gets to reroll all of their wound rolls with in melee.
Look at those strange character. Look at those strange character returns on that card. Like, why are the line breaks there? Who knows? That's wild.
You okay?
Recently,
inner copy editor gonna.
I graphic
dying.
designer by trade. It kills me. One thing I recently had dropped on me. Blades of Putrefaction, the additional mortal wounds, not the +2 wound, that is always, but the additional mortal wounds only affects units that have plague weapons.
Yep.
So the Demon Prince himself, not affected.
Interesting, because he's just swinging with claws with his talons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. He does not have a plague weapon. You'd think the man who is so plagued, so fat,
the
so gross,
man.
the literal Arch-Contaminator would have a plague weapon, but no,
Yep.
it's very sterile on those hands.
Yeah, so that's like the sort of combination of melee buffs in there, Deuce, to answer your question.
Number 5.
SpaceX, you're most interested in Thousand Suns.
5 with 1.
Well, we will see some Thousand Suns chicanery in this game for sure.
I'm definitely enjoying these two, like, deeply off-meta lists. I suppose one is deeply off-meta, and the other one is perhaps a new meta.
They both
Which is
might
which,
be
I will not
a new
reveal.
meta. Yeah. This could just be the new meta. This could be every game of 40k ever, forever.
I imagine a single Eldar flyer spam list could probably stop this entire Chaos Rhino force from moving across the table simply by flying back and forth in the same locations and just creating an unbroken line of flyer bases.
Well, you can. I mean, the Rhinos potentially could advance far enough to bounce over them, right? Or under them, I guess.
I suppose that's true. Yeah, that's true. Well, unless there's like 2 or 3 hidden jet bike characters that are sandwiched between those flyers, and they can't move through. But also, I haven't seen one of those lists since Elvio, which has been a really nice break.
RGC 2005 just signed up on the Patreon. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
Nathan Fennel, if he took the helm off the aura extend another 3 inches, that would be really nice.
14.
Although, I don't know that this guy's wearing a helmet. No, this guy's just going all out with his, like, little weird Thanos ball chin. He's got his, like, single horn.
Let's see. We asked, why is the second Thousand Suns Battalion also Cult of Magic? I couldn't tell you. That I don't know. I'm just posting what's on the list. I wonder if he wants additional casters for Astral Blast in case one of them goes down.
I think you do that because you want access to the Relic and Warlord trait off of it, but you also want... You don't want them to be on the same thing, I believe.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Trees. Take 1.
And you want a Demon Prince out of both. I suppose you could still pull that off.
Death by Colt.
So, scrutinize the list a little more.
Well, I could've put enough stock
Good old
in
Armin
it.
hanging out. It's on his disc.
I can only see is like 3 of them.
Got his little
Yep.
eye staff, you know. You think those discs are carpeted?
No way. They are just really uncomfortable. So unfortunately, I'm not 100% sure what's going on in the game right now. One of our players' mics is kind of acting up.
He's like riding in the event horizon, and it's just slowly leaving this room.
Oh no! I think both of these armies have come back from the event horizon after it teleported back into real space.
A sequel we all wanted but never got.
Oh man. Yeah.
That movie's on track for like a remake, right?
Oh, for sure.
Let's see. My butt. I think these 2 can also see.
Okay. So just these 3 can't.
Okay, so one of these rhinos reduced to 1 wound by smites. So we are seeing the Thousand Suns slowly chew through these this horde of chaos rhinos. It looks like we're trying to get an Infernal Fusillade, I think, on the second one. Try to blast that off. This guy is -2 to hit though, so maybe we are prescienced, which is good.
Kind of suspect that he's not going to spend the 1 CP to blow this rhino up if it dies.
Yeah, something tells me. That's just a thing for Plague Haulers to do inside your own army.
Of course, if he pushes all that firepower out just to kill the rhino, I mean, what does he have left to clean up at this phase? The Marines that pop out of it.
Yeah,
just a full Rubric Marine squad.
No rerolls over here.
Certainly, they don't have
dropping some Event Horizon quotes here. I love it, guys. You guys are the best. Angus Chalmers, thanks for joining. We broke 50 viewers this stream. I think that's our highest so far, which is cool because this matchup's so sick.
Yeah, I suspect that's a part of why.
Yeah, something tells me.
Everyone.
So
There's been a lot of fascination, like what Bowles picked up this list to talk about.
They did. Yeah, Goat Boy wrote an article about it.
Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. They all sound the same to me. I'm used to those things being called Thousand Suns.
Alright.
So he's down to 8.
This is like a really nice town square, though. Like, what do you think? Like the permitting and approval process was to get this like
The
nice
Yep.
like tile floor of this Chaos Star in the middle of the city was.
Unfortunately, it was it's tens of thousands of years old, being originally I think an imperial structure, which means that they're actually in violation of city ordinance by painting it red with the blood of sacrifices.
Also by landing buildings on top.
Eddie Tomans Porter, yeah. So we use the it's called the 40k ITC Ruins map by a user named Panzer on the Steam Workshop. If you take a look at our channel, the cover video there is a T5S2 tournament primer, and in that you can find a link to the actual board. We use basically kind of an older version of this map just to keep things consistent with everyone in the T5S2 event.
Not everybody.
But yeah, you can switch around the game boards and stuff like that as well.
Florian, actually, I think that is still an open question to us as well. I don't necessarily know that we disagree. In the post game, if we can remember, that would be a good question to ask the players.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder at the end of the day how big of a difference it makes. I imagine most of these sorcerers are going to be using their psychic power slot to smite people, and so you already basically have your warlord traits and your arcana chosen. So I don't know if delving deep into the different warlord traits you could get is actually a big concern for Znar here.
I mean, it could just be that you want to duplicate. So Cult of Magic has the psychic blast power, the one that's sort of like the sister to Astral Blast. It could just be they just want to stack that on as many sorcerers as possible so that they have it all game long.
Yeah,
because that is an enormously powerful psychic power.
It's a good one to have.
Only on 4.
Yep.
AP -2.
Cult of Time, though, feels like that would have been very strong with the Terminators.
Secret Blood? Nope. And I'm just gonna grab 6 dice over here.
Yeah, just to bring the Terminators back.
There's plenty of room for them to get
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, because like this,
Don't necessarily worry about that.
this Deathguard list is not chugging through an entire squad of these Terminators in one round. For all the power that they have, the flails are probably not pulling that off.
It will if it gets to melee, for sure, right?
Think so?
Yeah.
The other just 2 flails pulling that off.
Sure.
Yep.
Why not?
Yeah,
If it's this 5-man Terminator squad, they won't kill all 9 in the big one, but ooh, looks like is that 2 Plague Marines going down to explosion?
Right.
They are only 1 wound.
Yeah.
He didn't even have to spend the CP, or he did spend the CP just for the thematics of it.
Well, I think that was they died when they climbed out when you roll ones.
Just let me joke.
Yeah, he rolled 6 dice there, 2 1s, so 2 Plague Marines died. You get no jokes. This is not a fun or entertaining stream.
I love this particular Deathguard army. It has cool effects. It has well rotoscoped, or not rotoscoped, whatever the term I've been using. Shots on the characters
scanned
there.
in well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cool plague effects is sick. Definitely, I think an indication of where 40k on TTS could go in the future, if we continue to kind of up the production quality of these models.
Or Games Workshop just stops putting out 360 spins on their website.
Yeah. Well, then we end up we go to these independent sculptors who can make these cool like 1,000 Suns models, which are sick.
We just start trolling Instagram to find anybody who's got like a well painted sculpt that they've done a 360 on. Just pull those in.
Just start grabbing them. Yeah. Yeah. And speaking of custom sculpted models, we actually haven't announced this quite yet, but we have one of the we're able to announce one of the first grand prizes for the seasonal invitational at the end of August for the T5S2 series, which is that we have a sculptor who will sculpt custom 40k models for Tabletop Simulator for the first, second, and third placers. So that's going to be cool. That is
sickest prize.
No, it's so cool, man. So if
Could
you
those
have
be 3D printed afterwards too?
Potentially.
Pulled into reality.
I think
I know it's not a direct conversion. You have to do some.
I'm not sure if the sculptor is comfortable with that. so I will not
Yeah.
give a yes or no, but I mean, that's something
Makes
that
sense.
people can do with sculpt that they have.
So there's 10 of them shooting twice. So we get
I'm enjoying the fact that somehow these Marines are inside of these rhinos, and their backpacks and helmets are just poking out the top.
Okay.
Well, they're sitting down inside, right? So it makes sense.
Yep.
hitting on 4.
And 5s.
So let's take a look at the wound count here. We have second Chaos Rhino bracketed down to 4 wounds.
I take 2.
And then this one slowly taking damage from the Scarabicol Terminators.
Then 2 health.
Looks like down to 6, yeah. So I think we're... so if this is right, a second Rhino's down to 1 wound as well. On this right-hand flank. So I think we may have underestimated the Thousand Sun's ability to chew through these guys.
I want to say it's 2.
Well, killing 2 rhinos in a turn. I don't know if that's quite a feat.
So it goes
They need to
through.
do that after they've been just face planted
Yeah.
by multiple squads.
Yeah.
See, they need to. Most armies can summon up the ability to kill 2 rhinos. It's whether or not you can do it later in the game after you've just been savaged.
Down to 3 in this one. Yeah. The real question is whether they're going to be able to continue that damage output after the Rhinos engage all the guns. But fortunately, I think most of this damage output's in Psychic phase, so
Yeah.
So you're going to still have that going for you.
Alright, time for you to bring
I wonder if it might have been wise to keep the Malignant Plaguecasters out of the rhinos before a game starts, just so you have a few attempts to deny. Although even then, it's very difficult to deny.
They're so
This
slow,
siege
though.
list.
They're not going to
Well,
get as
They don't
close
do
to
anything.
as you want, right?
Is 32.
yeah, but I mean, they don't do anything in combat anyway. They don't really have much in the way of guns. They're just casting
That's gonna
12
follow
or
my
18 inch
play
range
down
psychic
over here.
powers. As long as they get line of sight, they're doing their job.
Because I do heal wounds.
I mean, they do have a force weapon. They seem like they're going to be pretty good to
Yeah, but
to hang out.
I think it's pretty rare that someone looks at a librarian that doesn't have Might of Heroes on it and says, "This is my guy. He's gonna do the damage."
Yeah, but if you look at 3 librarians, though, that's that might do it.
But
Just judging based on how many rounds I had, most people just leave him for Headhunter.
It looks like the players having a discussion on whether they're gonna count the wounds
so
on the Demon
32
Prince
between
for
these guys.
Headhunter versus Big Game. You definitely want Headhunter on that guy, I think, because eventually he's gonna have to commit, and you can pick up that point.
Three big
I
There's
don't
also-
I don't imagine a world where you don't max out your Big Game against 8 Rhinos.
You kill one.
can you big game the Demon Prince? I thought that was monster or vehicle only.
He's a monster.
We both hold 2, I think.
He is a monster. Look
He's-
at
And I
that.
have
I've
one back here.
been playing with this guy for years, and I keep forgetting that every time.
Yeah, I have this
Yeah.
one and that one, and then we got the middle one.
Yep, and that one. Alright. So, now I have to start
So
doing
it looks
all
like
our
we're gonna
rolls.
tie on holds.
for
Both players
things.
holding 2
I'm
objectives,
just gonna use the dice down here.
and
start with
for
this guy.
sure,
Self-repair.
Znar grabbing.
Lean for
a
6.
kill more.
Nope. Then this
I don't know
guy,
if we've
self-repair.
scored Don here.
Nope. And then the other rhino. Nope. No self-repairs.
Don, can you go ahead and score yourself out for the first round?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you just had the 1 point, right? But
Yeah.
cool. Thanks.
Sorry about that. I completely forgot.
So
Almost just giving up victory points there. Who needs them? Whatever.
Lead us with the gun.
I'm surprised
we
these
took
2 Plague
8, but I like
Marines
it.
with flails are still standing here. Oh,
No,
barely.
I'll put
It's,
those guys back down.
2 of them just respawn.
Yeah.
Nurgle.
Well, I think it looked to me like Znar left that that Rhino was on
But
1
only on the
wound after the
objective
smites, and Znar left that guy so that he could take it
They're
out with
right
his
there.
bolters, which are going to be a lot less efficient than smites, so he didn't have to waste any really. But I think the downside of that is that leaves them open to being shot.
Yeah,
You have to remember
the
too.
rhino's not the thing punching you in combat.
Yeah, they were all -1 to hit too. So so that was going to make, besides the
that is
squads that's prescience, that was going to make
Squad.
everything a little bit harder. Here they come.
Getting out of this rhino.
This tide of filth.
Yep.
spilling.
If you can just imagine,
spilling out of the doors of the rhinos.
you can just imagine in your head the sound of a train approaching.
Three.
Yeah, you got that chugga chugga. You got the choo choo sound. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's what these Thousand Suns are hearing in their helmets, reverberating in their empty armor. It's
Yep.
just the sound of a train.
Yep. The plague train. Gross.
You know, he's probably depending on it for his own behind enemy lines, but I got to imagine you really want this Terminator squad on the board on that first turn.
Oh yeah.
That is such a
This rhino
significant
back
amount of
to the-
damage output that you needed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's almost 40 Stormbolter shots twice over that you're potentially
That's more
missing
than
out
enough to
on.
get right back here.
Yeah.
Yeah, here the rhinos, they're just backing
So,
off
My objective.
to grab objectives. Yeah, I mean, it looks like Don's going to play a little defensively with these rhinos. So I wonder if that engineer's pick couldn't have been pretty good, especially if you see it. Your opponent doesn't have a lot of ways of targeting out rhinos, right? There isn't a bunch of las cannons over here that are just going to shoot whichever one Znar wants
Well,
to.
until that Rubric squad lands.
Oh yeah, the Scarab Cult squad.
Rubric K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even that, it's only one missile launcher shot, and
Sure,
it's
they
like
bring out
a
as many at
it's a
once.
D3 damage, you know, and they have a bunch of bolters. The bolters are good. Don't get me wrong, but they're still
Bolters
wounding on
right
fives.
They can access +1 to wound on them, can't they?
Yeah. Do they have veterans in the Thousand Suns
I'm gonna hit you
Codex?
as hard as I can right now.
I don't think it's specifically through veterans. I think Psychic Awakening just gives them some sort of like Hellfire bolt.
Well, that's that's
strats.
their
I
Infernal
could be wrong,
Fusillade. They can double fire with their bolters if they stand still. That's their kind of damage buff. Let's take a look here.
All right. And
They
Tallyman
do have
can
veterans of the
advance
Long War, just in their codex. So yeah, that's I mean that's a lot of damage output potentially.
10 inches.
If you leave those guys on the table, you double fire them. It's a lot more shots than these 15 rubric Marines. Or it's it's gonna be more shooting for sure.
That rhino will stay put right now until I make room. These bike marines.
Demon Claw. Not sure what's worse, constantly hearing the sound of trains in your head, or the sound of these buzzing bees. What sound do you think these pestilent pustules on the Putrifier's base make? Kind of a
I gotta imagine
slorp, maybe a blorp.
He will
I was
also
gonna say kind of like a gargle,
Oh,
and then like
yeah.
a pop.
Yikes.
10 inches.
So, if you're Don here, you want to shoot these rubrics to death, and you want to get into the meaty nougat that is these demon princes and Ahriman, right? That's the goal this turn.
Yeah, I mean that's absolutely yes. I mean I was like trying to fake some reconsideration, but no, it's not even a lot of value in wrapping against this army because you're just gonna keep taking the blasts of mortals.
And the foul blight spawn will
I
get
mean,
it.
you could probably get a
Go ahead.
relatively easy wrap on this like second story rubric marine squad,
Yeah.
but I mean, at that point you're still just taking 4 or 5 psychers worth of
Wrapping
Mortals
on
right
the
there. Then
second
probably a
story is
charge.
always hard, right? Because you have
People
to
advance.
make sure that they wrap and can't get to a wall so that they
11
could just
inches.
move down.
yeah.
I mean, maybe you go after the cultists, but
Or just wrap the sorcerer underneath.
oh, you could just wrap that sorcerer. Yeah, you just get that guy. Give him a good little
See,
hug, a gross, greasy
It's
plague
got-
hug.
This unfortunate man forgot to bring his disc.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Dominic brings up he should have used a rhino to soak up the Overwatch. I think I agree, but the realist there's the Thousand Suns front property here is at a premium in terms of real estate, And with all these big, huge 40 mil base characters, I think Don's running out of room to place his models.
But
Plus,
yeah,
he wants to keep
It's
that
almost-
Rhino in the back
phases
to
are not as bad as that psychic phase a year
to
ago.
It's
That was pretty
it's
bad.
almost
Grab
impossible to do that
I was
in
gonna
this
do the
situation
upper
because
Rhino.
you have to disembark
That
the
happens.
Marines first before you move.
right. So
And
you
at
have
that
to
point,
go
if the
around.
Marines want to move up, if the Marines want to move up, then it's effectively impossible.
Yeah, so I think you had to make the judgment call between potentially ignoring the Overwatch, which is nice
go
but
around
not
over
incredible, and actually just getting a longer threat range from the Plague Marines, and the Plague Marines are what he's
Rhino
about to do
is
damage
going
with. So I
to
think that's
advance
where
the
he wants to
opposite
go.
direction. He's hurting.
Oof. This is one gate, and then
Go 6.
what's that magical explosion power?
Young Rhino.
The superpower? Anyway, both those together, and you score out more than full Headhunter right here.
You grab it all.
Yeah.
So Infernal Gateway is the magical explosion. You hit the nearest enemy within 12 and everyone within 3 of them.
And that's for everyone within D3. Then what? Cult Magic has one that's almost identical to that, except for it's 1 damage to everyone
Oh
within 3
yeah,
after that.
their little
And then-
Astral Blast.
Yeah, and then you take the Relic, which makes out 2 damage to everyone surrounding.
I believe that was eroded, so it only affects the initial targets of your spells.
Ah, well that is unfortunate.
Yeah, so if you have
Sti-
explosion spells, it doesn't add +1 to every
Yeah.
single one. I might be
Still
wrong about
enormously
that.
powerful.
Yeah, so Astral Blast, but +1 mortal wound on that one too. Yeah, so this is a good old clump of of Deathguard here. I imagine we'll see them split up a little bit, but
They have an orbital bombardment strat as well, somewhere hidden in this this pile.
could you imagine? Sorry, guys, you're dead. Let's see. They do. Oh, they have a line. They have a line one. Might be better in this situation, but
I mean, it wouldn't
I hope
exactly
all
be
these
hard
guys
to
would move.
pull off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
You
they're
get
probably
to draw
moving into a
a
line.
9-inch line, and then
Oof.
deals D3 mortals on a 4+ to everything underneath it.
Just from any direction to any direction.
Any direction to any direction. 9 inches apart. They have to
Wow.
be visible to your Warlord.
Oh, that
who
would be.
is this guy right here who might die, but we'll see.
So, everyone has moved.
You could get what?
This
5
one's
Plague Marines, 5 characters, 5 more Plague Marines, and a Rhino because the Rhino is somehow overlapping the Tallyman right now.
as of right now,
Big downside
they're
is you can't move with your Warlord if you use that, and the Warlord is gonna be right next to all these Plague Marines.
So
He might.
you'll start off
Until
with-
that orbital happens.
That would be a pretty sweet play. We'll see how Don moves his models around here, but this is a big old clump of units. And if we see this coruscating beam
right
come
here,
out of the
you
Thousand
would
Suns
please-
here,
man.
I'm gonna be so excited.
You could hit the Demon Prince, 5 characters, a
squad.
Rhino, and the Plague Marine squad. That would just be so
off at
savage. Then you gate right after that, and just the whole army's just gone.
Yeah.
And then 7 pluses.
Florian said it was that the Cult of
So
Magic
glorious.
Warlord trait was not eroded. Interesting. Wow. Well,
Oh.
that is one big old
Yeah.
ast blast.
It is a. You typically see Magnus now taking the Cult of Magic. Walks up and then he just gates and then blasts.
Can he
I
have that
believe,
Warlord
and then warp
trait?
times himself.
And
This
that'd
is
be one
Warlord.
mortal wound on your
What's his
Reaper
Warlord
squad.
trait? He doesn't have a locked Warlord trait?
Because I rolled a 7 or higher.
I think I just made myself sound really dumb.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Let me just. I'm gonna use the Cult of Time and I'm gonna back up. All right. Just gonna undo what I just said.
There you go.
That same guy
Florian, yeah, we'll
is
give
going
a
to
real
cast
quick snapshot of secondaries here. For player 1, aka Don
Goes
Hooson,
off an 8.
he's running Headhunter behind enemy lines and the Reaper. The Reaper makes sense with all the Terminators on the other side of the table. Headhunter, pretty good one because there's a lot
And
of
that's also gonna be on the
psychic
Reaper
characters. Behind enemy lines, the interesting one, but he is playing so aggressively, I don't think it's going to be hard for him to score that. He'll probably get a double on turn 2. Deuce83 says Magnus cannot have a cult.
squad. All right,
Shuma.
so they're gonna take
You
D3.
idiot.
Look,
One
I
more,
already
you
went
have
back
a-
in time
one
and
more.
unsaid that. All right. You shouldn't even know
You have
about
to make
this.
the rewind sound with your mouth, though. Shadow Lord, aka
Alright, that's
Znar,
okay.
over here, taking Headhunter again, also behind enemy lines. An interesting
So
choice.
this one right here,
He's going to have trouble with that
you
one, I
have
think,
to
as well as Big Game Hunter, which he is also
start with
almost
Smite.
already maxed.
save the 6 to get this
That
one
said,
off.
he does have a unit of 9
That's Snake
Scarab
Eyes.
Occult
That is one
Terminators, as
speed
well as a
reroll.
Terminator Sorcerer in reserve that he can
So it
drop
doesn't
into
perils,
Don's
but I'm
deployment
down
zone
10
to
CP,
grab those behind enemy lines.
because command point reroll's not a Deathguard strategy, so I can't regen.
That said,
Safety
he would
outfit.
like to put
And
them
then
in his deployment zone
Billy
and shoot
might
at
wanna
people,
hit.
I would imagine. But
Goes off
he
with
might
a
be
10,
kind of
Oh.
and
railroaded
then
into
that's
putting them
also gonna
behind.
go on that squad.
I think he is also going to need those guys in his own deployment zone just to get
might as well invest
some combat
It's also
going.
gonna do a mortal wound to that rubric squad.
Especially like if a wrap occurs, he needs those Terminators to like free.
Yeah, just start
The
hitting people with
dust.
mortals.
What, not the end of cast now?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dominic.
So,
yeah, we talked about the
I
recon
have,
pick. And I think it would have been easier because he was going first. That said, I think he's going to score
failed
2
choice
on behind
have
enemy lines this
him
turn.
with, just
And
I
then
think he fully
probably-
scores out behind
Yeah,
enemy
I
lines
think
in 2 turns.
it might be recon. I think looking into the long game, if Znar is able to put those Terminators back here and axe these rhinos, that means that Don has to turn models around to score his recon, and that's not what he wants to do. This list is 100% pure
This one will
aggro,
not do a mortal wound on top.
Yeah.
and he just wants to be pushing right in.
Yeah, I don't even know that I agree with the idea of moving these rhinos back,
So-
especially the one on 10 wounds sitting on that objective back there.
Yeah, I wonder if I
they're-
think the one on 1 wound maybe didn't make it back because he was too slow.
Their ability to just charge into anything on this side
That's my psychic
and then
phase.
prevent their shooting in the following
Let
turn
us get
is
on to
of
shooting.
paramount importance here.
So these 3
So
Malignant
the Dispel
Plaguecasters in the
Blightspawn
front of the
is gonna
Deathguard army
choose
here,
Flamer.
unleashing
Up at
an unholy
1 range,
pestilence in the psychic
Yep.
phase.
He's gonna shoot.
And killing 8 rubrics? Is that
Okay.
8? 7 rubric
So
marines from the
strength
15-man unit.
is 2d6.
Oh, is this the power I've tried to
strength
use
4.
with Rodigus a great many times, but Rodigus
And
is
number
slow
of
and can't get
shots
anywhere, so it
is
doesn't work. But
2.
every enemy
So when
unit
you're on
within
4,
7
you're rolling
inches on a
everything
4-up
with
takes
plague
D3
weapon
mortals.
next to Arch-Contaminator. There's 1, 2 AP3, 3 damage.
Now
So this
he's-
is the what do you call this guy? Foul Blightspawn spraying
Oh,
down.
Blightspawn.
Yeah, give him a good hose down.
Yeah, he's that guy you see on the side of an office building sometimes. You know, he's got that little pump on the side. He's like spraying the bushes.
So they
But instead of
him.
spraying the bushes, he's
So either
spraying
5 above
10,000-year-old
5 up
dust
single
men.
save.
And instead of like
Nice.
weed killer, it's like still weed killer, but it's like slightly worse. You know, it's like
These
a
guys down here are going to shoot their bolters.
there's like
into
aspartame in it
the
or
squad.
something.
Yeah, Jorgen Nunes, pestilent fallout. Yeah.
And do you want to risk it?
There's also a pretty devastating
Yeah, why not? We can have one squad not make it in.
strat that the Deathguard have access to that I got to imagine we see next turn,
So,
where it's effectively the same
bolters,
ability. Every
the
enemy unit
rubrics
within
up
7
top.
inches of a Deathguard character on
Yeah.
a 4-up takes D3 mortals. So you just leap the Demon Prince forward and hit like 7 squads with that.
Yeah, when does that
Trigger?
trigger?
On 4s.
That is the beginning or end of shooting phase, if I remember right.
Yeah, I could see that absolutely
2 regular saves.
be devastating in this area, depending on how this turn shakes out. Now he does have to make sure he doesn't shoot himself out of range of these
Alright,
cultists,
this
and we just
squad
see
down
Don
here
making the
is gonna do
value
the same thing.
decision
Okay.
whether
except
he shoots these
for one of
cultists
the
and makes his
flails
charge
is
harder.
going to huck a grenade.
All right.
The Rhinos also, for all of their boxiness, do have
So
the
the
ability
bolters
to
of the
shoot a
rubrics.
gun.
They do have a combi bolter on them.
When you're on 4,
I'd imagine that's probably to shoot the orange cultist squad, though.
Yeah, it's not going to do much to
2-1.
these Thousand Suns for sure.
nice. And then the grenade into the cultists. How many shots? 5. And am I in range of? Definitely not. Easily.
You think we're gonna see like what a blight bombardment coming out of one of these, where they each throw a grenade?
I
Like,
think I imagine we see a blight bombardment from this 5-man
forward,
unit
forward
next to
rules.
the Demon Prince because they are in range of all of the buffs,
Two hits.
and
Yeah.
Don really wants to knock these Rubric Marines out so he can get juicy charges on the characters.
Rerolling. Because Arch-Contaminator.
Yeah, I
One
think
regular
Don's definitely angling to get into these characters this turn, and it's going to start falling apart for the Thousand Suns if those guys go down. That's the Warlord, and Ahriman is basically a Warlord.
All right.
Hold the
We
line,
have
boys.
this squad down here. He's just gonna put
Yeah, I think not falling
all their
back
shots in
on that
rubric
first
squad up
turn
there, including one
might
grenade.
end up being quite a mistake.
Yeah, I think you really want to trigger that bolters discipline, right? And stand still, get up the full shots, and use those -2 bolters. But if it means you're in melee with these flails, probably not
you
worth.
need at least another turn of shooting to really
All the
declaw
shots
this
and one
force.
grenade
Yep.
up there. So here's the
You
bolters.
need those Terminators down on the board. But
Hitting on 3,
I don't want to
no
call
roll.
don't want to call this too early. I mean, there's
Too
plenty
far
that
away.
left going. We
And winning on 4.
were calling that game yesterday, and that ended up being quite a bit different.
Oh yeah, that was insanity game. Nurgle Chaos Soup Force versus Salamanders.
Possess bomb.
And then the
Yeah.
Blight
Yeah,
Grenade.
with Possess Bomb and Mortarion in the same list. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh,
5.
what a brutal
This one is in
game
range, you can
that
plus one
was.
strength
You can
and
go
2
watch that
damage.
VOD on the stream. That was insanity.
So
Basically,
hitting on 3.
nothing left on the Possess Bomb side at the end of turn 3,
Winning on
but
4,
such
full
a
rerolls,
commanding
6s,
points
cause
lead
more
that in the
wounds
following
addition
3
to 1.
turns of just running away from the Salamanders,
Alright, so that's gonna
managed to
be one more
maintain,
wound
what,
and
1
4
point? In
regular
the end, it was
point.
like 26, 27.
26-27. Insane game. So we are starting to chip away at these rubrics up in the Bruin with just bolt guns and the blight bombs or blight grenades from these plague marines.
Trevor, you're not in this pod, right?
No, I'm not in pod 2.
Them.
No, I'm just in pod 1.
Okay.
Goes out of range to throw
Nor
it
am I.
that way.
Oh, you're not even in 4? I thought you were
Goes
in
to
4.
range to throw it over.
No, I
So
moved
this
off
playing the
4.
Plaguecaster
I'm in
throw
no
light
pods
grenades
besides
at
1
those
right now.
rubrics.
No pods for old men over here.
Yeah.
1, hitting on a 4. is your
Not
mouse
sure
gonna
what
hit.
this token is. It's a Nurgle token.
And is he in range?
Looks like Blades of Putrefaction are off on this
Yes,
5-man
so
flail
reroll
unit.
ones.
Or Putrefaction,
Yes.
excuse me.
Winning on a 4, just strength 4.
I feel bad.
One,
No, I
2
think
damage.
that token is wrong.
Oh yeah? Let's look at the card. To the card.
Yeah.
Correct.
Let's check that card.
Oh, it is Putrefaction. Ah, the token! It has betrayed me.
Alright, this guy back here is probably not.
If
Nope.
it's tiny,
So,
I don't think
You dance?
putrefaction is a word.
he's not shooting.
Although
anyone.
putrefaction is probably also
This
not a
one right
word.
here is the same
I'm not
thing.
sure either of them are words.
No, putrefaction is in fact a word.
Oh shit, is Putrefaction a word?
Decent shot.
Now, in the process of decay or rotting in a body or other organic matter. Let's try
5.
putrefaction.
Hitting on 4, you're rolling 1. Yeah. Well, that last one was terrible.
Nope.
Well, yeah,
But,
It is not.
There you go.
Yeah.
The
Alright,
other ones made up well more than that, though.
winning on 4s, you're rolling? Yeah. So that's going to be 3 more 2 damage wounds on the rubrics.
So we're just throwing grenades right now. As many grenades as we
Yeah.
can. And we do have that Biologus Putrifier to buff all those grenades with +1 strength and damage, which is very important because it punches through that Allah's Dust save.
Yeah.
Plus, allows them to do mortal wounds on 6s.
I think he is desperately hoping right
Alright.
now that he
He's
maintains
right here.
just enough Rip
I'm gonna
Marines
spend 1
that they
TP.
can't get into the Demon Prince, who can
to
then
beat Blight Bomb
heroically
Partner.
intervene because he has a
I'm gonna set
lot
my
of
heat that
stacked
TP.
combat buffs on him right now.
Shoot up on my side.
Like if that
That
Demon
Demon
Prince
Prince?
can
Yeah,
get into
that's
that
true.
5-man
Spend
squad,
one
he
more
probably
for
just
veteran
kills
warlord.
Yeah, Demon Claw token spelled wrong. Literally unplayable.
I do. So it comes
Yeah,
back.
diabolic strength
Oh,
and
done,
a
and
+1
has
strength
what you
boon
are.
of change on this Demon
Yeah.
Prince.
You're looking at
So
9
all the
attacks,
grenade-
strength 10.
That said, if the
So
if,
winning on 2s,
if the
hitting on
Plague Marines
2s, rolling.
declare on the Demon Prince, you might not want to intervene
10.
because if you
We're all gonna go
if
with the
they
rubric
if
squad right
they
in front.
if he gets in melee, I mean they just put all the flail attacks into him, potentially kill him, right?
Hitting on
I
4s,
mean-
rolling 1s.
Depending on your heroic, you could probably string out far enough to where it would be difficult for them to actually pull it off.
And winning on 3s, you're
But
rolling
that really, it's
Yeah.
really going to look at what, depending on
Plus
like
one
what the
wound,
rubric
strength
marines
four.
look like at the end
Right.
of this turn.
5s and 6s cause mortals in addition.
But yeah, I mean it's you always want to have those buffs up there anyway because they do have 4+ invulnerable saves, so there's a non-zero chance he just makes a bunch of saves and doesn't die. You kill a whole
Yeah.
a whole Plague Marine squad in his opponent's turn.
At 2 damage.
I really want to talk for a second about how cool this
One
Deathguard
more.
list is. It's just
I'm loving
pure.
it.
It's just
It's
pure Deathguard. You know, you just got a bunch of slow boys, and they're just gonna come get you, and that's it. That's There's some cool combos,
Alright,
but it's
let me
pretty
add
straightforward.
that
There's
back
no
here.
trickery in this list. It's so
Hold on for
straightforward.
a sec. This guy right here is going to shoot his bolt gun at the cultist behind.
Yep, orange squad, knew it.
Here we go.
Are you within 12?
Yeah,
You
we're
are.
just gonna start
This
picking
one shares the
cultists off.
rubrics.
No reason not to.
Well, you might want to save him later
Fire bolter.
for kills, but
Hitting
I
on 4s.
mean they're
He's not hurt. Nope.
what
And
do the
rolling
cultists
ones.
do in this game besides die?
2 hits.
I mean, they give you
On
5 more
4s
CPs.
for rubrics. 1 regular save at 1 damage.
And as we see on Objective 4, they screen pretty well.
Yeah.
You don't really want to shoot them because you're gonna make your charge harder.
This one.
But you have
Same
to
thing.
get in there, you know, and you have to get rid of them.
Well, I'm gonna contest that they screen pretty well because One Plague Marine over here
First
can
two, so
touch
roll
the
one.
corner of these cultists, kill the entire squad, and then advance into the sorcerer.
One hit, being a 4.
Although I guess the sorcerer is probably not doing much with this pistol.
It is a
This one.
flamer, his pistol.
You bought the Warp Flamer pistol?
Mm-hmm.
That one advanced. That one advanced.
What
This
a
one did not.
choice.
So he will fire his Kai Bolter at the
Strength
Rubik's up
3,
here.
-2, damage 1.
So 4 shots, hitting on 3s, no rerolls. Winning on 4s. 1 regular save. Pretty good. And you come over here. This guy right here is going to shoot those Rubiks. Or Rhino, rather. Only 2 shots because he's really far away.
I don't know if we
Gotta
fired
be,
this
do you-
5-man Plague Marine squad yet. I hope we haven't, because I want to see a Blight
Three,
Bombardment
or
from that guy.
4s. And 1 wound. Regular save.
Might be rationalizing that even with Blight Bombardment and the buffs,
Alright,
coming out
so
of a
get back
5-man, it's
to
just not that strong.
These guys right here.
Oh, here we go.
1 grenade. It's going to throw at
Nope, no
these
Blight
guys.
Bombardment, just grenading.
One.
Strike
Oh.
burrito because they're too far away from this
Sad.
guy. And
Oh, but
News-
he put them
bolt
out
guns
of
are
range of the
fired each
Putrifier.
bolt
Ooh,
right now.
oopsie daisies. Alright, well, there you go. That'll do it.
6 bolt gun shots.
It might just be that that's not necessarily a part of his game plan.
6 hits. Winning on 3s. 1 save.
Ew. That was a terrible roll. Does kill a
Well,
Rubik,
so is that, though.
Alright.
Yeah.
Light grenade into the Rubiks. 1 shot.
That was only on cultists, though,
Yeah,
so it doesn't really
4.
matter.
Rerolling 1s.
The TTS dice roller coming back to bite Don in
And
the
this
butt
one
here.
over here.
It bites everybody.
Yeah.
They're
Fortunately, it
bolt
works both
guns
ways. The TCS dice roller is
into the
fickle.
Rubiks.
I have just come to whenever I'm doing a
6
reroll
shots.
and I'm rerolling 1, I just pick up a new dice.
Mm-hmm.
I no longer trust that like little UPS
Hitting on
box.
3s.
In fact, you might as well delete the original die, spawn a new one, roll it a couple times, and then and then do your roll.
3 regular saves on the Rubiks.
Yeah, I am not oftentimes one to say that a dice randomizer might not be the best, but feeling like this one might not be the best.
Specifically on rerolls, I think
Yeah.
the initial roll is fine, but if you put that dice back in, it's like a 98%
Yeah, it
chance
seems-
it comes out as the same number.
Yeah,
So
Yeah,
I
it
believe
seems-
that is it for
I have
my-
a suspicion that what the dice roller is doing is it is providing some
Look
sort of
on the
actual
chart.
physics to the dice as it rolls,
Mhm.
and it's just spinning it like
Yeah.
360 degrees.
Yeah. So it looks like
gotcha.
not the damage we hoped on these rubrics in the center here. 6 remaining.
No,
Gonna make that charge of the Demon Prince a little tough. I mean, I think you still declare it, but it's probably an 8 to get into
We'll
him.
start with the 5-man.
oh, probably nothing to lose.
We'll
Does he have the Warp Bolter? He does not.
He's going to charge into these guys.
No, never buys that Warp Bolter.
So small unit charging of the rubrics to eat the Overwatch.
Yep.
In range.
Yep.
Yep, playing pistol first. D6 auto hit.
Ah, he's buying the flame pistols on all these squads.
So
I mean, might be getting some work done right now.
What
Yeah.
pistol?
Yep.
Strength to AP2.
sounds good.
The 5 wound.
Ironically, had
Oh,
he
no,
charged
maybe not.
with the 5-man
Just
squad,
kidding.
the Warflame pistol would have been out of range.
That's true. That's true. But he eats all those bolters though, and he wants to keep that squad as top as possible so that he gets that mileage out of veterans that I think he's
Yeah.
about to use.
Yeah.
You don't care if a Plague Marine dies to a Inferno Bolter in a little squad, but you do if it's out of a 5-man.
Yeah, as long as you're leaving the 2 Plague Champions in, you're pretty all set.
All right, let's see the
Or, I'm sorry, the Plague Flails. Plague Champion just has, despite appearances, just a sword. He has no Power Fist.
All right, so they get in with a 7.
Yeah, nothing special on him, right? We're
Right
just
over
we're just relying on these fails to deal the damage
Yeah.
for sure. Looks like we got some more viewers in the chat. Thanks everybody for joining. Appreciate you
All right,
taking
so
time
we're
out of your
gonna
Saturday to come
charge
watch us
the
play,
Demon Prince
or come on, hang out with us
and
and watch some
the
sick games of 40K.
Rubiks.
This one especially sick because look at all these Plague Marines.
Let's see if they make it.
Ooh, looks like we
Eight
might
should get them fairly close.
be getting into this Demon Prince here.
3.8.
He's trying.
He rolled an 8. Oh, okay, we're measuring. Here we go. I thought he moved in 3 inches. Oh man, well,
Right.
nah,
He's there.
There you go. You base him so there's no intervention. Okay, there you go. Well, we'll see if this the stacked buffs can kill this Demon Prince. I don't think it's too long for this world, but I am rooting for the Demon Prince because
I mean, we're only looking at Blade's
Putrifier.
Putrifaction.
Yeah, he's gonna veterans
for 3d3 attacks.
100%.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way he does a veterans unit, in my opinion.
Yeah, so at that point, you're looking at 5s and 6s to deal mortals.
Yeah, and wounding on 3s. Demon Prince is toughness 6. They sure are.
Yeah, I think they're winning on 3s anyway, right? From the flail?
Flail
Or is that
strength
only
6.
+1?
Okay. So they're wounding on
Yeah,
2s
charge
actually,
the
then, right?
Rubiks.
They're
Ooh.
normally winning on 4s and then +2, yeah. Oop, that's a lot. And if you get the Tallyman in close enough, you get full rerolls on that too. Full
There's a
rerolls to hit
distinct
and
risk
wound.
here, though. If they do not kill this man, he certainly kills that squad.
Oh, for sure. I mean, 100%. But fortunately, you got 8 of those guys, so you're not that worried. You're just trying to trade up with Plague Marines.
Is Malignant Plaguecaster going to charge the Rubiks?
Alright.
I am personally very excited for the Psychic Awakening that will provide buffs to the Deathguard. This list looks strong, but
Could be
would like
stronger.
to see, yeah, just
We
a
don't
pile
know.
of buffs.
Alright.
Also very excited for the upcoming, whenever it does happen, the Engine War.
Five will probably
PA.
not do. Nope.
That's going to be sick.
These guys right here are going to charge the Cultist and the Sorcerer and the Demon Prince.
'Cause right now, you can look at a Thousand Suns army, and you have
You go
no
right
idea
here.
what's happening.
Oh, this
So
is-
many options. You look at a Deathguard army, you know exactly what's happening.
Alright, so just
I
the...
think that also just might be
Yep.
how Deathguard work.
Looks like just...
They are not subtle.
5, 6, 7.
That is true.
8. I think they can all see him. His gun sticking through the wall here.
Talking about the gun sticking through the wall here.
That's out of there.
Oh yeah. So yeah, but we can overwatch into these guys. There's one guy out on the side of the ruin. Gonna eat some auto gun shots. Maybe we kill one. That'd be cool. Azazel
can
pre-orders
you-
next week for Engine War. Ooh, ooh.
Oh yeah,
So
pre-orders, but who knows? Who knows on delivery? They have
Yeah,
they
that's
have yet
true.
to send those Saga of the Beast books out.
That's true.
I have yet to get my Gazgul. I'm still mad about that.
Yeah, some new demons rules will be cool. For sure, their stratagems are a little sad. Would love to see a little bit more spice in that faction.
All three of them.
Barely can't. Alright. So,
My dream is just like a full
full
like a
we
Chaos
know.
Space Marine treatment, but for the demon factions, like
Yeah, I'll let it happen.
full strat list, full like relic
Right.
and warlord
Yeah,
treatment
like
for
4
each of the
kind of fleshed out
sub-factions.
sub-factions. Yeah, definitely would
Yeah.
be cool.
A little worried though. 4 factions in that book. I'm not sure if they're gonna have the space, but they've done it before. There was like that Chaos Space Marine PA. That was 900 pages of rules. I think they gave what was it? World Eaters more rules than they gave the orcs.
Yeah, Deuce 83, some custom demons like tank aces would be really cool.
Dominic, yeah, it'd be great if Games Workshop would recognize that when you take flying
Alright.
away from
This guy
Scarbrand,
right here
he actually
is just
becomes
gonna
worse
charge
than
the
the other
cultists.
Bloodthirsters, so he should not cost twice as much. Scarbrand, phenomenally bad for how much he costs. I do not understand it.
3,
But he buffs your opponent.
7 with him 4.
Shuma?
4. Yay.
He gives everybody attacks.
No, it's true. It's true. He buffs your opponent, and that might be worth the
Charge will break him up
100 point
for
premium he is on
second
the
phase.
regular Bloodthirsters, but I just don't know. Is it worth effectively an entire Space Marine Smash Captain
Guy.
to give your opponent additional attacks? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe.
And so that guy. These guys right here are also going to charge the cultists.
Yeah, Deuce 83, World Eaters do look super fun. They basically do exactly what this Nurgle is doing, right? Except they attack more times.
That'll work.
Do they? I mean, they attack more times in that they perform more sets of attacks because you attack twice.
Yeah.
But do they attack more times? I mean, these Plague Flails, they attack a
Yeah,
lot.
potentially, yeah. Yeah, Yeah, we could see a lot of attacks. Not in this game, but
Guys.
if we're fighting Imperium. Ooh.
So they're going to charge
Yeah.
the cultists and just
Oh.
cultists.
Taudark, as speaking as a person who runs 2 Great Unclean ones in
little
real
fuel
life,
screen for you to charge the
if
sorcerers.
they could make
Actually,
the
let's see.
Greater Demons table
Normal
viable,
mana.
that would be
They're going to
great.
charge the sorcerer as well.
Just not a source of amusement for your opponent.
Yeah, Goat Boy Firelord in the chat saying maybe we get the wound restriction thing like Asgul has. That would be.
Can you imagine that on the Great Unclean one?
Oh, sick!
Having to do 4
Maybe
sets.
maybe
no,
let
five,
him maybe
five
let him
sets of
take
4 wounds.
maybe let him take 12
20 other
in a phase instead of 4.
No.
How about that?
No, 3. How about 3?
3. You have to do 3 damage all game with him and hope he doesn't heal. And
I'm really.
that'd be so
It is not a realistic hope, but I am just hoping that they just redo the Demon Prince data sheets entirely.
They're
Or not
charged.
Demon Prince, the Greater Demon data sheets. They are, for what they are supposed to be and the scale of their models, dropping them down to about 200 points each.
A CP on a reroll.
Very
Yes.
underwhelming. That Bloodthirster just is a very underwhelming stat line for the fact that it's a
Yeah.
40-foot tall Hell Demon with just a giant axe.
So this Plague Marine unit by Objective 4 rolled a pretty low charge and then re-rolled
Uh-oh.
into an 8. So here
Oh,
they come.
There you go.
So I think we have all but one. Nope, it looks like every Plague Marine squad has made it in. Hey.
Can you imagine if like a Bloodthirster had the damage output of, say, I don't know, 100 point Ragnar
Alrighty.
or
No, calm
So
down.
that is it for my charges. Would you
Let's
like
see,
to heroically
who?
intervene with anyone?
That's
Plus
too
is pretty
silly.
good.
Maybe
the damage output
Are we in range of our Tallyman
of one of these
here
plague files.
for our rerolls? I think we might
Sounds
not
good.
be. Although he has the Fugaris helm. Is that the aura extender relic? Now I have to look.
Uncertain.
You're the Nurgle guy. How come you don't know all the stuff?
I mean, normally it's not a useful ability. there's a single aura you care about, and it's the Demon Prince's aura, and you take Suppurating Blade on that guy. There's some unexplored combos right here. We're at the bottom of that mine. We're hitting diamonds. We're hitting
Fugaris'
bedrock.
helm. You increase your aura abilities by 3 inches. Yeah, so
Okay,
I think that gives him a 10-inch reroll aura, which means it should be in for these Plague Marines.
solid.
Yeah, that's from this guy. And it's not the Fugaris helm. It's Fugaris apostrophe helm. So somebody named Fugaris lost his helmet and gave it to this random dude.
Wait,
That's,
Fugaris apostrophe helm or like
And
Fugaris's
it's not-
helm?
it's so that you
Well,
don't fight
it's
first,
somebody
so
named
you don't
Fugaris, and it's their helm.
automatically
So
fight
you
first for
apostrophe
Yeah, okay, yeah,
after.
yeah,
apostrophe. That automatically
Yeah,
beats
yeah,
fight
yeah.
first.
You don't put that
That's-
extra
no,
S in
that's
there
how-
because it
that's
But
how
like,
enters
if you
writing
charge one
works.
unit, that unit still activates before any mine do.
Look, I don't speak High Gothic, alright? I don't know how that shit works. It is nice that the Deathguard, despite the fact that they're okay with letting everything decay, they're keeping their like grammatical standards up there.
It is important. It is important. You have to have some sort of standards. Otherwise, what is this worth? What's it all for?
We're gonna wrap to him anyway.
Ooh, you can really see the age of these sculpts. You look at these Plague Champions, then you look at one of the rubrics right in front of them. Just these tiny little dust boys. These just like big, just like gross Plague Chads here.
These rubrics, are they on small bases?
Which one?
The rubrics might actually just
So that one
straight
I'm
up
just outside
There.
be too small.
Are you?
That is
Yeah.
a distinct possibility.
haven't-
Should they be on the larger base
They
size?
should be on
They're on the
32s.
same as-
They should be on
Make sure I can get
32s.
in there.
I think we have them on
Because
They're
25s
currently the
right
same.
now.
Where he was.
Yeah, they're the same as the cultists.
I was at like 3.4, and I'm like, alright, good, I can
I
pound
have a
still
I have a
get within
feeling
an
it
inch.
may not matter coming
Yeah,
up
it
here
was-
shortly.
Just out.
I thought one of you was
Oh, it might have been those guys. Where are they?
he's down there.
Looks so we did see an intervention from the sorcerer
I don't know.
into the Plague Marines on
That's
objective 4. Looks like Znar not really worried about the wrap. He did say you're gonna get a wrap. However, you're gonna wrap somebody,
Guys,
so
I
we
was
might
just
as well
like,
hit you
alright,
with a sword with a
3.4,
force
we're
staff
good there.
first.
As long as one of them gets within an inch, the other guys can pile in within an inch and still be able to swing.
Let me try to get him back down there.
Oh, and then this sorcerer is, I think we were measuring for intervention, but it looks like Don has kept his models outside.
Close
Yeah.
enough. Can still do what I need to do.
Saying close enough.
There
That
you
was
go.
at 4 inches.
All right.
Airman's too far away. I checked that already.
So, I mean, this is probably going to
trying to
be
do
the
that,
the game swinging turn right here, right?
yeah.
This combat phase, if it goes poorly for
He's moving out
Don,
of it. He's
he
not
could
about
lose
to
a lot of
charge over.
models
But
that
I
he
don't
didn't
think you'll-
expect to. But
Very base
I think he set himself up to
you'd probably be able to swing at those guys if you
potentially, break the back of this Thousand Suns Armory.
I mean, inevitably, this was always going to be the deciding turn.
Looks like Ahriman coming in too. He's coming to fight. He's got
got
that black
the-
staff. He's ready to
Yeah.
hit some people in the head with it.
Yeah, he's not here over in Green and Print.
Aw, why not?
It's gonna hurt pretty bad too.
Yeah, I don't know if these guys declared Ahriman though, and if they did,
Oh,
then it might hurt bad for them or for him.
Well,
no, you're good.
that's a choice at that
It's
point,
weird
because
that
are you
ring
swinging
on
to the
top
Demon
is
Prince
taking the
before he
actual
kills you,
bases.
or are you swinging into Our Man before that kills you?
But yeah, you're good.
Because the
You know what's
the
up.
interrupt's certainly landing on one of those two in that scenario.
All right. So my first activator. That is going to be Mr. Demon Prince.
Huh?
Mr. Demon Prince, this man has a title.
So he has 8 attacks on the charge.
They called me Mr.
Is-
Demon Prince.
He
Is
is
he in
married.
range of Ahriman though? Is that what we're seeing right here? We might see those small
Hitting on
bases.
3 flamers each, rerolling ones, and unfortunately my reroll misses is not updated yet, so they'll still automatically fail. And then wounding on 3s.
Nathan Fennel, that is a good point. The base size might matter here.
So that's gonna be 3.
It seems that if Our Man was able to get into combat there, it does matter.
They have,
Yeah.
+1 in
You
both
would not
areas.
have normally.
Hey, I was actually going to make that a plus 3 in both. I need
Gotcha.
Stratagem.
Hmm. Why don't I talk to the players here real quick, and we'll see what we can figure out here.
And Donald opposed.
Hey guys, I'm gonna interrupt you guys real quick here.
Yep.
So with this combat with Ahriman, just want to make sure that those rubric marines they're meant to be 32 millimeter bases, right?
Yeah, but because they're not right up against each other's bases, you can kind of peek through a little bit. But he's not going from front to butt on this guy. He's going.
Yeah,
this
yes,
guy-
yeah. I understand if they're staggered, you can make the 1 inch, but they do look a lot smaller than the other 32s on the table.
I was just saying 32s, and like I know that they're supposed to be 32s.
Yeah, there might be a TTS thing.
Yeah, they're 25s because they're the same as those guys.
So if they were, I mean, clearly those models can stand there, but if they were standing there, I don't with a larger size base, I'm not sure Ahriman would be able to get within an inch.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'll have to look both in.
The players could just right click the squad and upsize it like 3 clicks, and then I think it's about the same size.
Yeah,
at
you
that
could
point, if they
also-
want to just like actively change this.
Could also potentially copy pasta one of the plague marines and use them as a proxy.
I mean, they can literally just upsize the physical scale model right now.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna get quite accurate enough, right? Though
I mean, they have
that
they have
says
an
I'm not
exact.
sure where. I'm not. Who knows if these plague marines are exactly 32s either? Everything's in question now. Okay, so we're gonna copy and paste some plague marines and we're gonna proxy them for this movement.
I should still be able to get there.
Okay, so we've decided. Looks like we're good.
Okay.
Okay, thanks guys. I just want to make sure that we're measuring everything right.
So those guys out, flip them up.
Okay, so looks like Armand's going to be just about a 1/4 inch off of the back of
so
these
we just have
these rubric marines, but
Reset.
because they're going to be staggered together, he's still going to get within an inch of the plague marine. I am interested in this pick by Don of swinging with the Demon Prince first, though.
Yeah. I feel like that might be a mistake.
You burn the interrupt and you just eat this whole plague marine unit, right? With the
Yeah.
keep your warlord alive. Yeah.
Sounds good.
How much is
We'll
that
see.
again?
We'll see how it goes.
Oh,
Yes.
I mean, if he did declare Armon, it could be an attempt to make it so that the 2 Plague Flails can get into him with their charge.
Well, because
Although if
we
he's
just
in range of
measured
them,
that
they're in range of
we're
him.
already going to be within an
Yeah.
inch, right? So they can just swing anyway.
Yeah, I'm just.
So that's gonna attack.
I don't
So
know,
9
maybe-
attacks, 10 attacks.
Maybe I am not smart enough to understand the 4-dimensional chess being played here, but looks like that might have been a mistake.
Yes.
Minus 1 to hit.
Yep.
Okay, so he's hitting on 3.
Maybe let's take a CP count here. Looks like 8 for Don, 6 for Znar.
And
Yeah, I can't really imagine a world where. Oh wow, we're on 32 already. Turn 32. I can't imagine a world where you don't
5
spend those 2 CP to interrupt and keep
Yeah.
that guy alive for another turn.
And then I'm just
I
gonna
mean, I
roll
can
all
imagine
these
this
dice
world, I just don't know that this-
reroll success.
And then
players necessarily want
maybe
to be
we
there.
see a chorus
Roll
getting
dice.
beam. And
So you don't feel the first part of it.
I
mean-
have high hopes.
Crazy.
yeah, I'm hoping
Alright,
This
so.
so kill that
what
squad.
this one warlord could just like backflip over their chorus getting beam 2 psychic power and just pick up every
Just
headhunter
kill
point in
all
one
of
phase.
the characters. Yep, there was
Yeah.
the interrupt.
The Demon Prince lives.
Ooh,
All right.
Burns those guys down.
So then we have.
Did the
Yeah, that
Demon
feels
Prince
like that
only
might
kill
have-
one
Demon Prince?
Rubric Marine?
No.
What did we miss
oh
here?
no!
What just happened?
So these guys right here.
Uh-oh.
will Activate.
Okay.
Start off with the Plague Flails.
I think what we might be learning in these games is that these hyper aggro
Hit
lists
rolls.
really need to make sure that they are not giving interrupts to incredibly powerful
5
opposing
additional
pieces.
Hit rolls.
This is an
Hitting on
interesting
4s,
combat
you're rolling
phase so
1s
far.
and 2s.
This is like one of those crash tests where like
Tallyman.
you know the car just like runs into the wall and then the driver just
And
flies out the
moving
front of
on
its
3s,
windshield.
You're rolling everything.
Is
Yeah.
not the expected
Starman.
result when you're running your car into somebody.
All right, so 5 invul saves. Each fail kills 2 Plague Marines. AB2 damage. And damage spills over.
What psychic
I'm
powers
so
does this?
confused.
What psychic powers does this Demon Prince have? Because that could be just a massive swing if this guy is able to just pop over here and just ace all these characters.
2 Dead Marines. Then we have Sarge.
Yeah,
On
swinging with
4s.
the Plague Marines
Reroll.
now into the rubrics.
And then winning on 4s, rerolling.
Demon Prince Warlord has Gaze of Fate, Boon of Change.
That's 2 more.
So he is
regular
not
saves.
a Nuki guy because he's the Cult of
Okay.
Duplicity boy.
I mean, he could bolt change,
Okay,
turn one of these
sorry.
guys into a spawn, you know, and then take that spawn back off the table because no
Alright,
one saves
then
the points for
we'll do
that.
this Squad over here.
Did these plague?
Okay.
Did these rubrics just
Closer
not
to
die?
That guy.
I mean, they're already dead. They're to dust.
First hit.
Everything's
Too far.
dust. All of it.
Yeah.
Um,
I have the feeling a lot of these Plague Marines are going to be dust at the end of this turn.
I am monumentally confused at this stage right now.
Ooh. That going with that Demon Prince first. What a
So
error.
Their flails will start it off.
Yeah, these guys did have a 5+ invulnerable save, or a 4+ invulnerable save. Maybe they just ate. They just tanked it. I think they just tanked
Yeah.
it. He just made his 4+ invulns. Oh my god.
Another 4.
Oh no.
Well, I think as we've been saying that for ages now, a 4+ is mathematically,
twos,
spiritually, ethically better than a 3-up invulnerable save. Like in every way, it's better than having a 3-up
so
invulnerable.
Oh, Patrick
If those had 3-ups,
Persiani
you'd
rooting
fail
for
all of them.
Nurgle. We'll
That's,
see how it
4
goes,
dead
man.
Marines.
It's something's happening.
Ooh, the only thing worse than a 4-up invuln is a 5-up.
Dominic, yeah, I don't think he declared Ahriman. I believe we just watched these Plague Marines fight
Yeah.
into the rubrics and somehow not kill them. He made I think 4 out of 5 4+ invulnerable saves against the flails and just only lost 2. You know,
Ooh,
guys, you
no
do.
wrap either.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna walk away.
yeah, you
Green
can't
squares.
wrap. Airman's blocking the wrap because he flies. He doesn't really care.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see if the forward momentum can carry these guys through. It might just be
Yeah,
that
right
if they can force 1,000 Suns back in the deployment
We'll
zone for
just
long
go
enough,
outside
we see
wall.
a I guess what's quickly becoming the patented Nurgle game plan of going up by 1,000,000 points on on turn 1 and 2.
Having 22 points at the end of 2 somehow, and then just running away for the following 4 turns.
And there are these rhinos. They're good at running away.
Yeah. Yeah, if we can get maybe 4 or 5 rhinos behind this back corner ruin back here, just hiding.
We're starting a used car lot back there.
Or the ultimate play, which is really you like hexa point 1 Rubric Marine with 5 rhinos. Stay there all game.
Yeah. You, Patrick Pierciani, we can give you a real quick score update. We're top of 2 right now. So Don has only had 1 turn in which he just held an objective, just ran forward with all the rhinos and pop smoke. So we're 6 points to Znar, aka Shadow Lord, and 1 point to Don. But I think we're about to see 2 points on behind enemy line scored. We're gonna score out a bunch of Reaper points, and it'll be a lot closer to parity.
There aren't objectives having mass.
Still on the other side of the wall. We know where he's at. Just get in there.
And this last guy's just on the outside. Just went an inch of that champion. Alright, so their attacks at that guy. Start off with the Plague Knives. Just in case you want to save a save. So hitting on 3s, rerolling everything.
See, Nurgle is bringing in their difficult to read Nurgle dice.
And wounding on 4s.
Yeah, they're not
rerolling
that
everything.
bad. They're no Tau dice, that's for sure. Getting good use out of those full rerolls.
4 regular saves.
Yeah.
These dice have not been great. So these are this is currently the Plague Marines here fighting into the Sorcerer. Looks like chunk them for a wound on the on their knives,
We have the flails.
and then we're gonna hit them with some flails. This is one unit that I don't think cares about wrapping. They're not really in danger of being shot, and you really just want to pull those smites off the table as quickly as possible.
3. Hitting on 3s, rolling everything.
Patrick, that's a good question. I don't think we're 100% out of the rhinos. We
Wounding on 3s,
are.
rolling everything.
We've disembarked 5. Well, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've disembarked 6.
So that'll be 6.
And there's
82,
still 2. 1 unit's dead, and there's still 2 in rhinos.
This unit over here, sitting on objective 5, still has at least a Malignant Plaguecaster in it. Can't tell what else. And
This might do it.
let's see.
Nope. 8 damage.
Yeah, at least that 1 unit.
There he goes.
This guy on the bottom.
So we did get the
Straight up.
Sorcerer. That's nice. That's something.
It's 3 inches. This guy also pops straight up. It is 3 inches.
I can't really imagine a world in which you
And
elect
then the other guy's
to
directly below, so
keep
he can't
these
do it.
guys
But the
around. Maybe you
flail on the other
do
side
to keep that smite there, but
is closer for him.
I think you just give up this kill. You're about to pick up more kills anyway. Who cares?
Keep who around. The
These 2. I'm sorry, you can't see my pointer. Yeah, keep the 2 Rubric Marines next to the Demon Prince. I don't think you insane courage those guys, right? Or insane bravery. You just let them go.
I mean, how many units has he lost this round? He lost
Just how
Cultist Squad,
he's
Rubik Squad.
He'll probably have lost 3 or 4 probably, but he's killed 1.
We're
Remember?
gonna do the attacks. I'll file them in
Yeah.
in a sec on the.
I mean, if you want to try and score the Killmore out there, I kind of get the feeling they're going to be able to kill 3 Plague Marine squads at the minimum. Terminators land, probably finish off this Rhino, maybe finish off something else.
piles in.
If you want to convert 2 CP into a 1-point swing
Kind of
on
sluggish.
Killmore, you keep him alive. But I don't know if that's worth it.
Well, Don's going first, right? So you get to respond to get the kill more.
Let's walk this way.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to imagine you're going to kill
For both.
a bunch of dudes this turn. Maybe we'll see that coruscating beam. You got to save point. You got to save CP for the coruscating beam.
All right.
You absolutely do.
So we're gonna put 2 flails into the sorcerer.
If that doesn't happen, I am
And
just
7 attacks
going
for
to
the
be
other guys.
just
Yeah,
so
I mean,
sad.
we'll stop
Just
casting
devastated.
again. We'll just be done. You know, what's the point?
Basically, yeah, just
We're here to
Just
see
toss it in.
beams
Control-
coruscate, and if there's no beams being coruscated, the fuck?
just hold the button on my computer long enough to where it just turns itself off. Don't even bother hitting that.
Sorcerer.
Don't even go to the start menu.
Hold the button on my life.
Additional 3 swings.
Just throw this thing out a window.
Hitting on 3s. No rerolls. Ouch.
Jeez.
Wounding on 2s,
Don's rolling
rolling
this
1s
turn,
with
just
Blight.
a note, has been very bad, and he's had the rerolls in the center here to fight through it, but
3
this unit
82 damage.
just falling apart a little bit.
3 final saves.
6 damage.
Looks like we just pick up that sorcerer actually. All right. Well, there you go. That's pretty good from the
And
2
then
plague
7
flails on
attacks
this
from the
unit.
cultists.
Yeah. Scoring down that headhunter right
Wounding on
now.
2s, rolling 1s. Those veterans a long way. That's gonna be 5 regular saves on the cultists.
5, 6 up.
Kills half that cultist squad too.
Not the whole cultist squad though.
Yeah, chat. We're talking about the
That's
secondaries.
just 5.
Um,
Get 1 left.
Yeah,
Don should already be 2 up on Headhunter.
Gotcha.
I feel like he's going to be able to grab that throughout the course of the game.
Makes sense.
There's still a lot of Headhunter targets that are kind of in striking distance of him. I think I would have liked to see the recon pick, but I think he does grab his secondaries.
It's
Pretty
like he's
easily.
going for a wrap on these cultists. Although I kind of imagine if he just try points a single model, he's
They're-
just going
they
to lose
gonna
it in
run away.
morale and then walk away.
But you
Yeah.
might as well do it, right? And you want to stop your opponent from keeping those guys alive. You want to grab that kill, I think.
Yeah.
Might as well. Yeah, but with all these rhinos, recon seems like a shoe-in, especially when you're going first and you know you can buy the table space. But that's not the world we live in.
I still feel like recon's a very dangerous choice against these like Scarab Cult Tornadors. You're basically just handing it to your opponent to decide to dedicate a small amount of resources to just preventing you from scoring maybe 2 or 3 points out of that.
Well, you can also just you have all these rhinos and characters. Like you just put 3 rhinos in the middle, right? And you get 3 table quarters pretty easily.
Until that takes like 2 gates in a row, then a coruscating beam.
You want a coruscating beam my 3 rhinos, man? Go for it, dude.
I will coruscating beam all of the
Do
rhinos.
40 points worth of damage to my army for 3 CP.
I think right now coruscating beam can hit 5 characters and a rhino.
Oh, coruscating beam.
I'm just so excited to see that happen. Please,
If
I
you
want it to happen.
if you pick the top of this rhino, right, or somewhere around this rhino, maybe behind the tread or something, if you can see it, and you get
5 attacks 'cause he got
the
shot.
rhino on
Or
5. Oh,
because
you
he
want to get all the
broke
characters though.
immunity.
That's the juiciest one. So maybe you just grab the rhino in the middle. You grab all 5 characters, and you grab like this one dude on the Plague Marine squad at the end.
2s, roll 1s. Nice. And 3s.
It's gonna feel so great to just commentate
No,
that.
it's
Just like
not going to feel great
Just a shout.
when we don't see it happen. It's not going to feel great.
See,
No
no,
one
that's-
has ever remembered to use outside of Atlo. No one has ever remembered to use their orbital bombardment
so one guy takes
stratagem.
One guy definitely takes it.
whatever happened to our hero, the Imperial Fist orbital bombardment list that had like 7 of them on turn
Well, I
1.
played against
Whatever
that
happened to
one
that
guy.
guy?
It was really
1
good.
or 2 attacks for
Patrick Persiani, the Demon Prince, Don elected not to swing onto the Demon Prince first. It didn't even take an attack. It interrupted and killed the entire Plague Marine unit that was fighting it.
What I feel like might have been the swing of the game.
Uh-huh.
It was such a pivotal moment.
We'll go ahead and go into the
Lyle Dixon, you'll have to. Something you can look forward to is my list breakdown videos, which will be coming out this weekend probably.
I can think of at least 2 lists that excited and surprised him. I mean, I'm in 2 pods, so that's 2 right there.
Shuma is I won't spoil it, but he is playing a very stompy list.
2s, roll. All hit. And 5s and the 3s.
Ugh, even with these rerolls.
Looking for 4s and the 3. So I'll take 1d3 and Feel of Pain on the 1. So 1's dead, and d3 damage from the 4
So
staff.
this is Aramon swinging back, I think.
1. Stay around, little flail. He does.
Little
Hey.
Flail stays around.
Good job, little flail. I'm proud of you, buddy.
Little Flaily over
Little
here.
flaily.
Alright.
He might just run away though.
He's gonna eat one
This
smite.
guy's got
Rubik's.
leadership of 7. Took 4. I mean, he's 15 with shoot. He
Of
walks up the
course,
table anyway.
they have leadership 7.
Look, these 10,000-year-old space marines that have been through literally just live in hell. All right, they live in hell.
I'm surprised
like,
they're not movement 7
absolute
and
cowards.
weapon skill 7, ballistic skill
Oh,
7,
they were not charged, so they only get their 1
strength 7.
I mean, they might as well be ballistic or weapon skill 7 for how much they just did.
That's true. Yeah, that's sad but true there. Plague Marines scything like a Grim Reaper through cultists.
Nice.
But as soon as they hit a Thousand Suns model, it's a lot tougher.
Alright, looking for 4 and 2 3s.
Lyle Dixon, you
So 1d3 damage.
I would as the good TO that I am, I will remind Shuma that he cannot fit 3 Stompas into a 2,000 point list.
Well, the joke's on you. You already approved the list.
Oh no!
I got the stomp of Vigilist attachment. One of them's my Warlord. It's
Snuck
great.
one right under me. Oh.
2,600 point army there.
Oopsie
Look, you let me play up
daisies.
600 points in the last game. Why don't you let me play 600 points up from the beginning? I don't even have to bring these back to life. Just start out with them that way.
So I'm Ross. I don't think you have any you can fail.
I
Over there.
I have 1 that I can fail over here. So cultists lose.
All of them.
Yep.
Yeah, so all these teal cultists running away, so the tri point was for naught,
Yeah. No rap.
as we expected.
Here's my Plague Marine with a Flail.
Ooh,
Who's not
this
rolled
player is
6.
holding down the right click as he is moving every model here.
He's only leadership 7 without his boss.
Lyle Dixon says 3 Stompers in a 2,000 point list. It's cunning but brutal. Looks like we're building some zombie Deathguard. Plague Marines here. Oh, no, they're gone.
And then they lost all but 2.
Yeah.
And
these
it
rubrics
makes
on
sense.
13 models. I can't imagine they stick around.
It makes
Make sure they stay
It makes sense not to have it because it's not very good, but I am surprised that there is none of the Deathguard's Chaos Lord equivalent, the big Reapy Scytheman, I think he's called.
Try.
There could be almost anything in their Codex, if I'm honest.
That's true. That guy's got like 6 attacks on the charge, strength 8 with his big Reapy Scythe.
They
And-
have a
So,
positive
I kill-
plague of big Reapy Scythemen.
Yeah.
1, 2,
He has an aura that does literally nothing,
Oh, that's fine.
and you know,
just 4, correct?
he's like, I can be a Smash Captain too, and then all the Adeptus Astartes Smash Captains and like at their big boy table where they eat like
And you
their bowl is in macaroni and cheese that their moms made them, you know. They just have their beers. They're like their strong cigars. They're like maybe in a few years, kid. They go back to playing blackjack or whatever they're doing.
I do not bonus because my characters are not.
Lyle Dixon is big Reapy Scytheman, just a Chinese
yeah.
recast
And then
typhus.
I do
Yes.
have at least 3.
That's what everyone plays their typhus as when they don't put poxwalkers on their list. Yeah, Dominic's calling it now. All of the Plague Marines on the board
And then
could die on the Thousand Suns turn. Chat, let's hear it from you guys. How many Plague Marine units are we going to see dead? How many individual
How
Plague
many
Marines are we going to see
squad
dead
of,
on this Thousand Suns turn?
15.
I mean, depending on where these Terminators land, it's anywhere between all of them and 1 less than all of them.
637.
Yeah, I mean,
So I'm
Don's
gonna
done
have
a good
one
job
per-
of keeping the Terminators from dropping into a place where they can both affect the
I'm counting your characters so far towards
the
heavy
Plague Marines and grab behind enemy
Yeah.
lines. I wonder if he just drops that sorcerer in this ruin and just says, "That's what we're doing."
Oh, and did these guys? The least
What's that sorcerer equipped with? Does he have
So don't roll 6. I
a...
think I killed 1.
Yeah, you did.
just a 4 staff
Where's that Terminator?
to get
Oh,
for
he's over
abilities? And temporal manipulation.
there. He's a big old spike on his shoulder. That's fun.
Is temporal manipulation in the Cult of Magic? I thought that was the Cult of Time.
That's a good question.
Yes, I need to charge that.
Is this just a Cult of Time list and this card is just wrong? I mean, that would make sense as it's the...
The list as submitted has 2 Cult of Magic battalions. Or one Cult of Magic battalion, 1 Cult of Magic Supreme Command, and then the other battalion's Duplicity. You might have an incorrect list.
Temporal manipulation is actually just a basic
that's just
Thousand Sun psychic
okay.
power.
Never mind.
Yeah.
There you
Apparently
go.
they teach the time powers outside of the Cult of
Well,
Time.
yeah, I mean, it's
Time Flux is the Cult of Time psychic power.
okay. Well, in Thousand Sun School, you can have your Cult of Time electives, but everyone has you have to take a certain number of credits in Cult of Time in order to graduate as a sorcerer. Oh no,
William Patton, who's winning right now?
Shuma.
What?
Shuma, we are watching the Warlord move with his mighty wings. I think it's time to call the game. We don't have to play anymore. We can be done. Oh, maybe he's not moving.
And he
Just
still
kidding.
has...
Did he move the wrong Demon Prince? I don't know what's happening. He's running him into a wall.
I mean, as long as he has line of sight to where he's drawing this line.
No, he has to stand still to use the coruscating beam. The energies are too powerful for you to control and move at the same time.
Oh,
but then he moved him back,
no.
so we might have mulliganed that. We'll see.
Okay.
I'm crossing my fingers for the standing still on the Demon Prince.
Try to find a place to place this guy legally. Not finding it easy.
Yep. There's a bunch of people over here, all over the place.
It's that's not a legal placement. 15 inches out.
That's a little long there, bud. No, Kiev.
I think you kind of got to fit yourself just like right in that little alcove.
Put him
between
right
those
there.
Two. Yeah.
That's what you got. A little bit of base overlap, but I don't think that changes that position really.
Well, Dixon, playing with Blight launchers.
Oh,
Blight launchers are solid. Oh no, not like this. Not like this.
Oh,
You don't even need to move.
Oh,
It's a knife in my heart.
F in the chat for coruscating beam, everyone.
All right. Well, that was a good game, everybody. see you in the next one.
I'm so sad.
I'm gonna go for just go put my headphones on, listen to like some Coheed and Cambria, and go for a walk.
Oh well, we could dream.
Well, Dixon, yeah, I think a lot of Deathguard players would like to use the Blight launchers, but unfortunately, you can only take Blight launchers on Plague Marines and the Terminators, and that means you got to take those models. And in that scenario, you're
What are we talking about?
you're not winning a lot of tournaments. Well, Dixon, lamenting that the Deathguard have
Blight launchers. Yeah.
they just have terrible auras that don't buff their already mediocre damage output on their troops.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
are not as tough as they should be
their
for their
buffs
cost.
aren't concentrated in the one character, right? They have this little cadre of support characters in the back that we're seeing right now that really help them.
Yeah, their captain equivalent does not even buff their own units. He has like a mortal wound aura, I believe, and he moves 4 inches and doesn't have a gun, so it doesn't end up being an aura that you use much.
Dominic in the chat. So we were hoping against hope to see a coruscating beam stratagem come out of the Thousand Suns here. Because you could hit potentially 1 to 2 rhinos and all these characters, or maybe you can finagle the Demon Prince and a bunch of characters. It effectively draws a line between 2 points, and then on a 4+ smites everything that's underneath it. Unfortunately,
you know what is dust right now?
You have
to. Dust right now is my hope for this game at this point. Just not seeing that. That's all is dust. It is indeed true.
Unfortunately, you have to stand still in order to use that with your Warlord in order to use that stratagem, and the Warlord Demon Prince did move. I imagine that he's going to go for all these characters. He's going to try to pick them up and grab those quick headhunters.
If he was going to try and do that, I mean, he would have coruscating beamed. I don't know what he's trying now.
Yeah, you got to smite this guy to death and get the Infernal Gateway on this Malignant Plaguecaster. Hit him all for 2d3, potentially. But jump. Yeah. GG.
I mean, 2d3 plus then d3 from that coruscating beam. That'd have assured it, but I know. Also, these cultists are not in. They're not in coherency.
A little far away on these guys.
A little far.
A little far.
You can tell because they somehow managed to get them to be highlighted. Yeah.
Yeah,
the thing I have yet to manage to pull off.
I'm with you there. Well, here come the Terminators. About to terminate them some rhinos.
Start running up that behind enemy lines back there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were kind of hoping it looked a lot better in the last term. Everybody jumped out of the of the rhinos and was in a huge line, but still hitting 5 or maybe 6 characters in one go is pretty solid, especially because there are only 4 wounds, so you have a really good chance of just killing them if you get that and another smite effect off. This guy going like he moved like 7 inches up this way instead of just going directly in on this whole formation. It does confuse me a little bit. I'm not entirely sure what the plan here is, but maybe he's angling smites that we don't quite see.
No, I'm just not talking.
You think this is too many Malignant Plaguecasters?
No, it's.
Can you ever have too many Malignant Plaguecasters? I guess more than 3 would be legally too many.
I just wanted to make sure.
You got the Blades of Putrefaction or Miasma off the Doom Prince. You get your blades off one of the Plaguecasters. You maybe get the 7-inch D3 wound aura. I mean, after that, you're kind of like scraping the bottom of the barrel on Deathguard powers.
Yeah.
Malignant Plaguecaster does not do a lot else when he could be another foul Blightspawn.
Yeah, and I think a couple people mentioned
boy.
when the list got posted, you might want additional Tallymen in case it's to increase the effect of that aura, and also make it so that if you lose your 1 Tallyman, you don't lose all your melee rerolls. And also foul Blightspawn are just sick, right?
I mean, they're sick.
They're racked with disease.
They're having a hard time due to all of these diseases inside of them.
So many diseases.
And
I mean, you could drop at that point, dropping both to pick up Blight Drone. I mean, that just gets targeted out immediately.
Sounds good.
What other fun options they have hanging out in the Codex? You could drop that guy, just pick up like 15 zombies, sit back on one of your own back objectives.
I guess I think one of the big
just buy 2 more rhinos.
You probably don't want to give like easy kills for Thunderfires and sort of anti-infantry chaff like that, though.
That's true.
And one of the strengths of this list is that it just dumps. What are these rubrics here?
Which ones?
There's 2 rubrics in Don's deployment zone.
Gaze of Fate. You get it off?
Got it.
Well, one's I don't know. I don't know what they're doing over here.
Let's ask them.
It's kind of hanging out.
Hey guys, there's 2 rubric Marines in Don's deployment zone. There, can we? What are those guys doing?
They dark matter crystalled over.
Oh, did they? Okay, there you go. I missed that. Cool.
Oh, I guess that was their escape plan.
Dark matter crystal, I guess.
This one actually.
Oh.
What do you think's in that dark matter crystal? You think it's just dark matter?
12 for the dark matter crystal.
No, it's a dark matter. It's a crystal of dark matter.
Nice.
Well, that's pretty good. That gets him the double on behind enemy lines. So he's up to 2 points on behind enemy lines already.
And that squad's relatively safe at this point.
Well, they might just get killed by Stormbolters still. I think I almost would have liked to see them just hang out behind, but I guess he just wants to start smiting.
That's relying on these 2 rhinos still being here at the end of this turn.
That's true. We could see a veterans on a bunch of Stormbolters blow this one on the objective up.
I think these Terminators have fully the even perhaps without veterans, have the ability to kill both these rhinos with their -2 shots.
I think he's worried that this Warlord might die, this Dark Matter Crystal guy. So he's just using that immediately. I might have saved that in case Don goes for a wrap later on, and you can just pour it out of the wrap. But
if you're worried that this guy's going to die, I don't know the move is that you put him 2 inches away from the enemy Demon Prince.
Well, I think the Warlord had the Dark Matter Crystal.
Ah.
If I heard them right.
5,
Maybe I'm wrong.
4 or 5 inches away from the Demon Prince. Then.
Well, the Demon Prince is down to 5 wounds, remember? And he's got the Suppurating plate, but that doesn't help him against mortal wounds. So I have to imagine that the Demon Prince gets obliterated the psychic phase.
He is 1 foul Blightspawn away. This guy dies, gets knocked back, starts counting tallies again.
My Psychic will attempt to stop it.
It's just back there with his abacus.
Yeah,
I do.
Just hangs up his like turbo fan jetpack and picks up
That'll just be
a clipboard.
That guy.
Yep.
I think I'm in range of all these guys.
Yeah, you are.
Is this an Astral Blast? Ooh. Oof.
Oh, that.
I actually have no idea what's happening right now. We've gone silent.
Oh, we're in the psychic phase.
Aaron's going to Doom Bolt
They're doom bolting.
Okay, we're doom bolting.
the Demon Prince.
Looks like we fixed our mic issue, so I'm actually going to go back to the player's mic so we can
All
hear
right.
what's going on.
Actually, I mean,
9,
I
I
don't
think.
get it off anyway. Yeah, I don't get it off. These guys are closer anyways.
Gotcha.
And then he's going to cast Smite on them, which he'll get off on a 5.
I'm going to elect to stop that with one of my other Psychers because it's a easy deny. It is.
All right. Congratulations, Airman. You did nothing.
He fell back.
Armand's feeling
Poor guy.
He feels good
congratulated.
for himself. He killed a couple Plague Marines.
Trevi, let me describe
actually
to you
killed
what
one.
the
The
Lord of
other
Contagion,
Rubric
otherwise
Sorcerer
known as
killed the
Big
other.
Reapy Scythe Man. Let me tell you what his aura does
All right.
instead of the Chapter Master aura that you'd normally
The Demon Prince
expect,
gonna go ahead and
given his
cast,
cost.
Well, this Demon Prince is going to cast Smite on that. This
Yeah,
Demon
just
Prince.
right here. Yeah, who cares?
Sounds good.
All Deathguard units within 7 inches, so starting off pretty good.
Getting it off on a
It's a
10.
big aura of a friendly
Sounds
Lord of
good.
Contagion are surrounded by a deadly aura of plague and disease. Like that sounds cool. Sounds strong.
It does.
Roll a dice for each enemy unit that is within 1 inch of any affected
Ten
friendly
magic for
units.
the-
Oh,
That
no.
could be a
It's
pretty
over
big
10,
surface
so
area
11
though,
or
especially in
12.
a turn like this. You know, if you do
Sure.
that charge, you get that big surface area there. Oh, but wait.
So he's going to do
Oh, but wait.
D3 plus 1
At the
mortal
start of
wounds.
your turn is when you measure that.
2.
So you have to charge a ton of
Over 5.
models, go through an entire enemy turn where they
Kill
don't
'em.
leave or kill you, and then it activates. And then on a 4+, on a 4+ with all these constraints, I mean, this must be a powerful ability. I mean, this
D6
must
mortals,
hit pretty
right?
hard. That enemy unit suffers a
Is there
mortal
any flag
wound.
check on the Demon Prince?
All right.
Thanks, Deathguard. I needed that.
I'll get that
If
off
that
on
was
a
any
9.
worse, it would be
Sounds
a
good. You can
Nurgle
have it.
Demon Warlord trait.
So no
Because there is a
bonus.
worse version of that. It's the exact same
Sounds
thing.
good.
What is 1 inch and only affects
Out of
one
curiosity,
model.
what in your army is AP4?
Hmm?
As I just out of curiosity, what in your army is AP4?
Nothing, but I can't cast anything else. 'Cause
Gotcha.
Everything else will fit him. I don't want to do mortal wounds to myself.
Gotcha. I was just like, because yeah, he's got a 2 of armor save and a 5 of invul save.
No, my best AP is AP2.
Yeah. And over here, I think you have some 3s with power swords, but
Listen to
wondering
some
if
real
that's something
confidence
crazy.
on this Suppurating plate here.
Nope.
crazy thing I didn't know about.
Well, he's gonna. That's all he's got now because he's been death hexed. Despite the fact that
Oh, boy.
I don't believe that matters.
Yeah, it
Is what
does
they're
not.
discussing.
Yep.
Interesting to note that this Demon Prince has not been obliterated
Sorry,
by
these
psychic
guys.
mind bullets.
Let's see now.
Now, interesting. Also, this brick of characters was not coruscating beamed. In fact, it was nothinged. It took
Nothing
no
happened
damage.
to it, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
they're all sitting there. They look up. They see this beam in the
They're
sky,
gonna
and then that
cast
beam,
Shield on
just
themselves.
goes hit something else in some other battlefield. They all wonder. They all kind of dream of what could have
Get
been,
off.
What does that
just
do?
like we all do.
Allows me to basically to jump.
All right. We'll try to stop that one. So get off with a 7, right?
Yes.
All right. So Demon Prince, I'm gonna reroll the 1. So I want him to stay put. He does with boxcars.
So do we see the reverse mistake where both these demon princes go into this this demon
He
prince?
just kills
You know.
both of them.
Yeah, he fail to kill him. He interrupts, just kills them both. It's what we saw in yesterday's game.
Was that just Firestorm on the squad in front of that?
Sounds good.
6, 7.
I
Okay.
have no idea what that means.
It's 9 dice.
So we were trying to
for every 4 pulses
sorceress
of the
facade away
6s.
one of these units, but
or 6s. Sorry.
it was
I'm like, it's not that awesome.
blocked on a box.
No, the other one is 4.
Took me a second to look
Gotcha.
that one up because I don't know what all of the occult psychic powers do
Like,
yet.
holy shit. Why don't people use that more often? Average of 4 to 5 mortal wounds. So take
One
one.
mortal wound to them.
Does he feel it?
Oh, are we seeing the
He does. Sorry,
we're
Boltgun.
seeing here?
Alright.
Some more psych powers being blasted out.
Yeah, we're starting to knock out these plague marines up at objective 4. Not that you need to, because you might. I mean, they're just gonna get shot to death, right? I guess you might as well shoot this rhino and try to kill it.
Yeah, I mean the smites can't target much else.
Yeah.
Legally, I think they
Regular
can actually,
smite
in fact,
on-
not
regular
target
baby
anything else.
smite on them.
Nice,
Goes off
and a
with
perils.
D3.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to spend the 1 CP to avoid the perils. It's one of my new stratagems.
It's a good stratagem for an army that casts as much as yours does.
And then it'll do 3 mortal
3.
wounds to them.
Nice. Let's hope I can do the same thing. 6 or 5s.
Can he do the same thing?
One's alive.
Got some average roll here.
There's that flail on side.
Yeah, Dominic, I think I'm with you. I think we're both with you. These Terminators are gonna shoot some 60-point rhinos
He's
for a
gonna go ahead
bit,
and
and
cast
that'll be
Smite.
fun.
Does he?
At least they'll get the secondary points.
My
I
regular
guess.
Demon Prince. He's only cast 1 so far.
Gotcha.
You get that secondary, possibly
I'm
It's
going to use this to reroll
deny
that.
opponent's
Find it
recon.
there? Nope.
What does this sorcerer Terminator
Triangle
sorcerer
for
have?
Yep.
He's a
I
cult of
agree.
magic, right? So he is in
believe so.
this
3 mortal
detachment.
Nice. My Demon Prince.
Diabolic
will
strength and
attempt to
glamour.
not feel
Looks
it.
like.
He feels all of it.
Okay.
He feels
Yeah,
all of
I mean
it.
these
Glamour's good.
these Rubiks land, kill maybe 1 or 2 rhinos. Next turn, they just charge multiple other rhinos. They just become this rhino reaping, just like horde. They're basically just like a
The old rhino
like an end
cleanup
of
crew.
life. Yeah, they're those guys that work at the recycling plant that just recycle cars.
Yep.
Just crush them into
That's
cubes,
them.
pulling out the important stuff. Getting the wiring out of there so that they can resell that.
And they just mutter
I'm
under
gonna
their
cast
breath. Oh,
Glamour
this
Deep on this Demon
dust.
Prince.
Even cars.
They just keep opening up the rhinos. They're confused that they're not just super dusty inside.
Sounds good.
7. So -1 to hit him.
That's on Warlord Prince, right?
Yeah.
Down to 2 wounds on this guy.
Token over here anymore?
No, Demon Prince.
Yeah,
Yeah,
might
looks like we
be
did.
under one of these
We
guys.
finally got a smite through.
Like it's under there.
But there's a lot more
Might be.
Nurgle on the table at the
Might-
end of
yeah,
this
it's right
psychic
there.
phase. I
Come on.
think.
Oh no, that's a different one. But
Oh, that's Weaver Fate.
Simon McLaren, love to see how the Rhino Rush list works. Well,
Oh, where?
we're learning that now.
Yeah, we're we're in the
know.
process of
I've
seeing.
been pulled off with
Turn 1 was pretty
Rubik's.
straightforward. Don
earlier.
popped smoke with all 8 rhinos and moved them as far as he could towards the Thousand Suns deployment zone. And
Dominic, I think that these Terminators... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
a bunch of them got the crap kicked out of them by the Thousand Suns, and but then all of these Plague Marines jumped out and
Then
started
cast
killing people.
Diabolic Strength on that.
And that's where we're at
No,
so
look,
far.
I think these Terminators are doing a ton.
Sounds good.
I think these Terminators back here are going to cause a 4-point
Yep.
swing
I
alone.
did not get it off. I thought it was 7.
Fully scoring out his own behind enemy lines,
Nope,
preventing
it was
his opponents
I was like, I thought it was a 6.
from
I just don't use that.
being on
often.
objectives. Basically guaranteeing hold more every round for the rest of the game.
Alright, so those are all those casts. Over here.
Although, in fairness, they aren't up here
You know,
killing
cast
characters.
Smite on that
So
So
one.
it's
they could be
interesting.
doing.
These,
Sounds good.
That's all you can
yeah, I
cast.
guess I think flubbing
Maybe it's right over
that facade was maybe a big deal. Because if
Nope.
Znar's
Did
able
not
to
get it off.
port this Demon Prince into the deployment zone, he has the
This
ability
rhino
to
might be
port
closer to
those
that guy.
Terminators out
not
back
this
after
one.
they've sort
Yeah,
of done their
well,
work.
I think
Yeah.
overall,
Um,
this unit,
But now it's a big question mark whether
Should be
they're ever
closer
going to be
there.
able to leave that
9 inches.
that area.
Well, for
I think
referring to Smite, your Psyker is here. It's not like Grey Knights where they pick a dude. Still just that one dude.
I think that's why you want the smite to go. You want to nab this rhino
They'll
over
throw
here with 2 smites, try to kill it.
Smite down, because that's all he has. Baby Smite.
Sounds good.
I think there's a considerable amount of confidence in the Thousand Sons here, believing that they
Nice.
can finish pushing
Find a
off
D3 mortal
all of
wound.
these Plague Marines to where they don't need them in their own back line. Might be a mistake, though, because this was
They do.
not the most
Um,
devastating psychic power or psychic phase I've ever seen.
2 more
I know
wounds.
it was
And I did.
it
2
was
wounds
in fact
through
I
and
would
through.
say fairly disappointing.
We very well could see a foul Blightspawn
And
just like
This
pump the
Terminator,
hose on his like little garden sprayer, and a Demon Prince of Zinch just like
he's gonna cast
just dies
Focus
like the weed he is.
on the squad.
Good
Yeah.
stuff.
Terminator.
That gun, quite good
That is a very
Yes,
strong
that's-
gun.
at killing single characters.
That gun killed the
that's
Swarmlord in one of my
smite.
games one time on Overwatch, and I wanted to die.
What?
I get
Yes,
that.
Why did you?
Yeah.
Did you want the Swarmlord to die?
Not gonna leave okay.
I was like, I got invulnerable save, right? Right? Nope.
For 1 mortal wound.
Turns out I did
Why
not.
would I want to roll more?
I don't know.
Actually,
He was
I'm most
unwounded
disappointed
too.
with
He
that
was
damage.
full. 3
Six
5
basically
damage.
just a
though.
shock
Shocking first as I'm able to deny him.
It's basically just a shock attack hose
It is.
right here.
Well, that you actually rolled your deny.
I did.
All right. So first thing we're gonna do in the shooting phase is all these guys are gonna shoot him.
Gotcha. 18 bullets. We'll take all your bullets.
He's taking all the
Here
bullets.
comes a cultist trying to kill 1 Plague Marine. I'm excited. Go get him, boys.
I believe in him.
I believe in the cultists. They're like, we're tired of getting killed by these random combi bolters all over the place. It's time to get us our own.
Hitting on 4s, rerolling 1.
Where are those rerolls coming from on those cultists?
Demon Princes, right?
I believe they only affect demon units.
And wounding on 5.
That sounds weird.
Yep.
But we will check.
2 armor
A
save.
Demon Prince's inch. You can
Oh,
reroll
Friendly
hit rolls of
Thousand
1
Sons?
for Thousand Sons. and
Oh,
Zinch
Thousand
Demons.
Sons and Zinch Demon. Okay.
I think you're thinking
mind.
of the Demon Prince from the Demon book, which only affects demons.
Right. Yeah.
But the ones
Right.
from the Legion books,
Yeah,
yeah,
and-
you get to reroll for everybody.
And it is somehow still the same cost.
He's gonna go ahead and shoot.
With no shock assault,
Nope. He has the
fraction the ability on its aura, no access
Um,
strats.
The other one had the
Yeah, we know. You're mad about
Yeah.
demons.
Look, they can fix that. We just got to get past Saga of the Beast, which has been
Do they not have shock assault?
a very long release.
Are
No, they
Demon
don't.
Princes not Heretic Astartes?
They are not Heretic Astartes.
Oh my god.
It's
That's
funny
so
because-
silly.
You can give them a warp bolter, but they don't have bolter drill with it.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and
Dominic,
This one,
you
you know,
taking
shoot
off.
back.
Thanks, man, for jumping in.
a 9 shot.
Yeah, jump in a
shoot
pod.
3 piece?
Anybody who's
No,
interested in
two.
jumping in a T5S2 pod,
So, 8
this is
or,
this
yes,
game obviously is from
I can do math.
T5S2
You're getting that guy
Pod
with a pistol, not
2,
a bolt gun.
but we're rolling out probably somewhere around 2 pods a week, 16-person tournaments, all the way
Blue's
up
really
until
on there.
August, and then in August, the top 16 players from those pods will go to
Hitting on
an
3.
invitational. And anybody who wants to join, you can join for free. anywhere in the world, just jump over to our Discord. Link is in the description. Go to the
5.
Join a Pod channel and say,
2.
I'd like to join a pod. And then as soon as
Number 5,
you're up
follow
on from the
5s.
wait list, then boom, you're in.
Says 1.
But Dominic, thanks for
Doesn't
hanging
feel
out. I
yellow.
really appreciate you taking the time and
does.
hanging out with us, watching some 40K.
Down goes that Plague Marine.
So now,
And we should know too, if you are a patron, you get priority access to pods, so you get to join. You get
Okay,
to
Rubik's.
push to the
I think
top of
that
the wait
rhino might
list.
still be closer.
yeah, I can't shoot the demon prince yet. He's gonna shoot.
I'm not sure these guys on
He
objective
and this,
4 are
Surfer
ever going to
gonna
get to shoot the
the rhino.
demon prince.
The other 3
There's a
gonna
rhino
shoot
behind this wall
Plague
here.
Marine.
Oh, they can shoot arm, and I feel like that's a pretty valuable thing to shoot as well.
Damage.
Sure,
Do it.
sure.
Let's see, can everybody reach?
You're right.
You can.
Let me
And that
look.
guy
They're the
can't.
cult of duplicity, right?
No.
Yeah.
Still not.
Get out of here, cult of magic scum.
All right, let me change that then.
So just one
The-
guy.
Him and the,
They're all- They're all
the
just sneaky
black
boys
creatures
up there.
are-
They're not even
I
thousand
think
suns.
I think these Terminators are cult of magic, but it would be a
They
cult
get
of
all-
duplicity move to have them
There's
rip their
Hellfire,
cult of magic
Hellfire and
jerseys
Resurrection.
off. Who are
Yeah,
cult of
there's-
duplicity the
there's-
whole time?
24 inches.
It's not dust inside
Hellfire-
those Terminator
Hellfire
suits. It's
48.
actually Alpha Legion Space Marines.
Your
Yeah.
your profile thing says 24, and I'm thinking that's right.
What are we measuring right now? Oh, the Hellfire.
right.
Yeah, that's a short
Yeah,
range
it's not
gun there.
an actual crack missile. It's
Yeah.
weird. Because even like cycle missile launchers are only 36.
Wait, Cyclones are 36 now? They were 48.
Oh no, you're right.
Yeah, I think
That was
Cyclones
48.
are small. Yeah, Hellfire is only a 24.
Forgive me. Okay. Well, shoot. Then the 4 shots will go into him and everything else over there.
Sounds
To the
good.
rhino. Good.
Let's see. Terminator
Trying to get rid
Squad.
of some damage over here.
Cyclone.
Not doing a very good job at it.
36? Huh?
Yeah.
Look at that.
You lose.
Frag missiles 2d3 instead of 2d6, and yet it has costed more than 2 missile launchers. What
Okay.
an interesting decision.
Well, because you can fire it in addition to other stuff, right? Missile launchers usually have they're not on Terminators in there.
When you choose swap and shoot, Cyclone performs.
RVSAW169. Is it fair to join if you're new to 40K? I feel like I would misinterpret the rules at times, but I wouldn't want to make other players feel like they're cheated. Yeah, absolutely. Jump in. The best way to learn is to jump in, and
And
I mean, just make sure you're good up on your rules. Most of the time, people will be. People know the cool
Because
rules
right
of the game,
here-
so they won't.
all saving on 5s.
Your opponents won't be confused about that.
Nope.
And
quite dead.
I
He's
think
not
we're
close
mostly
enough
we're
to
pretty
explode anyone,
understanding.
So he's gone.
So definitely jump in, get some games in. And there's no better way to learn your rules than play a whole
turn.
bunch of games in a tournament. So
This battle round.
Yeah, I mean, it is a tournament setting, but like a TTS, quarantine, you know, it is not the most deeply competitive of
Yeah.
settings.
yeah, for sure. And one thing I do like about tournaments, and I say this a lot, is if you are new to the game and you play in a tournament, usually
2
after
shots
round
in here.
1 or maybe round 2, they are 4-round pods.
there, it's over
We
here.
play for 1 round a
can do
week
it.
for 4
Have
weeks.
faith.
After a round or two, you're usually
Have to do
paired
it
with because you pair on battle points. You're paired with people who are right in your same
Round
skill
number
level,
5.
and then you start getting really good
Big
games
one,
where
down 1.
you and your opponent are kind of
Alright.
on the same
So
on the
also
same
Terminator
page,
fired
and
his 4
that's
shots
where
away.
you actually learn a lot more.
Gotcha.
Tournament settings are also a great place to just learn sort of really how the game plays, learn the rules. Like when you're in a setting where mistakes aren't necessarily punished, but they are like they're not ignored
Mm-hmm.
or like just incorrect not incorrect plays, but incorrect ways of playing.
Number 5s.
You know, people will
Let's
straighten
do it.
out when you have like rules
Nope,
misconceptions. You'll learn pretty quick.
That was close enough, so he's just gone.
Ooh, there, we're starting to see the
time on
rhinos get pulled off the
tables.
table. Homeless Stone asks, are there any custodes in any of the pods? There are, as far as I know,
All right.
no pure
The
custodes.
SWAT will shoot into here.
In this pod, Lord Solar is playing a mixed Imperium
Sounds
list
good.
with the classic Custodes module. He's got the Vixillus, he's got the jet bikes, whose names I forgot, and he's got the Caladius grav tanks. Kind of classic, sort of late 2018 Imperium soup.
Let's see.
And I believe he did smash his first game,
36 red
actually,
and 2 blue.
if I'm remembering correctly.
So it should be 38 dice on the board.
You can actually go and watch all of the pods as they go.
There we go.
Hitting on
We're on tabletop tt.to. Let me go grab the link
Nice.
and put it in the chat. But you can actually watch all the pods as they
5 on
unfold, and you
3.
can watch the results go up, which I will post in a second.
I suspect this is a dead rhino. Over 5s all around. So that's going to be a dead rhino.
minimum.
He might have actually hurt them. So does he explode? Nope.
So we're just throwing that rhino into space.
You now have more kills.
Almost maxed out that big game hunter so far. Oh no, that it is maxed out with this rhino on the side sitting on 1 wound.
Yeah.
Combat?
Yeah, he got 3
Sounds
points
good.
on turn 1. I don't think there was.
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah.
universe where you don't max that out in this matchup for sure.
These backline Terminators kind of doing their job. Well, this one wound
here's
rhino
the-
over here has to move back, sit on 3 to
Alright.
recapture this objective, but then he just dies.
Moon's AP2.
So I just posted a link in the chat, everybody who's interested.
And
That's a link to all of the season 1 pods that are open right now
And
and
Unleash
taking
Arch.
lists. As soon as all the lists get submitted, we unlock them, and you can go look at them. And then obviously I do a list breakdown video for every pod to talk about some of the cool ones and how the meta is kind of shaping up. Really interesting data point. I announced last week that we would be using the new Deathwatch rules, despite the fact that they come out tomorrow, I
no,
think.
he can't. He flies.
And immediately, the number of Adeptus Astartes
pistol.
soup lists in
Why not?
the event skyrocketed. Lots of mixed
Five.
Deathwatch with other Astartes chapters, which is really
Ugh.
cool. There's a lot of Astartes. There's a couple pure Deathwatch. There's a lot of Deathwatch and Blood
Yeah.
Angels. There's a couple Deathwatch and Space Wolves.
Where are the
A
squads over
couple
here?
with
So I can
3
see the
separate
squads are
chapters
listed.
in there.
So
It's going to be awesome to see
these
how
5?
those guys like sort of
those 5.
change how Space Marine lists are
These
being
2
built.
flails are in 1 squad, and then he's
Okay.
by himself.
All right.
Let me see if I can. Yeah, it's not gonna let me do that. All right.
If you started deleting unit or guys from it, yeah, it won't let you do it anymore.
Gotcha.
You need to get another character on this one, and you need to get a character on that one. All right, we're gonna start the cultist into this Plague Marine champion. Plague Marine.
Gotcha. Think you're outside 6, so just come on in.
Cultists charging in, like the brave soldiers that they are.
Look, if those cultists didn't die to this flail, then no one would die to a flail this round. And
Well, it is
Someone's gotta do
a
it.
full unit of cultists. Even one flail may end up clogged up by their broken bodies. They get stuck in the chains, you know. I
yeah,
don't know if he can flail through
There's a
all of
long
them.
range out over here, so I don't.
it's like putting too much grass underneath a lawnmower.
Yeah, Homeless Stone, Deathwatch Soup with Imperial Fist. Yeah, that's a good one for sure. Imperial Fist give you that really strong
Only your basal.
artillery that you can just keep hammering all game, ignoring cover, and then Deathwatch teleport in to sort of bring home the damage in their deployment zone. Very good combination. Deathwatch are so flexible, which is kind of their that's kind of their deal, that they fit in with any other Space Marine lists really well.
See if that'll fit now.
And as soon as I start getting hit by Hellfire rounds that are minus 1 AP, I think it's time to quit
there you
40k. I mean, it's over. The game's done.
Trying very delicately to put as many cultists next to this cultist reaping death man as we can.
Yeah. We do have a consolidate. We also have an upside down Deathguard Plague Marine inside this building. I think
There's a couple.
the champions in the Deathguard and the Plague Marine squads do not flip properly. and I think they just stand on their little tiny, horn. Yeah,
I'm confused by this delicate maneuvering over here with these cultists. They're angling to try to do something, but I'm not sure
the issue
what
is
it
that they couldn't move within an inch of the Demon Prince because they didn't declare him.
Except for this guy.
Yeah,
there he is.
Okay. So we're just trying to see if we can kill this guy without having to make a Demon Prince attack him. Basically, I think is the plan. This one Plague Marine guy. Just pick up that real quick kill. He's I don't know if these cultists can do it though.
No.
Yeah, I don't know if like 10 attacks at strength 3 is gonna get through a Plague Marine.
What do we get? Average 10 attacks. 5 hits. Like 1 and 2/3 wounds. He saves most.
And you got to get through like effectively like a 2+ save. Yeah. Could be rough. Maybe they'll get it there. Who knows?
He's only attacking back though with 2d3 attacks.
2d3 attacks that each could kill 2 cultists.
Which wound on 2s ignore their armor saves.
Yep.
And then they have leadership 5. So if he kills like 6, then he's taking dice +1 losses on his remaining few.
We have 1 bolt pistol.
So here's the real question.
I have confidence in these guys.
You have to fight the Suppurating Plate guy first, right? For sure. But do you interrupt with this Plague Marine to kill all these cultists?
And a 4 to get to the Demon Prince.
How much do we care about that?
I mean, what's the CP totals right now? Is he at a point where he could just start like styling?
Really BMing on his opponent. Yeah, let's take a look.
Yeah.
CP. So let's get a good look at the points here. Only 3 points left for Znar. 6.
So
CP,
I'd like to.
I'd
like to note he is desperately trying to avoid getting into combat with this Demon Prince. Who's going to kill the Demon Prince?
Him as well.
Or was he making sure he was within 1 inch?
I think no, he was staying outside.
He's trusting Armin to
this
pull
guy?
this off?
This Demon Prince up here is within an inch, right?
Okay. Oh yeah, this was still going in. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You have to base that guy, otherwise some weirdness could happen.
You guys can't charge anything now.
This is I don't like that all these little characters in the back are alive. I don't love that.
I don't like that he's on 2 wounds. He just has to sink 1 claw through.
Can we reflect for a moment on the fact that there is exactly 1 coruscating beam worth of CPs left in Znar's pool here?
And 1.5.
I mean, it could still happen. I still have hope.
So here comes the heroic interventions.
He's not getting closer to me.
So that's why I'm saying I need to get 1.5.
Oh, but it looks like he's trying.
So he's making it so that he has to.
Closer to this guy and swing at him.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe this the Warlord must have declared on these guys, and Don's just trying to make it impossible.
There he goes.
I mean, that only works though if the Demon Prince doesn't go first, kills the other Demon Prince, and then this guy can just like slide into whatever.
But I mean, that's what. Like you might as well make the play, right? There's no lost EV if that guy moves an inch and a half backwards to try to make that pylon harder.
Because he's in Foul Blightspawn.
I don't know, man. He can consolidate into that rhino.
Oh, also, yeah, he makes that guy fight
He
last.
activates as normal, but not as if he charged.
Oh!
I think everyone else is okay, though.
I always forget that the Foul Blightspawn is just the coolest thing in the Deathguard Codex.
Not that matters, but it basically gives him a free interrupt for this Demon Prince if the Demon Prince survives.
Yeah.
Which is real nice.
Then we'll just start this Demon Prince into your Demon Prince.
Okay.
What are the chances the Suppurating Plate kills this thing outright? Like 1 in 7,000?
Is it possible? I guess so. Yeah, you could give as many attacks.
Game I played the other day, I did 6 wounds back to Mortarion with the Suppurating Plate.
Mortarion does attack a lot more times though than this guy will.
+3.
He does.
+1.
Substantially more.
Is it worth slow rolling your dice into a Suppurating Plate? So if you kill him, you don't overkill and eat more mortal wounds?
That's right.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I don't, besides clocking out, I don't see why you wouldn't.
And 3.
Interesting. Not something I've ever thought about before.
Right.
Also, you might fast roll. You might fast roll if you have a large unit, so that you don't start overkilling one unit.
I'll use 1 CP.
So he just made 6 of those, and I guess he's CPing the last one.
Be around.
Not a bad call. Oh man.
Huh.
He survived.
Ridiculous
So
that you made
I'm
that.
gonna go
Can
down
he
to
deal
5,
7 mortals back?
and then each save that I made on a 4, if you take a mortal wound.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So you take
Only
2
2
mortal
back.
wounds.
Okay.
Okay, well,
I mean,
That still
this
doesn't
is
feel
not
great.
a buffed demon
I'm
prince.
gonna spend 2 CP to interrupt.
okay.
Yeah,
here's
it's
the
also not
interrupt.
going to feel great with this interrupt.
Yeah.
No.
Can't
Do
believe
we
you
need
made
an
all those
interrupt?
saves.
I can't either. I
Yes,
was expecting him
we
to
do.
definitely die.
Actually.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise this guy just pops
Base
over
this
and
guy.
Well, yeah, because the Flail of
Probably finish them
Blightspawn, he makes this guy, the other Demon Prince, fight last,
Both
but
princes,
because he
rather.
charged, they cancel
And
out, so
then
he
he
just
will
fights
swing
as
all
normal.
attacks
So he would be the
against
first
princes,
non-charger,
not yet
and
swung.
then, but if you interrupt, you just get the swing first.
So his 8 attacks hitting on 2s.
well-
They're only 1.
Hitting on 3s, but it doesn't
Gotcha.
matter.
I like that
I got the
we're
-1.
It might matter here.
these Demon Princes are just trading entirely ineffective attacks at each other.
And winning
Well,
on 3s.
we're about to see if they're ineffective.
That's going to be that many AV2 damage.
Ooh.
So 6.
6 on his 4-up invul now, so if we just see
Yeah,
the
I
same
don't
thing
think
that this
I'll make
other,
6
that
saves
this
like that.
Nurgle Demon Prince did, then we're looking at
Possible.
0
Well,
damage.
Saving on 4s. Well, 4 saves are weird that way. Sometimes they live forever. Other times they die immediately.
Yeah,
Only
he's
6
alive.
wounds in. Is he?
I'll spend
Yeah.
a CP
Because
to
he
reroll
already
one.
took 2 from the Suppurating
No,
Plague.
he's attacking the one who hasn't swung
Only
yet.
4 days.
Yep, and CP's into a save. what a garbage combat. What a slapfest over here.
Alright, so
okay.
we go back to Cultus.
And then the cultists have to go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
There you go.
are.
That's Deuce.
The real heroes of this fight. The normal everyday working men.
Yeah, Deuce 83
Are-
Foul
are
Blightspawn are
essential workers
insanely
here.
good and perfect for killing flyers. Yeah, for sure. Anything
You
with
can
the
pile in too if you want.
strangely, anything
You
with a
made more
flamethrower
videos.
is good at killing
I did.
flyers. A good flamethrower.
I mostly just want this guy to
If
only
you can
kill
get a foul
demons.
Blightspawn into a Slaanesh
Yeah,
army,
yeah, these are
just
around
have
five
him
to
sitting
four.
behind all the Slaanesh units,
Yeah.
then you always go first in any scenario.
Odds are not.
Even when your opponent charges you.
That's pretty
They
good.
were not.
But you did.
I have to imagine this list does not have too much of an issue with
Downside
flyers.
of the dice
Interestingly.
game. Sometimes it just turns on.
You think foul Blightspawns are able to just like
Well, you got the
Dump
one
out
foul
kills,
blight
guys?
spawn, and you have a million smites, right? And you have this demon prince who can just go ape shit on him.
I got to imagine that they blow up the foul Blightspawn's rhino from like maximum distance away.
Yeah, maybe.
Flyerless though, I don't know. This feels like one of those things where you've run up 22 points by the end of turn 2, and then you have nothing left. You're just hiding in ruins and
Yeah,
hoping you're way ahead.
yeah. I mean, that's how it usually goes. So it is aggressive enough though that I think Boots is on the table.
Yeah. Well, if boots are on the table. I mean, that's not.
That's
not good
the
etiquette,
game
like,
state's
that's-
been ruined.
Yeah, these are
Yeah.
tables are pretty both fragile and covered in expensive things. Like, you don't want someone standing on that.
Yeah, especially if they're muddy boots. Ew.
Yeah.
My beautiful table, my mat.
You
All
only
right,
get
see,
one turn.
can the second demon prince finally finish off this poor Nurgle guy, who's asking for death at this point? TTS dice roller strikes
probably
again,
average
rerolls
of
a
your
1
rolls.
into a 1 for like the 17th time this game.
And 5s.
Oh no, these are the cultists. My bad.
Here
A
it
wound
is.
goes through.
3s.
Don't use that dice. Oh, it didn't reroll into a 1. Shocker. All right, well,
All right.
goodbye, cultist squad.
And
You
then
tried.
can go on
You
to,
tried your best.
Consolidate them.
It's
and
time
then
for you to
activate
die.
wherever you want.
Look, when I see somebody pointing a lawnmower at me, like with blades first, like the blade pointing right at me, what I do, the first thing I do is I run up and start punching it. I try and punch through those blades. And I just trust that my hands are fast enough that I can just, like 100 crack punch, just get right through there.
Well, in fairness, the cultist's first instinct, rightly so, in my opinion, was to shoot it with an assault rifle. But unfortunately, assault rifles not good enough to pierce the mighty armor of this one plague marine.
If you zoom in and like look at these cultist faces too, like these guys have
Alright.
the hard-bitten, dead-eyed look of a series of men that know that they fucked up. They made a mistake,
And second defense, right? Yep.
and all they have left to
I
do
love this
is
guy.
just walk into that lawnmower.
Dude, this guy looks like he's gonna crash my party in the middle of the
This
night,
is like-
and he's gonna ask me
just-
if I want to know how he got those scars.
He has +2 strength.
It's just Jason
Yeah.
Statham with a face tattoo.
So,
It's-
yeah, strength 9 will not quite get there.
It is Jason Statham.
All right, so looking
Jay's
for
safe through the
fours.
party, and he's like, "You want to know how I lost these arms?
You'll take 8.
Let me tell you,
Let's see if
it was
you
a
take
plague
any more
marine
items on my
with a
save.
flail."
You'll take 2,
Cease Jan Stam, evening. What is up?
and then 8 feel no pain.
What is the automatic measuring tool? I'm not sure what you mean.
Like the line tool.
Oh, it's just a line tool in
believe.
Tabletop Simulator.
Yeah.
Yep.
I call it the ruler. They call it the line tool.
nice.
I'm inclined to believe that it's actually the ruler though,
Not quite dead.
because it's a ruler.
He did his job though.
Oh!
I'm happy with him.
Oh,
It only took
Yep.
multiple rounds of
Alright,
Demon Princes
so
hitting
then
other
consolidate
things.
for that
Yeah.
guy.
Are we really going to consolidate into this Plaguecaster, though? Because that guy does have a force weapon.
yeah, and also the ability to just walk away. There's no reason to do this.
I will
Yeah.
activate the next
No,
council.
no benefit would be
Oh, so
derived
that guy
by
can't
this.
get-
What is happening here?
He's trying to
This guy
can't consolidate.
because his
Already went.
consolidation was when that Demon Prince was still there.
A lot of players are used to get the consolidation being a phase, like
Yeah.
it used to be.
Then I'm gonna activate these guys right here.
That actually still catches
only
me up
have one
sometimes
flail
after
I know.
20
because the
something
other
years of
one's
that.
downstairs.
20 years. We've been
Oh,
playing
it's been like
40K
that
for
since
20
I-
years, Shima?
Started at the beginning of third.
So
maybe?
hit rolls.
That was 42 years ago.
3.
Yeah, at least 200 years then.
Hitting on 3s.
So this has been an interesting game so far. We saw the all-out aggression from the the Deathguard. Unfortunately, kind of fall short.
And winning on 3s are only
Plague Marine unit died to an interrupt from a Demon Prince before it got to swing and potentially kill him. And some Rubric Marines just stood still
That's
for
me,
long enough
2
that
AP2
they didn't get killed.
damage spills over.
We are about to see that's a cute pupper in the background. We're about to see some foul blight spawning of these demon princes though.
Yeah,
One is on
Demon
2
Prince
wounds,
is about
the
to
other's
get-
on 6.
About to get hosed like a bad dog.
Yeah.
By this little garden
Look
hose guy over here. Oh no, this guy
Pull
right
those
here.
guys out of combat.
Look at
Got
that
one
cute
Because this is
hose.
comedy night at the gala, because these guys about to get roasted.
All right. So then
C-SPAN Stam, yeah, if you pick up a
Not
model in
mentioning what
TTS and you
activate.
press tab when you move it, it will measure the distance that you move that model. A little tip that I did not know my first couple games.
all right, so they'll stay put.
And
Then
as such, those games took a lot longer.
this guy right here will activate. He did get charged. So 2d3 hit rolls on the cultist. It's gonna be 5.
Patrick Prisciani, does anyone have
It is.
bits of
But he
Plague
got
Marines like
charged, so he
Flails
has
of
an extra attack
Corruption
because he's a chaos
to trade for
based
Space Wolf bits? I would hit up the Tactical
why they
Tourist
had,
Discord, Patrick.
4d3
So I
earlier.
get the D3 for each one.
Yeah.
I imagine that we
Yeah, each
we
tag
have
is
some
D3
Deathguard
rolls.
people.
So there's
Sounded like
one
there's some
attack
people in the
base,
chat who play
plus
Deathguard
one
who
for
might have some
getting
extra
charged,
bits.
charging Hurricane of Eating.
Yeah, C-SPAN Stam, I think one thing I want to do is do a little tips and
And then
tricks
the funny part
video
is
for
if you're
TTS.
Actually,
Because as you learn, kind of your game
that's
speeds up immensely as you learn some of the.
If you're Imperium, every 6
shortcuts
is another
people use.
D3 hit rolls.
I don't even know all of them though. For example,
They become real
how to
nasty
highlight these
against Imperial
models?
units.
No idea. I wish I knew.
Oh no.
Yep, there you go.
Look at
We
almost
have this guy over
perfect
here.
output from that guy.
Yeah.
He's now looking at just
Hit 4
D6
attacks.
straight D6 losses here.
Or
Wait,
maybe
we're
not.
putting him back?
No.
No.
Hit on
Oh, he
3s.
pulled the
Oh, we're-
champion by accident. Looks like.
Oh, now we're
Hitting
losing
on
D6
4s,
plus
got
1.
Strength 6.
6 out of that squad.
Got 2 more AP1s for D3 damage on the board.
Plus champion leadership 6. Okay, so we're still at a straight D6 actually.
Yeah.
50, more than a 50-50 chance.
I don't
3, 4,
think-
5,
I
and 6.
don't think there's-
2/3 chance to just lose the
I don't
squad.
think there's a 40K player alive who doesn't make these charges sometimes. So you're like, I got this,
Oh,
and then you think about it immediately after the fact. You're like, what am I doing?
you have a couple morales to do. Or actually just one.
I remember one of my first
Well,
tournaments
not
ever. I
that
was playing
So this
Tyranids.
guy up
I
here,
played Steve
I lost
Hampreen.
2.
I charged 2
Lose
Venom
7
Thropes
because I
into
killed the
one
big man.
Acolyte hybrid.
They're good.
I was like, this is a sure thing, right? 2 Venom Thropes? Are you kidding me? They reroll wounds. They got a bunch of attacks. Didn't kill him. He made all the
There's 2 more.
saves, and then just killed both of them. And then he ran away because I had killed 19 of his unit earlier. And I was like, why did I do that?
That champion's gonna be the enemy. I can already tell it.
There was
I
no
gotta wonder-
reason. There's no
So
reason.
is there ever reason to send those poor little like wimpy boys in there?
Yeah, sometimes they kill
Yeah,
a
I think they're-
million.
Yeah, because I only killed 2. All right, so
I did,
we'll get kill more.
I made a tech play with them one time.
I will get hold more.
I used them to. I was playing a mirror match, And I used him
Level
to
2
body
heroes.
block another my enemy's Gene Stealer unit from getting into melee with my
Finish Big Gate Hunter.
my Devour Hive Tyrant.
behind
My
enemy
Devour Hive
lines.
Tyrant killed like 50 Gene Stealers over the course of the game.
Yep, you will get 2 for that.
So like they physically
free
just
units
took up
back
all the space that the Gene Stealers needed. So he only got like 6 Gene Stealers on my Hive Tyrant and did like 2 wounds.
Alrighty. Let's see what I can do.
So that was the end of the
We still got lots left.
that was
I
the
do
end
have
of
all the
the
plague range
Zinch
left.
phase there. Looks like this
I do have a lot of
Plaguecaster
plague
wasn't
range
able to get
left.
anything through on the Demon Prince, which
2
is
squads that are just hiding out in rhinos.
pretty good for Znar, also known as Shadow
Alright,
Lord.
This guy doesn't feel like he has to move. This guy does.
Plaguecaster just standing in melee. He's like, whatever, I'll fight
It's
you.
it's aspiring sorcerer over here, feeling pretty alone. You know, pretty
He'll be okay.
not having a great time.
He does have the
A,
Thousand
a
Suns-
6 skull backpack, yeah, he does.
This guy.
the other Rubric Marines in that unit though doing their best
We got
bat
3
impression
down.
underneath the ruin there. Just hanging upside down.
walk
All
over
right, they're
here.
gone.
5 inches.
We did see the Terminators pick up the 2 rhinos. That's going to force Don to pull rhinos back if he wants to continue to get that hold
Yeah.
and hold more.
It's all good.
Yeah, I think he can only do that for 1 more turn though.
Yeah, he
So,
gives up
like,
this.
next
he gives
turn-
up this
good.
damaged rhino that's by objective 3, and maybe another one from
Yeah,
objective 5, and then he's out of.
Terminator's just like, whoa. Terminators just walk to 3, step on that for the rest of the game, just fire their bolters at anything that's close.
Yeah.
Start stringing, maybe start stringing towards the combat.
for sure. But we have to remember, Don does have, I believe, another Malignant Plaguecaster and 2 more units of Deathguard Plague Marines inside these rhinos.
Breathe
Can you imagine if that Malignant Plaguecaster was instead a foul Blightspawn though?
No.
Just the destruction that would occur to this poor Demon Prince.
Oh my god. Well, you can't. He's not going to foul Blightspawn this Demon Prince because he's in melee. And Don has declared that he will not be moving this this Plaguecaster that he's fighting.
I am filled with confusion at that.
I mean, why do it? You get to hose down the Demon Prince on full wounds. You'll smite this guy to death. If you don't, just hit him with your stick. He has to fight last because you get the Blightspawn next to him. It's like the chances of this guy surviving this round is like approximately 100% because nothing dies in this game apparently. But
9 inches.
it seems like it should be lower than that.
6-6. Got a 2-4. There we go.
Assuming trying to stay 1 inch away here, technically.
Yeah, I should be.
Now you're like a half inch away.
Gotcha.
Trying to get within range of Armand without also being in range of both these Demon Princes.
Yeah,
Their intention is.
that's an assault
My
weapon,
intention
right?
is not to
The
cheat.
garden hose there, yeah. The
It
plague.
is. Yeah, he could just advance
sprayer.
through.
They'll charge you in just a minute.
Yep.
With the D6 shots on it though,
One of
it's
those won't, but
high damage, but it is
I'm
not
actually hoping that he
reliable.
dies in the smite phase.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the D6 shots and the
back,
2D6 strength can
D6
sometimes hurt you
phase
so
or
far.
Counter psychic phase
Yeah.
to your second phase.
Yeah, and
Don't copy me.
plus 1 mortal wound, yeah. Yeah, do we see the 2D6 grenade on Araman? No, he ran, right? Yeah, he can only shoot his little sprayer gun.
Yeah, no range in there. I mean, I got to imagine what these Deathguard dump out of this Rhino in a moment. The Deathguard in the Rhino could just like saunter over there and just like hand that guy a flail, you know?
Here you go, sir.
Alright, all those guys are out of line of sight of that sorcerer just in case. And let's start moving
They
right.
might want to try. No, there's no way they could make
Alright.
the Terminators on objective 4 though.
So the 1-1 rhino.
Where-
Going to advance.
No, that's far.
I wonder if
5
this
inches.
Rhino just advances towards objective 4, goes around the corner, and then plans. Where are they going? I wonder.
It's quite dead. You guys. Big charge.
It's measuring for that charge into those Marines though.
That's all good.
I mean, you might as well go for it,
What are you
right?
killing
Because you
Armand?
can declare an Araman, so you have a pretty easy close
Yeah.
target. And
Well, my concern would just be like, Armand's fly. I mean, if you don't kill him, or if you do kill him, I mean, either way, you're standing out there in front of a full, or not full, but half Rubric Marine squad, and then
but
the other
there's
Rubric
nowhere
Marines.
else for you to go where that doesn't happen, right? Like,
You stay in the
she's
Rhino.
gonna- Oh,
Stay-
sure.
Stay in the Rhino. You
Just stand there
advance.
for the entire
you just-
game, dude. Whatever.
Nah, stay in the Rhino, advance, go around the corner, and start screaming at them, and then go for the guaranteed charge next turn.
Well, this corner has been able to deal significant. It has killed one Rhino a turn, I believe.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he wants to risk it.
I mean, that's still
Between the missiles
killing
and all
the
the
Rhinos.
Inferno Bolters and all the
All right,
smites.
so these
Gets one.
Marines.
that's killing the Rhino. At that point, you're still just dumping out. There's nothing left to shoot in the
Yeah, that's fair.
contents.
That's fair.
That is a hard charge.
Got a guy inside the wall here.
And that will get rid of that Nurgle token.
Oh no!
You fixed that.
Um,
You just delete them, or did he
just
move
deleted
them?
them.
Uh-oh. Well, fortunately, we know what they were.
I just deleted my Plague Marines.
Okay, he just realized it. I was about to tell him. I think he had them selected when he went to go delete that token. The idiosyncrasies of TTS over here. Got to remeasure this whole thing.
Get there.
Hilarious.
There. Let's get there. Let's get there.
I suppose he has
It was.
perhaps left another squad of 5 in there. The Rhino could now advance, wrap around the corner, and at that point, pretty much guaranteed killing Arma and
I'm
both the
not
Demon
sure
Princes. Then you
where-
have a threat into 4.
I'm not sure where his last Plague Marine squad is. Like what Rhino they're in. Who knows? It's a mystery.
Yeah.
Oh, is it whoever
All
has
you
this
have moved.
Nurgle token?
This
Maybe?
Rhino.
Why not that Rhino then if it's going over there?
Back up like that. This Rhino. Its cargo is going to just move up.
Oh, guess that one. That one.
Yeah.
Says that one has the cargo.
There you go. It's got the payload.
And this Rhino. Move up. Alright, everyone has moved. Let's go on the psychic phase.
So we've actually moved to
So
we have a
we'll start
lead
off
for
with-
Znar so far. And this game, honestly, looking pretty even.
This guy right here.
We see these two Demon Princes.
Blight
They're gonna get
faction
killed. Maybe
on these
Ahriman.
guys.
Okay.
But other than that, still two units of Scarab Cult Terminators
Goes up
left for
with a 10.
Znar. He's not
Yeah.
in a terrible position.
do that.
Don's taking most of the table, but I mean that's kind of we're going into the game expecting that.
11 with Airman.
Yeah, I think he's in one of those
Yeah.
positions too, where at this point he's just walking 4 inches towards a hill
Couple.
coated in
Yeah.
Terminators. I mean, if he just moves back so that they're all
Alright,
fully
so
on
it's
top of the
9.
hill, he's taking
Yeah.
-2 on his
Yeah.
charges. His
Yeah.
ability to
5.
actually access point
So
number
that's
4
five more
becomes
casts.
almost nil.
Yep.
He's almost better off just like running away. 24-inch range on
Alright,
those
find that
like
first, I'm in.
Terminators. I mean,
You hold off
Nice
for
right.
force them to leave objective 4 to do anything.
Yeah.
This guy right here is going to put -1 to hit on these
Okay.
guys.
Yeah, we're in this situation where the hills have eyes
He's a 6.
on their staffs.
Gets off with an 8.
Mm,
I'm
Maybe
looking
7.
looking at these
Over
these
7,
stabs
right?
here.
yeah,
Yeah,
seven
they do.
right.
Both the
Yep,
stabs on that hill.
there's-
Both have
yeah.
eyes.
Visible enemy.
I
One of them
know.
has like 4. One of them has
Wow.
4
It's a whole
eyes.
stack of eyes.
Can you
no, deny it.
imagine the depth perception of that? No, actually, it's probably
Alright,
not
then this guy right
amazing
here-
because they're all organized in a single line. You need like a
Right.
tri-point for
Doesn't know what he wants to do
like
yet.
real depth perception.
Alright, this guy.
But still, it's better than the
Wrong
depth
way.
perception of this like one
He's
staff
gonna put-
over here with 1 eye.
The
That
monocular
staff
staff.
was like,
Very,
yeah, that staff would
very
be so bad at
savage.
like throwing stuff
Maybe
at
we'll blow up my
things.
smites until after I kill that guy.
Maybe
guy
that's
from
why the
Warlord.
Thousand Suns have had trouble
So
killing these characters with Smite. They can't throw the mind bullets exactly where they need them.
The
They're
Warlord,
always off a little bit.
I mean,
eye or
yeah, I mean they have one eye, and given the like the scale issues in TTS, it's hard to tell if they're far away or if they're just small.
I'm gonna deny that.
Nope.
See.
D3 plus 1. Well, sorry, it's a D3, and then it'll be another 1. So if I roll a 2, it'll bounce off to this guy.
Yeah, just a second. I'm debating if I want to re-roll that 1.
I'm currently smiting the Demon Princes to death, it looks like, with these 2 Plaguecasters.
Which I think I'm gonna do.
3 Plaguecasters right next to him.
All right, looking for a 5. Nope.
Fails a reroll on a Dispel.
D3 on that guy.
All right, it's
He
happening.
dies.
Kills
And
the
then
first
1 on the
Demon
next
Prince.
closest guy to the one in combat with him.
And looks like we're going to bang the second one for Immortal.
Which should be.
I want to say it's that the imprints. All right, let me have this guy's going to cast Smite.
Okay.
I need a 6. Goes off with a 7.
I'd like to note,
Game Prince will try to deny that.
look at the line here,
So
that these
the Demon Prince will
like
take
brains are in.
2 plus 1 mortal wound.
Pretty coruscating beamable right here.
Pretty good
Okay.
coruscating beam.
Yeah, they'd be pretty
And then
pretty
this
great
last
coruscating
guy
beam.
here.
If only we had enough
I
CP
can
and a
only cast Smite
Warlord
because I casted 2 other spells already.
Yeah,
to coruscate
If only.
beam.
So Smite on him.
So we're seeing
7.
that the work getting some work done from these Malignant
Dominate.
Plaguecasters with their Pestilent
I'll
Fallout
probably deny
ability.
one of them. I don't know which one's
Banging in for a couple more
It is.
wounds on the Demon Prince.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
Nope.
All right, so that's gonna be
Maybe
Armon.
those guys should in fact lead the Deathguard armies instead of the Lords of Contagion.
So Armon
Yeah, I
takes
think
2,
we're seeing
and
the
1
reason
more
that they're
mortal
in this
from
list,
being
right? Like
closest.
they each cast 2 spells and they could potentially knock out 2 more mortal wounds. It's an extra
Yeah.
smite almost because they're going to be so close to the enemy because this army is so aggressive.
All right, so there's my
Yeah,
psychic
just a bunch of tiny Rodiguses.
shenanigans.
Rodigai.
onto the shooting shenanigans.
Rada guys.
Yeah, just your Rodabros.
Who all down there can see this guy with his nice pointy staff.
Talking
You
about the nice
guys,
pointy
both of which are
staff over here.
bolters.
Don't talk about my nice pointy staff that way.
Yeah, they're just gonna shoot the bolters at you. So 4 shots.
This aspiring sorcerer does have a Rodic eye on his staff.
3 hits. Winning on
I can't stop looking at his just like spooky skull here. Just like
His spooky skull backpack. Yeah,
2.
it does look
Yeah.
like he got it from a Spirit Halloween.
it's a, it's like a perfect tombstone shape. You know, perfectly flat, or it's probably some sort of like molded plastic shape there.
For now. Still
Alright.
a lot of shooting left.
There is. Starting off with this guy right here.
So
He's
I
gonna
guess we're just
throw
gonna
a Blight grenade.
we're gonna try to
Hang
kill
on.
that guy with a bunch of bolters and some Blight grenades. We
How
move.
many
We even.
shots?
Oh no, our Biologus Putrifier left. Where did he go?
Hitting on 3s, no rerolls.
Where did he go?
Which one? We
he's
got
right.
the one
Oh, I
that's
couldn't
next
see
to
him
the wall
behind
here.
him.
And winning
He's
on
right
4s
here.
is the next.
Yeah.
So
well,
we're
the
we're
squad's
right next to the
Biologus Putrifier.
right next to the Sposa Sorcerer.
Rerolling everything because Tallyman. It doesn't matter anyways. That's mortal wound.
All right. Well, there you go. Can we get this other Demon Prince before we have to charge?
All
That's the question.
Biologus.
Only 3 left.
Get him with some grenades.
We got 4 rhinos worth of
Battalion.
bolters to fire at that
Throw
guy.
his
Yeah.
Blight grenade at the Bolters.
Well, I guess until we kill this Chaos Champion.
Actually,
We're
Cultist
looking at a we're looking at
He's
a
within range.
Astro Militarum
This
level
one guy is going to
of
throw his Blight grenade at the Colts champion.
MSU MSU range
So
attacks
these
here.
shots. Only strength 3 this time. 6.
Let's not go that far.
It's close though. How many individual units are making range attacks right now? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Hitting on
5,
threes,
6,
no rerolls.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13
And
ish.
winning on 4s.
So
Probably next to the Tallyman.
barely even scratching the guard marine or guard squads
yes, he
themselves
is.
before
So
transports,
rerolling
before
failed.
anything else.
There might be one more wound in there.
No, he's not next to the. He's within 3 inches of this guy. So that's just 3 regular saves.
Oh, just
Alright,
Putrifier, getting more
now-
skulls to put on his like cute
Biologus Putrifier
little
will
fairy
throw his
wings
grenade
there.
At the Demon Prince.
The Biologus Putrifier does look like the biggest nerd
And
in this entire army.
Blightspawn's far away, so I can't.
Like,
do
look,
2 and
guys,
3.
I'm cosplaying as a Demon Prince.
How many?
Someday,
6.
they'll let me have cool fly wings just like a plague drone. And everyone's like, shut up,
Hitting
Biologus
on
guy.
3s.
Freaking weirdo.
Tallyman's just counting
And
up all the
winning on
times that he's been
5,
annoyed by
going
this
down.
Biologus Putrifier.
Sixes are mortals.
One day,
I,
this Tally hits 20. I'm just gonna kill him.
I do.
So there's one
I do
mortal
like the
wound and one
idea
regular
that the
save for 3
Tallyman,
damage.
he's constantly counting. Everything's numbers for this guy. Oh, he does have an abacus.
Yeah.
I made an abacus joke earlier just because it was a numbers thing.
Yeah,
But
he does.
actually literally has one on his model, and it's made out of skulls.
Yeah, and if you zoom in close enough on his like little clipboard, he's doing Sudoku.
No, get the F out of here.
He has like that little ink
Okay,
pot
we
though
did
that's
it.
like attached.
We got
He's
rid of
using,
both
like,
Demon
he's-
Princess.
Blightspawn's gonna choose Flamer.
If you
over
zoom
here.
in, he's like using an ink pen, and he actually has an ink well that's on his like little clipboard
So
too.
strength
It's sick.
Oh,
6.
perfect. That's not ink though. That's like bile.
Strength 7. How many shots?
I mean, so's ink.
We got a strength 7 shot on Armon.
4.
Basically as good as you can hope for. Can we get him with 4 shots? I mean, probably, right?
I gotta
Three on
imagine we
threes,
get him with 2
rolling
flails immediately after this.
That's
Do you
3
want-
nimble saves for 3 damage.
Do you want to kill him with these? I feel like you want to charge him.
Yeah, you
right
might
now
want him to do it. Yeah.
to get that distance.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
I think he just died.
All right.
Well, there you go. So
guess
maybe,
it-
but the issue is like if you just don't try to kill
I
him.
have to do it.
Are we taking a
I
charge?
mean,
Anything
you charge him.
else with what
You kill
can
him.
actually
You kill him with your flails.
Except
You
for-
you run behind him, and then you consolidate
if
3
you-
inches, so you're almost right
I
up to
think-
the Terminators.
I think
shoot,
I think
3 bolters
Don's had
at
enough
the-
Thousand Suns models refuse to die and then kill a bunch of stuff in
Yeah.
return that I think he might just want to just make sure it
Roll
happens.
the
And you
18.
can't you can't just like sacrifice attacks
Yeah.
just in case, like, oh, maybe I'll just get some
6
extra
shots,
distance and leave
hitting on
Armon alive, and
3s.
then he kills like 100 points worth of models
Yeah.
and runs away. Okay, well,
I just think there's going to be a significant issue here if these Scarab Cult Terminators just pull back
Exactly,
onto
yeah,
the
that's
hill.
already-
I mean, he's
yeah.
looking at a
Oh,
12-inch
yeah, five
move right
points.
here, which means he's moving
Yeah.
5, looking for a
Does,
7-inch charge,
my
minus
Legion
minus
trait
2 on that. So he's actually
allows
looking
me
for
to rapid fire at 18.
like an 8-inch charge
or
just to get into
I
them.
mean, what if they just eat, they just
nothing.
eat the
It also allows
Or
me to
even
ignore
more.
the penalty for moving and shooting heavy and
Eat
advance
like
or fire
100
assault.
bolter shots
what if
and
they
then
just eat
die.
100 bolter shots? Yeah. What if they
Alright,
just
so,
eat the charge and
Ooh, how's that bolter
or
coming in?
the
Very
extra
nice.
distance, and they just
That one
stand
hits.
still and Infernal Fusillade
Two
like
bolt
these
rounds
Plague Marines
in
and
the
this
rubrics.
Plaguecaster to death.
From that healthy rhino. 2 hits.
Good work.
And they just
threes.
start blasting
Or not
away.
threes, 4s. You're not a cultist.
Or if they kill the Plague Marines, they could potentially
good.
just shoot the foul
Alright, so then
Blightspawn.
these guys are going to attempt a long
Get that guy
charge
out of there.
over at these rubrics.
Okay.
We are charging with the Plague Marines. Need is 12.
There are
That's-
3 rubrics left, so 6 shots.
A little
Some hype,
presumptuous
some
there.
confidence here.
Oh, well,
I mean, if it goes off,
He's
it's pretty
faithful.
good. But
He's faithful in Nurgle, but he does not have faith dice.
So this guy is.
and there's maybe an 11. Only an 11.
That one is. This one is not, so 5
Yeah.
shots.
6s. 1.
All right, well, no wounds, so
No,
Five.
the toughness 5.
Alright. So I killed, I held.
This is a much scrappier game than I was expecting after that first turn.
no.
When that like
For some reason I thought I already failed that.
Oh, Don just never rolled the
You've
charge.
actually been really high.
Ooh,
I can
that's
do
a
it.
CP-able.
So let's
Let's get her done.
CP reroll that.
Okay,
Nope.
well, there
No.
you go. TTS
Yeah,
dice
it's not
roller
there.
strikes again.
So down
Yeah.
to 2, and they fail.
I feel like that was a high level of confidence in your ability to roll
Alright,
like a
so
12.
I killed
Well,
the
you're
Anyway, on
held.
that
just
one.
hoping your opponent doesn't like kill a Plague Marine or two
Demon Princes
in
will finish
Overwatch,
off
right?
that
Because
guy.
like you might as well take the charge if you have it.
Which puts Armon into.
But
the
yeah, I think I
territory
agree with you. We're
thing.
gonna these Plague Marines, these Deathguard are
cavalry.
gonna start kind of faltering. They're running out of models in the to hold out the objectives they need, and they're running out of distance to get to these Terminators on either side of the
I don't know
board.
what it used to be when you get on the disc. I just don't know about it anymore.
We're on turn 40. I don't know how this is counting, but interesting.
He becomes loses infantry and becomes demon when he get on a disc. And cavalry, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, so he's not going to count towards Reaper then. Other than that, I'll start counting up wounds for the Reaper because I think they want to know what that is. But otherwise, you are up for your turn.
So I do think that Don has made it difficult
Those first
for
two
the
sorcerers
large
aren't
unit of
gonna count
Terminators to
because I count
really
them as Headhunter.
to affect the game very much. Oh, he does have this Chaos Rhino he can shoot at here, but it's on one wound. Like, who cares? Do you just run those guys? Just advance to get to objective 3?
Yeah, I think that you have to be standing on that.
Yeah, you have to deny that hold more for sure.
Probably advance the Aspiring Sorcerer first, see if that thing can just get close enough.
All right, so it's like 48 infantry wounds.
Like throw the Terminators towards the middle of the board, throw the Aspiring Sorcerer onto objective
Put this
3.
on real quick.
Yeah.
1, 2, yep. Maxed out behind
That
the
sorcerer,
lines.
if I remember correctly, is also one movement faster than the rest of the unit.
Over and over, movement 5 versus movement 4. He seems
Yeah.
to be, yeah.
So he's actually, although he's kind of the Scarab Occult Sorcerer is like way on the side, so he's not going to get anywhere. But he's not a Dusty Boy, so he's got his cardio in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am worried for Don that he hasn't accrued the points lead that he needs in order to close the game out. I think as cleanly as he wants to.
They're gonna hold that position.
It's the move here. You just pile in 5 characters into this 10 out of 10 wounds Rhino. Rhino advances, hopefully like 18 inches directly towards objective 4, and then I don't know, it gets blown up. They dump out of it, and then just do this big old charge there. You got to get them doing something somewhere, because right now they're just straight in the
it's
middle
absolutely
of the board.
gonna get it's definitely gonna just book it at 4 for sure.
Yeah.
And the rest of the we set a Chaos Rhino on 2. We or actually, is he positioned to dump a bunch of characters into the Rhino and then launch it off?
Yeah, I mean he could
pick up all
load
these
these 2 Rhinos.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then
all
send
5
them
characters
over.
into one. All 5 characters into one. Probably like an entire Plague Marine squad into another, and then rush both forward.
Okay, so
Keep
that's
this,
actually
like,
he's not actually quite as out of position as I was making it sound like.
Yeah.
I think.
Keep this one-man Plague Marine over here just sitting on objective 2 for the rest of the game, because there's really nothing that the Thousand Suns can do to stop that guy.
Yeah, if
this
you
point.
just leave a 5-man, right, like that just
No, there's the
ensures-
one man.
Well, there is the 1-man, but
Right?
he's out in the middle of nowhere. I think right now. If you just
No.
run him back, they might be able to grab one Stormbolter shot and pick him off.
I think so. I think that guy, he could just sit in the corner of this ruin here on objective 2 just to hold it.
Yeah, if he can make it in there. for
Is,
sure. Probably.
I mean, he's I'm talking about the one.
I'm
I'm talking about the one that was fighting the cultist.
Yeah.
Right in the corner.
Yeah, so he's off to the left of the rest of the group.
Oh, is that him? Oh, I thought it was this one who was with the 2 characters.
No, that one guy is he's the
Okay.
one guy in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, I think I mean you definitely put it back, and I don't think Don has the resources to pull all of these Plague Marines back into Rhinos. So I don't really see a reason that you don't just like stick 6 of them onto an objective and just be like, it's mine forever.
Yeah.
There's 0 chance of anybody ever grabbing it from me. I am disappointed that we're going to be shooting with these Scarab Occults, though. I don't think killing a 1 Wound Rhino with all of these Stormbolters is worth not grabbing that objective.
Especially when you high chance of just smiting it
Sounds
anyway.
good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can just jump over there. You have an actual sorcerer who could do that.
You might be a ranger. 24.
Does that sorcerer have warp time? Could he warp time that unit? I don't believe he does. I think he's all smitey stuff.
The only thing you can target.
Gets
So
it.
you get that off on a
Dies.
5.
Got him.
Who had warp time? Oh, one of his Cult of Duplicity sorcerers.
Prince, I think. Oh, one of the
That
walking
died
guys.
ages ago, yeah. I think
The
so. I
Walking
think
Dead.
that's- So, yeah, I think I would definitely really like to see a mobility enhancement for these Terminators, but
Yeah.
Znar not giving any of them to him. So
The
I think Don can
advance
just
and
play
then,
keep
cast
away on
Wheel
that
of
unit
Fate
and
on
just
the
let them
Terminators.
be the most expensive objective holders in the world.
Over here on this side.
Yep.
And then we see
That
the entire
the Rhino
world
dead.
against objective number 4.
Rhino is fully and emotionally dead. So is he gonna sit here and double fire or pull back onto the forest? Given the
So,
Rhino
Colt
play,
Terminator
it actually probably
cast
would be
Daily
best to
Smite
just double fire. You need to clear as much as you can
Just
before
to
they
kinda
get in your
start
face.
killing. And you want to pick up,
on these guys.
Oh, what's
Don
it?
did grab a ton of kills. It's probably not worth trying to
Alright.
Can't see
play
the
for
roll
kill
on.
more.
So the farthest away guy from this
But
guy.
I believe you can just Infernal Fusillade
Some
after you
range.
shoot, right? So you can just shoot and then see what
will
happens.
be that guy.
Because if you kill
Yeah,
those
try to
Plague
deny.
Marines in the front, you can pick up a character, and that's a valuable kill.
He does.
Not quite in range of the Rhino. What a big brain fourth dimensional chess play it would be just to shoot the Rhino instead.
Yeah, just start
Just
blowing up
str-
everything that makes them faster. Yeah.
Yeah, just straighten them all the way out there.
This sorcerer going to cast Glamour Zeech on the Terminators.
All right, I'm gonna send it back to the player mics
got
real
off.
quick. I'm gonna duck out for a
Almost
second,
went ahead.
and then I will be back.
Yep.
And then he'll cast Smite,
Oops.
getting it off.
I'll try to stop that with one of my other sorcerers.
Ooh, back up to 48 watching today.
He goes off.
For one mortal wound into the squad.
5 up. 1 dies.
And then the last squad's going to go ahead and cast Firestorm on them.
Smiting has begun. And continues.
And they will
There you
not go
go.
off.
Alright.
All right, shooting. We're going to start with these guys. How many? There's 4 left.
4 left in that squad.
They didn't move,
That's probably the right call.
so it's going to be
Or regular rubric marines probably wouldn't be able to
Or,
do that quite mathematically.
scarabs?
They'd leave one alive,
Yeah.
which would then block them
Gotcha.
from shooting any of the characters.
So 20. Plus a misrec.
yeah, I'm debating. We're going to spend 1 command point.
Veterans.
Uh, yeah, we'll do veterans because they're toughness 5, so it'll be 5 to 1.
Yep.
These
5s and
custom
3
modeled-
versus 4s and 2s.
Yeah.
Occult Terminators
Yep.
look
I love
pretty
that, right?
great. Good texture work.
So hitting on 3s.
Neat missile racks. See the performance here. Ooh, that is a lot of hits.
4s and 2s.
That's probably picking up the squad.
All AP minus 2.
Alright, looking for 4s because Druids. Alright.
An
And then
incredible
each of these is
save.
1 damage, right?
Yes.
So looking for 5s. They're all dead.
But then, feel no pains, feel them. Disgustingly resilient. DPR.
And they're going to shoot at this. They're going to shoot at this Plaguecaster.
Sounds good.
So 6 shots.
And 5s.
Why not killing this Plaguecaster? Nope, not with that.
1 wound.
Looking for a 4.
AP 2.
He's good.
Took nothing.
Okay. They can't see anything as far as I know, because I couldn't get them where I wanted to. Nope.
We gonna see the spend to fire again? Just barely enough for it.
All right.
So I hold 1 and 2.
No, we're not.
You
I
hold
hold
1 and
2.
2. So we
Maybe
So we
saving
bounce
that
on
for later.
holds,
killed 1, hold 1.
and I get kill more.
I max out behind enemy lines.
Yep.
Score is very close at the end of this round.
Alrighty. So let's see what we're gonna do.
Currently 17 to 16. Well, that headhunter has not been increased at all. It should be.
So first thing we're gonna do is it doesn't matter. All the rounds that are on the table have full wounds.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to advance the 1 Malignant Plaguecaster that you just shot at.
Okay.
10 inches.
Did I miss anything cool?
Yeah, he chose not to fire
Alright,
again
let's
with the Scarab Cult
advance the
Terminators.
Foul
Killed
Blightspawn.
the Plague Marines there.
Oh, cool.
The Rubik Marine squad chuffed it, did nothing
9.
to the Plaguecaster, and passed on. I think one of the players is not tracking their headhunters
18.
right now as well. I think Shadowlord has yet to sequence that up. Should have a couple.
Yeah, it's showing
So
0.
he'll run and get
But he should
inside
have
here.
1, right? Because he killed the Demon Prince. I think that's it, right?
This Malignant Plaguecaster is going to
That's
advance.
all he has managed to kill out of it so far, but that still counts.
It sure does. Sure does count.
9.
Alright, getting into...
Ooh.
I guess we're not all getting into transport, but some of us. Where's this guy even going? What are we doing here?
That other Malignant Plaguecaster is going to advance. 9.
Lyle Dixon, any more games tonight after this one? Yeah, we have one scheduled. We have My Pod 1 game, round 3, which is supposed to start in about 15 minutes. This game's going a little long. But we did start late.
And
Who's,
everything over
who's
here
your
is Cult of Duplicity, right?
I'm playing Grumpy Old Lien.
He is not. The
who's
sorcerer is not.
playing
Gotcha.
Everything else is.
Mixed Chaos with a emphasis on Knights. 3 Chaos Knights and a bunch of Space
Ooh.
Marines.
Alright. This Rhino
Interesting
is going
matchup
to
for
advance.
Knights.
Yeah, it'll be cool. I'm excited to play it.
16.
Cave and Shrike, who made all these 40k models? I think it's a mix between people who sculpted them, scanned them in from the Games Workshop website from their 360s, and some of them are imported from video games. I think these rhinos are from Dawn of
Plague
War.
Marine is going to advance. 6.
All the Thousand Suns, for the most part, were hand sculpted, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. Good old Eliphas, the Inheritor over
Okay.
here, was not. He's from Dawn of War 1, but... Dawn of War 2?
So
2. But definitely the rest of
so
them
this
are.
way and hopefully not die immediately. Going to advance Tallyman. 8.
Is Eliphas the Terminator guy?
Yeah, he's the
Going to advance the
sorcerer that's
2-man.
by the Terminators.
Yeah. By the big Terminator unit, right?
12.
Yeah, no, the little one.
Oh, it's a guy
9.
with the old school pointy
11,
helmet.
right? Did they move 5?
Yeah, you're right.
I love that helmet. It's a cool helmet.
I was thinking
I
if they
think
can
the
get
guy
here.
that's over here might
so
just
they're
be
just
the
gonna get
generic
inside
Dawn
this
of War
rhino.
2 Chaos Lord.
All right.
But they just stuffed a different staff in his hand.
The Biologus Putrifier will also get
He
inside.
does look like it.
Does he want to?
I think that guy's got
Yeah, he'll get
more
inside
stuff
that
on him,
rhino.
though.
This squad of Joes.
Number 2,
Also
actually,
get inside that
Boltgun was
rhino.
really nice because they, given the equipment options within that game, the models were separate from their equipment in a lot of scenarios, and you could
Yeah.
just like mix
Very
and
packed
match
rhino.
what's on them.
Yeah. Real easy.
And then this squad right here will advance. Not enough for them to want to get out.
So it looks like
This Plague
this
Marine squad is hiding.
this lone Plague Marine over here is just slowly plodding his way towards the Scarab. Towards the Scarab called Terminator. So he'll get him. He'll get him with that flail. Don't worry, buddy. You'll be okay. Nobody's going to shoot you with a missile launcher and kill you. You'll be fine.
I'd like to note, our count on
just gonna go
Rhino
like
assaults is still at a fat 0.
I know. We
And
suck.
this rhino actually
That
wants
gets
to
right
make it.
there, yeah.
I'm
So
straight up
this
wrong.
rhino will
I said
advance.
6 rhinos would get to charge, and most of them are dead. We only have 4 rhinos left.
I said 9.
Well, you said 9 rhino
16.
charges. So,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe this
well,
one
I'm
guy could
party
just
bus.
charge 9 times. Maybe we'll see
Maybe,
that.
but I think he advanced.
Ugh, garbage.
Nope. There goes all the men standing on that Rhino.
Yeah, they would have to open up the doors in the back in order to get this
Alright, let's start up the psychic phase.
this Plaguecaster inside there, huh?
So we're going to start off with
He's a
the
little
closest
too
guy
tall.
over here.
Yep.
He is
Kinda
going
like
to
Daemon.
cast
This one's like the
Miasma
like a pool
Pestilence
limo.
on
one with all these
This
guys in
rhino.
it.
Yeah.
Gross green moldy pool.
goes off with a 10.
I will. Let's see.
I have 6 casts over there. This one will inflict a mortal wound on the Rubrics, though.
Which Terminator looks like Vigar. Let me go right in on here. A little bit. You got the hood, you got the glowing eyes, you got the otherwise featureless face.
Oh, and the Scarabacul Terminators?
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
I imagine they kind of speak like him,
hit.
too.
If somebody's never played League of Legends, I wouldn't know.
Then he will cast Smite.
Listen to you anti-nerd.
That's me. I'm the anti-nerd.
Big Smite.
I will try to deny it.
So right now we're just we're running through the paces of blowing up all these
Nope.
Thousand Suns over here with
Alright,
Plague
so
Marines.
D6 on the Rubrics.
I think it seems to me
3.
like the amount of damage that Don has left in place here is I think going to be
Not
enough to
counting
close out
on
the game.
that.
He's
They're
not in
both
a
still in range, so
command and
that's
lead
good.
quite yet, but he has all these Plague
To the
Marines
further
left,
away guy?
and we're slowly
He will
running out of
cast
Thousand Suns models to kill them.
Smite as well.
Well, he
Nope.
did save the CP to fire
the other
twice,
guys
so
can
if he is
cast
not
Smite.
locked in combat here, he'll be able to shoot 2 rhinos.
Goes off with a 9.
Looks like Znar is out
Try
of
to
CP.
deny it.
Did he
So
spend
he
it?
will.
Was I reading the wrong sheet?
Nope.
Yeah, Znar's blue.
Oh, I guess I was.
So
Scarab
Yep.
Stake.
Yep.
3.
Talking about player 1. Had to
the
come
whole
those
player
names.
one.
He'll put
How do we spend the remaining 2 here? Just drive
Future
up,
and
kill
Vitality
2
on him,
rhinos.
which gives him +1 strength toughness.
Okay.
Lyle Dixon.
Goes off
While
with
they're
7.
mopping it up, let's talk about what the people really
I
want to
will
hear.
try to deny it with my last
Bastillodon conversions.
denying the area.
Let me go inside this rhino for a second.
Hey,
Hang
I
out with
think
these
any
players.
Stuff.
Bastillodon conversion that
And the
makes
other one
it
really doesn't
into a fire prism is a
Nothing's
pretty
going to
solid
make a
conversion.
charge because they all advanced.
What's up,
Alright,
guys?
so
How's it going? I'm inside this rhino with you.
next up he has Shooting Phase,
hang
which I currently don't have because everything advanced. So I killed a held.
Yeah.
Actually, no, this
Good
guy.
job.
Dark, yeah.
guy just moved.
Both Thousand Suns
Right?
and
No, he advanced.
Deathguard,
Yeah.
not factions known for their
hold.
speed or alacrity. And we're kind of seeing the
Cover
aftermath.
4, so that's 52.
there'll be a slow plodding march to I think a fairly inevitable Deathguard victory. Although
What's the score looking right now?
it's 1916. Good
Now
year.
you're done?
Yeah.
I doubt that Don scores more than one more primary point.
Yeah.
I don't think he can grab the last Scarab Occult unit to max that. But, I mean...
Yeah, he's basically locked out of hold
Are
more
these turn-
if
yeah, are these-
Objective 4 can get cleared.
I'm not even sure these Terminators are going to get a kill this turn, right? The guys on the other objective have no eligible targets. At least he... Znar can grab hold more. But that starts
definitely an
giving
over-
Don the grinding lead because he'll have kill
I think it was
more.
definitely an over expense to send the Sorcerer and Terminator armor with the Terminators back there.
Sorcerer's going to advance.
That guy,
Yeah,
guy's not doing a lot.
He needed, like, I think, like we were
Extra
talking about
3.
before, he needed a warp time or the facade on those guys to teleport them or
He's really
double move them away. He needs them
he's
in the
really trying to,
middle,
like-
just blowing people up. Yeah.
yeah. If he's really just trying to pick up BHL with those guys too, I mean, he can just drop the Sorcerer in the far corner, drop the Terminators into his own deployment zone, and probably have rebuffed this entire assault by now.
Yeah. Yeah, 10 Scarab Occult Terminators, probably enough to fight off the two Plague Marine units over here.
Hold this line.
Yeah, Lyle, they do have slow speeds, but they do tend to advance a lot. That is true.
Yeah, it can be a little bit deceiving if a slow model still gets advance in charge. I mean, the difference between moving
is it
rolling
slow?
a 6 under advance. Yeah, rolling a 6 under advance, you're still moving 10 with a 4-inch move, whereas a model that can't advance in charge moves 8. You're at that point, you're faster than the Eldar model.
Looks like we might be pushing for a charge here with the Scarab Occults. Getting this Malignant
he might have
Plaguecaster. I wonder if he's
Might have to.
he's trying to gun for a hold or for a kill more, or at least one kill, so he doesn't lose out on that point.
Yeah. Want to keep one of these by the objective though.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Or
this
does-
sorcerer move seems aggressive.
He currently
Unless
has
he's
hold more.
within 3. Yeah. Yeah, he needs somebody on 4, but
All right, casting. They're going to cast Sorcerer's. First things first, he's going to cast Presence on them.
Sounds good. Gets it.
They'll get it off. They will then cast Sorcerer's Facade on themselves.
oh, they do have facade.
You got
Get
it.
off.
Is that the 9-man squad? What are we doing here, guys? We're just looking at the table, I guess.
Just some hardcore consideration on where to
It's,
send a unit that can't see anything, no matter where it goes.
Bizarre. Why wouldn't he have fasaded last turn? Did he flub it?
You forgot?
Did he forget? I don't think they did anything last turn. They just shot a rhino with
That's-
one wound.
It's one of the risks with an army that has 20,000 special rules, 1 million abilities. Sometimes
Wow.
you just forget.
Huh. Maybe he just flubbed it. Can't go there. There's a rhino there. There you go. Oh, nope. There's Deathguard there. All right, there you go. Huh. Well, that kind of changes things.
Yeah, that's a substantial difference to the tempo of this game.
Yeah, I got to move them a little bit.
Yeah, you're good. I'm trying to give you your marker.
Hmm.
I don't know that you'd land with an easy charge distance of
Second
3
on that
different
side.
Plague Marine
What?
squads though.
Okay.
I don't know that that's where you go.
Yeah, it seems like. Well, let's see. What are the? We have Headhunter on his
But-
side, right? I feel like you want to drop up above and try to and insta-gib that Plaguecaster that's right there, right?
Yeah.
And just get him dead.
Measure over this way, please.
Or you drop within vision of 2, wipe out all of the Plague Marines on 2, and the Rhino that's sitting on 5. Force the Deathguard to turn around if they want any of these objectives.
Yeah, you drop behind. Yeah, that's not a bad call either. I mean, really, what I would have liked to see is this happen last turn.
Yeah. Would have helped.
Would have helped
Would
a
have
lot,
been able to
for
fire
sure.
40 more shots, firing something other than a 1-wound Rhino that died in its might anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Would have helped. Checking to see if we can just shoot the Malignant Plaguecaster. Don't think we can. Not with every model. You need every model to kill that guy.
All right. The other unit of Scarab's going to cast Astral Blast.
Sounds good. Oh, they were Duplicity, aren't they?
No, this unit is not.
Oh. When I asked you over here,
Sorry,
everything was Duplicity. You said yeah, but him.
I'm sorry, I forgot. I thought, no, this small unit of Terminators is not.
Gotcha.
Can confirm. The purple
My
Terminators
bad.
are magical. Are magical boys.
But
So what do you think? What do you think it's like when you're you're at like, I don't know, like a sports game, like a school league game. You're in the section of the bleachers that's called to Duplicity, and then everyone's just like, look at those guys.
Yeah, and
Lying,
they
cheating
cheer for
motherfuckers.
both teams. You
Yeah.
know, like you can never tell who they actually want to win. Too duplicitous.
What do you think? What do you think? They're
he's
like
gonna
their high
cast-
school like
We're
counselor,
gonna Detachment 3 Sorcerer
career
first.
counselors. Like, you
Yep.
know what?
He's going to
Pretty
go ahead and
duplicitous
cast
guy. You-
Glamour's Each
I think you've done nothing but lie to me
onto
since you entered
the
this room.
set of Scarabs next to him.
I have a
Sounds
suggestion for you. Have you thought about the cult of duplicity?
Does not go off.
And then of course
Then
the guy's
he's
just
gonna
like, no,
cast,
I've never considered it. But like, these
Diabolic
options are
Strength on
fine.
himself. Does not
pretty
go off.
qualified.
Because my psychic powers don't go off.
Psychic power's not going off here.
All right,
Yeah, we
Astral
flub a
Blast.
bunch.
Thousand Suns. They don't have their psychic powers go off. Hard time winning sometimes.
They do get it off.
Let you peril, so see if you die first.
Oh.
Because if you die,
Well, it
it
won't
doesn't
kill
work.
him. It'll kill the unit. It won't kill him.
You sure? I think the Mortals have to
for
go on the
them, yes.
Psyker.
Not for the case of the Scarabs and Rubiks. It's because they're all sorcerers.
I don't think they are. But,
Check
Yeah,
out
just pull 'em away.
on,
so that'll be 1.5 to you guys.
And I don't have any
Scarecrow
command.
Terminators. I can check up on that. A Scarecrow's called Sorcerer can attempt to manifest one psychic power in an attempt to deny. He knows smite. Look at us.
Yeah, I don't think
Suns.
he can. He's not a green eye. I don't think he can pass wounds to his unit.
Sorcerer. Not Sorcerer.
So the Scarab Cult
Police.
Terminators do have the keyword of
Scarab
Psyker, but
Terminators.
yeah, there's nothing saying that
That might be
that they're
I
casting.
think,
It's
I think that's like Brotherhood
just
of
the
Psychers.
sorcerer.
That might be the Thousand
Yeah.
They are all
Suns,
Psychers.
special deal.
Interesting. Scarab Cult Sorcerer.
Yeah, I
can
think
attempt
that guy
to manifest one
probably
psychic
died.
power.
Yeah, I think we'd have to read their faction rules. I think that's where that is probably.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It looks like I don't see anything where it says
Let's
that he has to take it.
Brotherhood.
They
just
fact
on
that
the
somewhere
unit.
too.
Brotherhood
Gotcha.
of Sorcerers.
That Rhino takes 1, and then this Rhino
Range
takes
of all
1.
psychic powers manifested or increased by
Alright.
6. That's
9.
really good.
That is pretty good.
That's all. That's all that says.
Well, there you go.
Take those over there.
That is not a good. That is not the desired result. Just now.
Yeah, 2 Terminators died. That might be worse than just that guy
Yeah.
dying anyway. Yikes.
I think so.
They're taking a long time
This
to
is-
move 15 models.
So they can now can shoot over here at least, it looks like.
Six 3 from your base.
Oh, right here.
Two
Actually,
threes,
it
yeah.
is
That
fact.
guy can shoot blades.
How should perils of the war be resolved against a unit led by an aspiring sorcerer, Cerebral Sorcerer? Any
sorcerer still
any
suck,
mortal
though.
wounds suffered are applied to sorcerer's unit.
There you go.
Yeah,
Bippity
sorcerer
boppity
still
boop.
shoot something else. Or the aspiring sorcerer.
So the Aspiring Sorcerer will shoot first.
So Tardark,
was all my
Tardark in
psychic.
the chat asking
Sounds good. Which round are we going for?
if you're first,
And do you guys want to cast a spell?
considering a first step into ITC,
They did. They cast Sorcerers for Shade. That's how they got
the
over.
first
yep,
goal is
that's
going
what
to
it
be
was.
hunting for a Best of Faction award
I got you.
before he starts aiming for top 16. Is that a good goal, or don't waste your time?
The Sorcerer
This
casting
one-
did this Rhino.
This
Or
is
Either
nice
of
one.
those are very, very ambitious. Best infection is easier than top 16 because top 16 is 3
And
factions
fives.
typically.
I think we're
Um,
talking about
but
an individual event, probably.
Nice.
2 and
Okay.
JP2.
At a
Two
GT,
more fives.
you can snag a Best in Faction.
Pick one.
If all you want is a Best in Faction, you can play a really low player count faction.
And then
You can
into
grab it.
the Plaguecaster.
like Agents of the Emperor or
like Aeronautica Imperialis. That's my favorite so far. I think. Eldar Corsairs. That's a good one.
3 hits.
Um,
And fives.
Imperial Assassins is always a
Imperial Assassins.
fun one.
yeah.
Just take 20 of those guys.
Yeah, and a bunch of Inquisitors. Like Imperial
And a
ones are
4
easy because you
to
just get
cover.
Inquisitors.
And a 5 because 1 damage. Doesn't feel it.
But yeah, so it depends on the faction that you're playing. Honestly, for the Best in Faction award, if you're playing Space Marines, winning Best in Faction at a big event is very difficult.
That's basically the same as winning the event.
Yeah, that's close as win to
Yes,
winning. the
just
event. But
out.
if you're playing something
Usually
else,
those-
Out? I can't see.
Those will
right
often
now.
happen.
Just
at the same
beyond
time.
both of our bases.
yeah, yeah. So
yeah.
I think it depends a lot on what faction.
No, I
you're
think
playing
actually his
and,
base is
you know,
supposed to
how
be
big
bigger,
your play
but-
group is for sure. I think in some
yeah.
cases, Best in Faction
I
is
think
going to be
they're on
harder than
40s.
top 16.
Because they're characters. I might be mistaken though. Actually, he's a new
he
sorcerer
a-
model, right? Yeah, he's on a 40.
Yeah. Means he'd be the same size as.
Yeah.
Just curious. Because apparently. Centered on him.
Looks like it. Still a little bit
Yeah,
past.
so- Yep.
Because he's at least on a 32.
I think that sorcerer's on the correct size base there.
All right. Over here.
Is this Malignant Plaguecaster just on like the world's largest base?
Yeah,
Or are
I'm
they
not
on
sure
above
what
32s?
base it there. I think
There's
they're
one guy
supposed
out
to
of the
be in
rhino.
40s, right?
A
But
rhino
they're on,
and a
they're
rhino.
on very large bases.
Yep. I need to kill the one guy.
They
on
look
the
a
rhino
little bit
for
bigger
sure.
than 40s. That's bizarre.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the base from
Yeah,
the official
that's
model, and it is
So we're gonna put
substantially
6
smaller
in
than
the
that.
Hellfire Missile Rack into the Rhino, and then we'll take 3 others into him.
A lot of base,
Sounds
weird
good.
base stuff going on today.
And the Hellfire Missile Rack. So into the one guy.
Yep.
I did get presence up.
Yep, so
I'm hitting on
2s.
2s.
Up a little bit. And 5s.
1 wound.
Going for a 5. He's good. And 6 other dudes. It's 24 plus the 2 missile racks.
What are you firing into a rhino here?
So just a heads up to everybody in the chat. I may actually have to jump off this stream
I got 1 dice.
in a little bit because I do have my
There you go.
my next my game scheduled.
And on
I'm hoping
2s.
to get this game finished in a couple hours, but it's taking a little longer than we expected.
5s and 3s.
That said, I do think the Scarab Occults teleporting around is a big deal, but I do think that the Deathguard are in a position to win.
Alright. Looking for 5s.
Yeah, given the placement of these Terminators here within charge distance of 15,
So
Like Marines
he
and
will
flails.
take 6 plus D3.
maybe a little bit of a risky placement.
He might kill.
3.
Nice. Does he
Does he
reload? Nope. I gotta roll for the guys inside. So that's it's a 5-man, a 3-man. Yeah, just get him out first. So
These
he's a
Infernal
2-man.
Bolters doing a good job of banging away at the armor. I think that's, if there's one thing that I take away from this, it's that
There it is.
that weapon is surprisingly good.
Yeah.
Basically,
Yeah.
each time this unit shoots, it's killing a rhino.
They're basically just a Space Marine list while in a doctrine.
Yeah, they're just they have a doctrine all the
A
time.
little easier.
They're just pre-nerf Space Marines, but wanting the tactical doctrine.
Yeah.
There's they're just Ultramarines over here.
This guy. That guy. And that guy. So I have 8 dudes to roll for.
Guy does not want to stand on the floor.
Alright, so 8 dudes.
Why don't this be like a solid metabolic overdrive with 8
Die
ones
on
then?
ones.
Please
One
no.
dies.
Nope.
All
Just
right,
the one.
well, that was pretty good right there
Bolter.
for non.
Yeah.
A lot of guys keep getting killed in that rhino.
Now
death.
they've pretty much fired everything they've got.
Yeah. That is it does leave Thousand Suns with a kill this turn, so that's good. It means he's gonna grab
Yeah.
at least tie on kills. Grab Holdmore as well.
I think we might finally see a
Alright,
Chaos Rhino
that is very
charge
fire.
something.
Yes.
Take the Overwatch here. That's going to be pretty important.
Yeah, that is a scary Overwatch from that unit for sure.
One solid downside of having the game decide coherency by outlining your
this
models
is the guy
with lines makes it very hard to hide them
Which
in
one's the one
ruins
I
and
made
have your
for
opponent
you?
forget them.
Yeah, this guy's the one that I
No, he's right in here.
Oh,
That's
so it doesn't
that's
matter. He's
the
gone.
meta play no one expected. Just
Now,
turn the
granted, I do
highlights
still have
off when
2
you go
CP,
inside that
but-
one. Shh.
Just-
Don't
just
worry
move them
about
out of
me.
coherency.
Shh.
Well, can you send 2
Is Ultramarine
GCP
just gonna
on that
charge the
back on
Rhino?
a Rhino?
I can. It'd be weird, but I could.
Are we still declaring charges here? I mean, I think you charge with the scarabs, right? Just
All right,
get
they're
that
gonna
over with.
charge.
Try
Yeah,
to,
yeah,
try to
eventually got
wipe,
it.
Plaguecaster.
try to
Yeah.
wipe this 4-man for sure
All right.
before they
Let's
get to
see.
swing back at you.
Outside 6, so bolt pistol. Yes. Looking for a 6. Got it.
Just the permanent anger of the sorcerer with the warp flame pistol, always just out of 6 inches.
It's like, but I paid points for this cool gun. It's so cool. Look at it. Nobody else gets Infernal or gets hand flamers in this faction. So we're fighting this Plaguecaster. It's a little dangerous, I think. That guy does have a force weapon. Although Scarab Occults do come stock with power swords, so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Good cut
I
through
think
that
does the sorcerer himself? The sorcerer himself does have a
He's
force
a-
weapon too.
Yeah. Yeah, strength 6, -1 D3 damage.
He's like a little pretend librarian.
Yep.
He's not as good as a
Okay.
what's her name,
Either one guy's gonna
Astropath,
kill him?
of course.
Of course, no. No one
The
can.
sorcerer's gonna charge
No
into
one
him?
can ever
Sounds good.
compete with the might of the Astropaths.
I also need a 6.
It's also
He gets him
significantly
11.
more expensive than an Astropath, and for no reason. I'm like, why? You can't even shoot at Astropaths, but you can shoot at these guys. Nothing makes sense in this world.
I think. Makes you kind of want to say all is dust and just hang out in your tower for
Alright.
10,000 years. Do almost nothing.
Yeah, design cool pistols that shoot D6 flame shot, strength 3 flamer shots.
Over 6.
Like Thousand Suns, but neither Prime
Was
Marker
that one
here.
squad?
Just sending their
What's
I
he
sending their
got?
minions,
I don't
little
mean
minion
to-
You
fight.
got the
Plague
flame,
Knife?
right?
I don't mean to
What?
speak ill, but this has
You
been a
got that
long
flamer,
charge
though.
phase.
No, that's the guy that's in here.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
This is
That's the
some
grenade
Yeah,
guy
they're
out
gonna
there.
this is Imperial
They're
Guard
gonna
Yeah, we're
charge,
getting Imperial God levels
consideration,
here.
and then make note. Yeah.
These 3 squads.
All right, so I have 2 bolt guns, and I think his pistol's way out of range. It's only 3 inches. Yep. So it's 2
Looks
bolt
like
guns.
we've strung out, unfortunately, for his cool
Sixes.
eyeball bedecked force staff, we've strung
One
out
hit.
the
You get
Scarab
4.
Occults up by 4 so that the sorcerer can hold this objective.
Show me a 6.
That's
Got it.
that's not good because I don't think this man is killing a Malignant Plaguecaster.
Well, he's got the actual sorcerer character in there too, though.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I don't think
a
that
lot
guy
of
works out.
not great AP weapons. We'll see how it goes.
No.
But yeah, wiping out this Plague Marine squad could be a big deal because then you effectively almost cut the damage output of this by a third of this quarter.
Lyle Dixon, that's an effect of what Battlescribe 2 TTS has the ability to auto assign those lines. It actually checks for coherency. Like if you move them out of coherency, they lose their coloration. But neither Trevi or I have actually figured out how to get it to work. Like it seems to just work sometimes and not when we're doing it.
God himself could not
No.
could not enable these highlights. But Shadow Lord can because he is the Lord of Shadows. So it's okay.
Yeah, Shadow Lord, the Lord of Shadows is very good at having these like neon highlights on his shadows. Otherwise, you can't see the shadows.
So it looks like he will be baiting a heroic intervention from the Biologus Putrifier. Not sure he takes that.
All right.
Well, maybe
Probably
he does.
not. That
Just
guy
to,
does-
well, I mean, they could just consolidate into him. So maybe he does just to block their movement, their forward movement.
All right, so charges are done.
Yeah, I mean at that point,
Yes.
kind of handing a wrap
All right, and
over to him.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
feel like Heroic Intervention will help me out here.
what is shooting at these?
The
guys?
rhinos-
Yes, you're
I
worried
was going to see if I wanted Heroic Intervene with this guy,
Yeah.
but I don't think he'll help
worried
me out
about
here.
the
You have too many dudes.
Blightspawn, but I
Yeah.
assume that guy's just going
Gonna
to
go
go
like
this
there.
2-man up here.
So pick a unit to activate first.
We're doing a lot of consideration here. Figuring out who swings first between units that can swing, but there's with no interrupts.
CSG and Stam.
And you have 2 CP to interrupt.
Fan of my cinematography.
I
I
do.
do appreciate that. I kind of like that the
activate here
Scarab Occult
first.
Terminators are all in the same pose. It makes them
Consolidate.
they're very sort of automaton looking that way. It's kind of fun.
You think they look like automatons? I kind of think they look like 1930s hot rods, with this like sick little flame decals on these things.
They do have racing stripes on the shoulder pads for sure.
Like everyone wonders where the gene cults like sick limos are, but it's just that the Thousand Suns stole them and have them getting detailed right now.
Yeah. That's what Warflame pistols are for. They actually started as airbrushes. Little known
They
fact.
do about as much damage.
Yeah, I think we left
To get to
a
him and
Terminator
put
behind
attacks
here.
in the-
You can't see him anymore because he's out of coherency. He's not highlighted.
Do you guys want to? There's a Scarab called Terminator that's still in this ruin over here, from that big 9-man unit. Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Yeah,
where was he?
yes.
Yeah,
Right.
he's on this side.
Yeah, C-SPAN stand. Where are the spoke rims, man?
Roughly 9
Be able to
inches.
pile them in over here, something like that.
Yep.
Are there any spokes
He
anywhere?
blended
these
with the
guys?
terrain in spite of his
These
gold and
guys would
blueness.
make
There you go.
These guys would make spokes
Alright.
out of eyeballs, though. They're fun.
Surprised
they're
no
funky like that.
Surprised no
So-
Soul Reaper cannons on these occult Terminator squads, because they are the key to fighting very meta populars, such as a battle right now.
Are they?
They're -3.
Oh, they're
Yeah, -3 on those cannons.
Ooh.
Strength 5. Yeah.
So we're gonna do.
That's
just-
really good.
You go from doing basically nothing to that sister squad in cover to killing the entire thing.
Yeah, it seems to me that
These five
the plan of this Thousand Sun list is
and
kind of
him.
hinges on
Sounds
the
good.
Scarab Occult Terminators
He's a character,
doing
right?
a lot of the work.
Yes.
It's only a 5-point
And the
upgrade,
remaining
too.
4 going
Wow.
to this squad.
And
Sounds good.
so it seems like you would just dump as many points into those guys as you can.
Yeah.
And they're all the same.
And I mean, they've been doing work.
Yep,
You get
minus
15
the
attacks.
They're gonna do a
Sorcerer.
bunch of damage here.
unless you want to
Nope,
use the power
he's-
sword.
He comes with a power sword.
Gotcha. It's I thought it was.
Wait, no,
you
he does. He
either
does
have
come
a
with
force staff and a comet bolter, or switch out your comet bolter for.
Yeah,
a
you can
power
have
sword.
two of the missile racks and 2 of the Soul Reaper cannons.
So yeah, he has a force
Yeah,
staff.
this
Yeah.
this unit
No, he'll do the
looking a
force
little
staff as well.
under.
Sounds good.
It is
underloaded
technically
here, I think.
better.
You just deep strike, land, fire the missiles, fire. Solid 50
can't,
shots,
Their
double
three
fire.
double fire
Each
strat, I think, only
on the
affects their
charge.
bolters, though. I don't
Hitting
believe
on
that they get the
twos.
extra shots from their
Yep.
heavy
Wow.
weapons.
I mean, that's
Nice.
yeah, that would be
And 3s and 5s.
a reason not to take it then.
Yeah.
Because at that point, you're firing more shots out of the bolter than you are out of the weapon. They have
Yeah,
the same
but
range.
it takes the.
All right.
I mean, maybe you
looking
do
for
one with all the
6s
heavy weapons and one
4s.
squad that you're gonna try to double shoot with.
Yeah.
Nope. So that's going to be 3 plus 2d3 damage.
I do like that the Thousand Suns have designed
All right,
their
so that's gonna
missile
be 5
racks
damage.
to work alongside their silly
Number
helmets,
5s.
so that their
Nope,
missiles
he
don't
dies.
impact.
So on a
their
4, if
heads.
he explodes,
Yeah.
he does. Every non-Nurgle unit within 7 inches takes a mortal wound.
Plague or the
yeah,
one more
these guys are definitely
Biologus
not in range.
Putrifier gets
Just,
murdered,
just that one squad.
and
Yep,
the
you broke his
Scarab
vial.
Occults take a mortal wound for their trouble.
That man explodes? What an interesting ability.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Cheese Fan Stam Shurikens,
Okay.
definitely a little bit more valuable.
The
now.
other squad.
And
Does
especially
explode.
since
Wow,
a lot of people are bringing single wound infantry, you just get to lay into.
And 5s.
It has the same explosion as the Mephitic Blight Hauler, except
Ooh.
it doesn't affect Nurgle units.
Yeah,
Looking for 6s.
I think they just
And
forgot that on the
fives.
Blight Hauler.
Yeah,
They're
what
like,
a,
whoops.
a level of
They don't feel
such
it.
consistency.
Yeah.
Do you want to consolidate this unit? These are the only guys not benefiting from Hateful Assault right now, because they were not charged.
Yeah, but it's still 2.
Did they bounce
players.
on this
It
Plague
is.
Marine unit? Oh, they killed one. Ew.
No, I think he's.
Oh no, he died.
I think
from
he's still doing
died
his
from the
attack
rhino.
sequence. Yeah, yeah. I believe he just swung a few into the. Or did he swing everything into the character? That would
Jeez.
have
Yeah,
been.
probably with every.
That's not a good idea.
That's a mistake.
Yep.
That guy wouldn't have even done anything. The only way he was killing an enemy was by dying and exploding on him.
Well, you
Well,
got a
keep
force
you
staff. You can
from
bang a
hateful
guy
assault.
in the head. Maybe get him.
Yep.
I am a lot more
I would
worried
definitely
about
prefer to
these
charge with
plague
them than
flails,
to,
though. I don't want to kill those
not-
Yeah, me
things.
too.
Be allowed to.
Huh.
You spend your last 2 CP on this interrupt, but you got that guy. Maybe he's just really laser
I am
focused
also
on that
not
headhunter.
going to interrupt with this Plaguecaster.
Okay.
Okay, so I am running late for my next
Well, then
game. My
we'll
opponent is
start
set up,
with-
so I think what we'll do is we'll see how much
Essentially the
damage
same
Don
attack
does in this
twice.
turn. That will probably decide how the game ends up.
Yes.
Because if he's able to
attacks.
scythe back in and blast these Scarab Occult Terminators, there's nothing really left on the Thousand Sun side of the
I should
table
do
to
both.
stop him.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
He is up. He has a small
same
points
weapon.
lead, and that's just
Yep.
going to slowly get bigger as the
Both
Same
the
weapon
game
skills.
goes on.
3.
Well, Dixon,
They're
yeah,
both
Mortarion
threes.
also explodes, but does not hurt Nurgle units.
and
But
moving on 3s.
some of their demon engines do explode and hurt Nurgle demon units. It's a
Ah,
strange.
Nothing.
And
Yeah,
the
it's
Power
bizarre.
Sword.
It's a strange series of decisions.
It would have been interesting to make Nurgle to give
attacks
Nurgle
that
sort
guy.
of the sub theme of having its own things blow up and having that be beneficial. I like that idea.
Yeah.
But it's like they forgot halfway through.
For the longest time, I thought that was just generically what
Yep.
every Tyranid did. I thought when they exploded,
No.
All
they
right,
just
so we'll
only
start
hurt
with
enemies. But
Znar here.
no, that's
In fact, none of the
they're-
Tyranids do that. So I don't
He's
know.
just gonna
No,
stay
they're-
put, and
they're
he
just
will
exploding,
swing his
tanks.
mighty attack
They're
for
just
some reason.
little teeny explosions.
into
Yeah.
Their arms reach longer when they die than when they're alive.
into the sorcerer.
Okay.
well, so does
his
mine.
4
So did mine.
attacks are being charged.
Maybe
Getting
it'd
on
be better to do 4
3s.
attacks.
Rerolling because he's within 10 inches of Tallyman. And winning on 3s. So that's going to be 2 AP1s for D3 damage on the sorcerer.
So the Tallyman gives rerolls of 1s, but I feel like he should get rerolls of 7s because that's like within the Nurgle
I agree. 7 plus.
meme number.
Get it out of there.
Yeah.
4 out. No.
2d3. He's alive. So he takes 2. Alright, then over here, we'll start with the 2 that are not going to get Hateful Assault.
So it looks
Okay.
like
They'll pile
these
in.
guys just
I think
these
that they're
Terminators
too far
over
away from
here
this
just
guy,
bounced on this Malignant
just barely.
Plaguecaster,
but they are.
and then he punked the sorcerer for 2 wounds.
So, we
It's
have
not
Well, they didn't
Basically,
bounce the
9
Malignant
hit rolls
Plaguecaster.
between them.
They landed on that guy like some sort of
No,
hammer from the heavens and just
before.
forgot
purple
everything else.
Terminator squad.
Oh.
Getting on 3s, no rerolls.
He did
Oh,
no
yeah,
damage
they,
to that guy.
No,
Getting on
that's-
3s,
that's the
rolling 1s.
result I was expecting.
This fight phase has gone exactly as poorly for the
That's
Thousand
2
Suns as the
AP2,
first
2
fight
damage,
phase went for Deathguard.
And the damage builds.
Yeah. I think what we are about to see
4 up.
is a marine or a rhino just
Charge
sauntering an inch
valiantly
over
in
and
melee.
That will kill one, put a wound on another.
maybe. I mean, I was thinking he'd do that just to like absorb the Overwatch, but that's not necessary anymore. I think he just walks over and contests Objective 4.
Yeah.
Alright. Then
The
consolidate.
painful one.
They don't want
Just
to.
like this massive
Yep.
series
So then we
of
have this
smites
squad
just
right
wipes
here.
out
I'll start off with the 2 plague knives.
like the remaining
Okay.
3 above.
So regular dude,
How do these flails
champion,
go?
5 attacks.
We're
Hitting
rolling
on
the knives.
try going into long war. You use that real quick.
Oh, we're gonna have veterans, the big squad. That
And you
makes
see if I
sense.
get that CP back. Like shit, I know I want to do something with those guys. That is a 7, so I keep that CP.
Hey, and we got it back with the. We got it
And
back
then
with
winning
the
on
Tallyman.
3s, rerolling.
He has tallied me
Banana.
banana.
Beat you
So that
to
will be
I
5,
think we did it
2
at the
ups.
same time. Yeah,
it. But I said it faster.
you did. Nailed it.
Got him.
I'll kill that one dude.
I am refreshed by this Thousand Suns army that does not
And
have a
then the
single
flails.
strange Birdman in it.
4 D3 hit rolls.
Well,
Just,
can you
just
put
no bizarre Birdman
7.
made for a
can you
different
put any
game system.
Birdman in this. You can put Beastman.
Uh,
right?
Hitting on 3s, rolling.
no, they got that. They got Birdman.
Oh, they got the Birdman who
Birdmen
ride
are-
the discs around and shoot arrows. Those
Yeah.
guys are weird.
And winning
That
on
are just-
2s, rerolling.
They're just one of their troop choices.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 6 more.
These
4 ups
clearly
for 2
made
damage
for
apiece.
Age of Sigmar models with their bows transported directly into the Thousand Suns.
Yep. Why not?
They're
4
not
more dead.
demons,
Yeah.
which is interesting. Like I don't know what they are.
So we lost 5 Terminators to that unit.
That's
Well, there you go.
That's a lot.
We finally saw the flails finally
This
go
one will
off on
definitely
something that
pile
wasn't
in.
a cultist. Bang down 5 Terminators right there. Yeah, man, that attack sequence was bizarre. You have to just kill this
Yeah.
unit. Why are you attacking the Plaguecaster? He's a man with a thing.
Alright, then we
Just
just
kill-
have morale.
You can kill two Plague Marine units, knock 3 flails out of there. Bizarre.
Yeah, that is a sequence. I mean, the strange
lost
sequencing
6.
here, decision making out of like the
Yeah.
Thousand Suns assaults started with not attacking first with the Demon Prince, just flat out losing him.
Ah!
Or no, that was in the opposite direction. Actually.
Yeah,
that
we've
was
seen it both ways.
Deathguard doing that.
And
Yeah,
all the
it's,
Scarab cults run away. Okay, well, this game. I
They
think
are
we can call this one.
afraid. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't. What happens when you get tabled when you have a, And it's turn 4, 5.
Yeah, your opponent just scores out the last turn.
Killed one.
Just gets
killed
like
two.
20.
I don't
And
think.
what's
I
he
mean, we're
gonna
not
get?
going to see a tabling here because these guys in the corners are going to hang on objectives for
just
now
the one.
and just hang out. But
Oh,
No, I
right.
killed the-
The two up there.
Oh, yeah,
are
you
supposed
got
to
him.
terminate
You got
armor.
Biologus.
and we do
Putrifier,
have
correct.
and
then I killed two, so
Znar
we'll bounce on that.
grabbing hold more this turn as well.
And then we both hold 2.
I hold 3.
No, yeah,
And this
Znar
one
is
here,
3. Yeah, so you have that one.
And
You
this one.
have that one.
And this one.
Oh, yes, they're still there. You're good. You hold more.
Okay.
Got that. Not scoring up this
There we go.
headhunter score here. Still.
Yeah, so he's at
And
2 on
then
Headhunter.
I'm pretty sure I'm at my
One for
third
Headhunter.
Reaper.
There we go.
And
Is that,
we're scoring up.
he put himself up by 1 on headhunter. I think we might want to remind him about the Demon Prince.
Unless I somehow start rolling better, I don't see I'm going to pull this one out. Guys have been horrible against me.
They have been. You know, most people just say that, but it actually feels like yours are really that bad right now. All right, so I need to see if this run rhino gets his wound back. Nope.
Okay. Yeah, so there might be
Just
one
gotta
more
walk
Headhunter
away.
point on the board for
His wings or
the Thousand
falling
Suns. So
back.
they might be up by
Oh,
one.
just run away.
okay.
But I
He doesn't
think
need to
going
charge anything or
forward,
shoot anything.
we
He's just gonna walk away and
see
smite.
These guys are going to kill all of these units.
Yeah, he loses kill more and hold more on this long turn. What's
out.
bonus here?
Bonus
Is
is
it characters?
characters on 3
Hey, buddy, what's
objectives, which he could potentially get, but it looks
The
difficult.
5-man squad's been hanging on
You have
that
to
rhino
do
the
that
whole
pretty
game.
easily.
He's gonna
You
hop
have to
out.
get the Tallyman onto 2, which is a little tough.
No, wouldn't. He just has to move the foul Blightspawn onto 4. Oh wait, the Tallyman
3.
onto objective 2, not having him down on 2 objectives.
Right,
Yeah.
that is impossible.
Correct.
Yeah, so, yeah, I
fall
mean, with
off.
a big run, if he rolls a 6 for a run, maybe he gets there
Fall
this turn.
before matters.
But he gets it next turn, and he gets hold more, and he gets kill more this turn. And that's basically where it's going to be for the next 2
He'll
turns,
actually walk.
I think.
I think so too.
Yep.
Has he fully scored out Reaper now?
10 appears to be
I believe he
each
has.
away from
Let's take a look.
at least these guys.
He's given himself 3 on Reaper. He's killed.
And then between
30
these guys over
cultists,
here, I'm gonna
20
have all of them get back in the ride.
rubrics.
So this guy's gonna
that's
advance
50.
inside.
He got
This guy.
It'll be
10
30 off the
then
Terminators.
Yeah, 10 off the 6-man
These
Terminator
guys
squad, or the
will
small
advance
Terminator
inside.
squad, and then another big
12
chunk.
off of Sorcerers.
Yeah, I don't know what he counted for Headhunter or not, but he's
And then
at
we're
the
going
very
to
least
advance
he's a
this
couple
rhino.
wounds away from full.
Yeah.
Although I imagine he's probably maxed. I
Let's see
don't
how many
imagine he
turns
took
left.
it.
Is it even
if
worth
he
doing
couldn't
that?
have maxed it.
2.
These 2 Scarecrow Terminators provide like the last 4, I would
Not
think.
really.
Yeah.
We'll just move.
Okay, so that said, I think my opponent's waiting for me in my next game, so I will have to call this one early, unfortunately. We did start a little bit late because one of the players was late, so we won't get to finish streaming this one, but I think it's mostly over. If everyone's interested, the next stream is up on the YouTube channel, so you can go hang out in the lobby there,
Alright,
and
whatever's
that will
inside
be
there.
live momentarily. We're going to play some Grey Knights versus more Chaos.
Tallyman's gonna advance.
Chaos Soup, including some three big old Chaos Knights. And I'm playing my little Grey Knight boys. And that'll be super fun. But anyway, thanks everybody for joining us for this game. Bit of an interesting game. Very odd matchup,
Yeah.
and I think it did create an odd flow to the game.
Definitely.
It was cool to see the Deathguard list on the table for sure. The Thousand Suns, I think the
Here's
damage
Rhinos,
outputs
so-
definitely surprised me. They did a lot more damage than I
Drift right
expected to
over
the
here.
Rhinos. And watching 3 Malignant Plaguecasters, it might be the truth. That's a lot of mortal wounds these guys do. Oh my god.
That seems to have been, yeah.
Let's move.
Just blasting down like
we're
2
good.
Demon Princes in your Psychic Phase feels pretty good. I
So casting. We'll start off with.
think. Okay, everybody. So
guy
we're
in the
going to
back
end it
here.
there. And you can join me in about 5 minutes over on the next
Cast
stream
Smite.
for that game. And I think, Shuma, you're taking off, so thanks for joining me.
Yep, I am just stuck in the trunk of your car, so I am out of here too.
Yep, you're coming with. All right.
All right.
Cool, everybody.
I will try
Thanks
to
again.
deny that.
And
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
we'll see you in a bit.
And then he will also cast -1 to hit on the 5-man squad.
Okay.
Nope. The next guy is also right up against the wall. Is going to cast Smite. He does with an 8. This guy back here. No one's in range for his little bubble of